This is Starting Over in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Chapter 1. "Please, Annie, don't go," Billy pleaded with her, following her around the room as she packed up her dressing table. "You'll still play." She felt like a fool, all those years of playing that same slot. And poof, she was done. No warning, no explanation. Oh, right, she did get an explanation. Billy had given her spot to a much younger woman, someone more worthy than a middle-aged spinster. She hadn't even hit 40, and she was too old for the music business. She had been used up and spat out by her own boyfriend. She picked up her guitar case. She wasn't playing tonight, even if he fell to his knees and begged. She was done playing Nashville. "You are an amazing singer, but I need a fresh voice." "You can take that slot and stick it where the sun don't shine, for all I care." For years, she had been the leading act. She had brought in and kept thousands of fans. Sure, she wasn't one of the Billboard Top 20 country stars, but she could sing and give the audience a good show. People came to the blue guitar for her. She slammed the door as she left, threw her guitar in the back seat, and headed home for the last time. Her place had never felt emptier, and neither had her life. How could she still be going nowhere? She started packing. Her whole life fit inside her aging blue Mustang. She left a note and the rest of her rent in her landlord's mailbox and left Nashville in her dust. The 12-hour drive to Prairie Valley was familiar after years of driving back and forth for the holidays or family visits. She could practically do it in her sleep. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle, swing through Chicago, set up some gigs at local bars, but most of the time she drove straight through. As always, Mama and the rest of the family were waiting on her arrival, all of them clustered on the porch as she drove up. "What a wonderful surprise," Mama said, holding out her arms for a hug. "Hi, Mama." Annie hadn't shared all the sordid details when she'd called. "Have you had anything to eat?" Mama steered her toward the house. "I have some food warming up in the oven." Annie leaned into her. "That sounds delicious." Something about the way Rosie's eyes twinkled and her hand waved dramatically made Annie look at her finger. "Oh my good Lord, that's huge." "Isn't it beautiful?" Annie grabbed her hand. "It's stunning." She'd had her own beautiful engagement ring from Ricky, but lost it in the divorce. She wouldn't have kept it even if he hadn't asked for it back. She would have donated it to charity or for a scholarship or something. Instead, he got it back, along with half her money. But being broke never bothered Annie. It was always about the music for her. As long as she was playing and singing, she could make it through anything life threw at her. But now, she didn't even have her music. She was officially broke, unemployed, and homeless. She had gone crawling back to her mother's house, and her baby sister was getting married. Luke balanced 2 cups of coffee under his chin as he opened the front door to the Concordia Lutheran Church. He was there for his weekly coffee date with his dad, the pastor. "Did you grab me a donut?" His dad never got tired of asking, even though he knew the answer. "No, you know you can't have donuts." "Your mother would have gotten me a donut." "You were skinny then?" His dad looked down at his round belly. "I play Santa at Christmas." It's almost summer. He gave his dad the coffee and they headed to their usual spot, the Healing Garden. The ritual started a few years ago, after Mary's death. Lukey had only agreed so that Phil would stop showing up at the house unannounced. He'd move from room to room, lecturing on how Luke needed to leave the farm, or start getting rid of her stuff, or to donate her clothes to charity. He didn't want to hear about how he had kept her side of the closet exactly the way she'd left it. He kept her toothbrush next to his and left her side of the bed cold. The only space he'd changed after her death was the nursery. He couldn't stand to even look at the pastel paint after he got rid of all the furniture, so he painted over it. "How's the new crop looking?" his dad asked. Good. Luke took a sip of his coffee and resigned himself to the usual talk. I'm going to be planting soy this year. His dad opened the lid of his drink and set it aside, stirring his coffee with a paper stick. He shook it off. These things just fall apart as soon as they hit the coffee. He shot Luke a sly look. You wouldn't believe who's singing in the choir again. Luke wondered if this was his dad's way of bringing up the topic of church, or if he was just making light conversation. Who's that? Annie Boudreau. What? Luke hadn't thought of his friend in a long time. They had grown up together, gone to school together. She dated his best friend before he died. Annie's back home? Remember when you two used to sing together? Every Christmas and Easter. It had been one of greatest times of his life. Singing and playing. He wasn't surprised she'd wanted to leave town and follow her dream. When Michael was killed in the accident and she took off, he never expected she'd come back to Prairie Valley. She's singing in the choir again? Does that mean she's living in Prairie Valley? Yup. His dad crossed his legs, paused, then said, You should come to church and say hello. There it was. Just like the donut, his father wouldn't give up on church. I'm good. Luke wasn't going to change his mind. He would visit his dad on Wednesday afternoons, but he was never attending another Sunday service. Shame. His father looked out at the budding trees. I bet she'd like a friend right now. This was what his father did best. Try to show people the right way. He was good at being a pastor. But Luke wasn't mad at his father for taking away the love of his life. He was mad at God. I should stop by and say hello at her family farm. He had always liked having Annie as a friend. She was the kind of girl who helped him with schoolwork, but could also help him figure out what to say to a girl he liked. She'd invite him to the cool parties, even though he wasn't nearly as popular as she was. But she had always been Michael's girl, and he still thought of her that way, even now. What a thing it would be if you two could sing together again. His father picked away at him like a wave worrying at a stone. I was thinking of swinging by the farm to see how Rosie's managing the seating anyway. He had offered help when he heard Rosie was taking over the farm. Prairie Valley might have modern amenities, but the mindset hadn't changed all that much since its birth, more than 200 years ago. Except for Rosie, he knew of no single woman running a farm. Not that he felt a woman couldn't do it. His mom could have definitely handled a farm before she got sick, at least. He was impressed with the knowledge Rosie already had, but farming was hard on even the strongest men or women. Just like life, farming was unpredictable, a huge gamble that could really punish you. Droughts, storms, late frosts, early winter. The prairie could be the calmest place on the planet, yet in minutes become the most dangerous. I'll say hello to Annie. His dad nodded. Well, good. Once he finished his coffee, Luke found an excuse to leave. I better get to Fleet Farm before the day's over. I'm headed to the baseball game tonight at the school. You want to join me? Phil Nelson had been asked to lead the worship at the Concordia Lutheran Church in Prairie Valley right out of seminary. Still wet behind the ears, he'd met the beautiful Clara Wallum, daughter of a local farmer who sang in the choir. As the story went, he was smitten, but Clara had her reservations. Her parents approved of the pastor courting their only child, but Clara didn't make up her mind for several years. During one sermon after a long winter, something had changed. His dad said he had given it to God, but his mother said it was his strength when speaking to the congregation that made her fall in love with him, his compassion for the people in his community evident in his every action. Seeing the community take him in their arms, opening their hearts, she changed her mind about seeing the pastor. They were engaged a few months later and married soon after that. His own love story had been more of a whirlwind. He'd met Mary in college and been instantly fascinated with the nursing student. Even as busy as they both were with school, they'd been so caught up in one another that they were engaged before they graduated. He was able to buy out his grandparents for the family farm, and she got a job at the local hospital. They became church members. He played his guitar in the choir, and she taught Sunday school to preschoolers. Then their prayers were answered. She got pregnant. Everything was perfect. Until God took everything away from him. Now, nothing seemed to matter much. Not the farm, not the church, not life, really. Luke did what he had to do to make it through each day, so that each night he could maybe meet her in his dreams. He decided to skip the Tractor Supply store and instead drove straight back to the farm. His mind was cluttered with painful memories. He had thought he'd be a father by now. He most certainly thought he'd still be a husband, not a widower alone in a big empty farmhouse with over 1,000 acres and no heir. He'd never thought he'd wish that life would hurry up and be over so he could get to the other side. He'd never imagined that he'd question whether there was another side. Luke Nelson. Annie hurried toward him as he stepped up on her back porch. How long has it been since I last saw you? Since Mary's funeral, he responded. Annie winced. She, of all people, understood how thoughtless her comment was. Of course it was the funeral. She should have called, checked in with him since then. How long had it been since Mary died? 2 years, maybe 3. Time slipped away, and so did her courage. Then her dad died, and she didn't want to talk to anyone. Was he at Dad's funeral? She couldn't remember. The day had been so surreal. She wished she could have a do-over, but that went for most of her life. She wished she had agreed to go with Michael. Maybe then he wouldn't have come to her house in the middle of the night. Then he wouldn't have driven home. The drunk driver hadn't even seen him. He died instantly. The paramedics promised he hadn't felt a thing. She didn't take off the ring for years. 10 to be exact, and then only because Ricky wouldn't ask her to marry him until she did. She didn't want to live in the past, but didn't want to forget him either. Ricky stopped coming to Prairie Valley after she'd visited Michael's grave. She would bring gifts, his favorite candy, his favorite book or CD. She'd bring songs she'd written or play one as she sat there, staring at his engraved name. Michael James Montgomery. Beloved son, brother, and friend. She'd wanted fiancé chiseled into the stone too, something that said she mattered to him. Instead, she packed up and left town. How have you been? She asked, getting a good look at him. Trimmed beard, flannel shirt, a twin's cap. She could see the young man she used to know in there, but the lines around his eyes were harder, his hands calloused, his brow deeply furrowed. Life had hardened the kind boy she knew back in high school. Good, you? He stuffed his hands into his jeans pockets. She was glad to see him, glad that he'd made the effort when she never had herself. I really appreciate you coming by. You want some tea? He hesitated at first, but then shrugged and said, Sure, why not? Great. She opened the screen door for him. The unexpected guest was such a nice surprise that on 4 hours of sleep and 4 cups of coffee, she couldn't contain her giddiness as she led him into the kitchen. You still managing your grandparents' farm? Yeah. The house was quiet. Georgie and the kids were at school. Hannah and the baby were out with Mama, doing errands. Everyone else's lives rolled along the same smooth tracks when Annie's had derailed. I heard you've been helping Rosie. In fact, Mama went on and on about it one time on the phone. He nodded. How about you? He asked. What's going on with you? Did he know she'd come crawling back to Prairie Valley? 20 years and she was back home, and for how long this time? Even she didn't know. She knew she wasn't going back to Nashville. Maybe she could try Chicago or the Twin Cities. she could head to Austin. It was a great city, but she didn't know anyone there and had only played a few times. It seemed that not only did her boyfriend not want her, but neither did anyone else. All afternoon she'd tried to contact her agent, but he never returned her calls. "Oh, geez, Annie, I'd love to have you," said Tom, proprietor of a country music bar she used to frequent. "But I'm booked right up. When things open up, I'll be sure to call." But Annie knew he wasn't going to call her. "I have no idea." She shoved the tea kettle under the tap, filling it up and setting it on the burner. She gestured for him to sit at the table with her. His voice was deep, different than she remembered. He definitely got better looking with age. She wondered what he was thinking about her. How had she aged? Would Prairie Valley think of her the same way Nashville did? "I heard you were singing at church?" Without warning, something in her throat tightened and tears floated in her eyes. She had really hit rock bottom and right back to where she started. "You still play?" she asked, an image flashing in her head of him strumming his guitar. During practices, he'd suddenly start belting out Led Zeppelin or Metallica. One time she had caught him there alone, playing his guitar. The song was something she had never heard before, but it had been one of the most beautiful things she had ever heard. She wished she hadn't interrupted, because she had embarrassed him, and she never heard him play it again. "Sometimes." The kettle started to hiss in the background, and she got up to pour the water. As she passed the mug to him, she said, "I'm sorry I never called you, after Mary." He looked up, surprised. Or was he uncomfortable? "You don't have to be sorry." "I should have called. You were my friend through everything with Michael, and you lost your wife, and I didn't bother to even touch base with you after." Her heart felt terrible. "I'm so sorry." "It's fine." He folded his hands over the mug but didn't look at her. "So, choir practice is usually on Wednesdays." He tapped his thumb on the mug's handle. "Yep, why don't you join us?" Chapter 2. "Work on the farm until you find a job," Rosie offered, sitting on the couch next to Annie. "Thanks, that's nice, but I don't know anything about farming." Annie did know Rosie couldn't afford to hire anybody. She'd have to find work doing something else. She had made her last desperate calls, and nothing. No one wanted her to play. "Lumberjacks is always looking for people to wait tables." Rosie spoke slowly, as if she was tiptoeing around a bomb. "Maybe you could play some nights on the weekend?" Annie didn't even respond. Working at Lumberjacks would just be admitting her music career was finished. She'd rather eat nickels than sing at Lumberjacks for tips. "Hannah works at the grocery store." Rosie shrugged. "You could ask her if there's anything open." Annie let out a sigh. She hadn't expected life to tangle up on her like it had. She had no other talents, no other skills. She'd skipped college and waited tables to get on stage, then sang. That was it. She wasn't even qualified to work at the grocery store. "Okay, I'll talk to her." Annie could feel a rush of anxiety running through her whole body. What if I never sing again? "You'll sing again." Rosie sounded as though she was consoling the kid on the bench. "My career is over." It had been a short 15 minutes for her. She'd never gained real popularity after her one hit, but at least she'd had Nashville, an audience, fans. She had albums and new songs and a YouTube channel. She sang at events and got paid okay. People had wanted to hear her sing. But now all she heard was crickets. "I don't know what to do." This scenario had never crossed her mind. She had this tiny hope that fans would complain to Billy, make him change his mind, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. "You could teach singing lessons." Rosie's eyes widened. "It'd be perfect. I wonder if you could talk to Georgie and do them at the elementary school." "Maybe." "You'd be great." Maybe. I bet you'd find a bunch of kids. Annie cut her off. I said maybe. She fell back on the couch, looking up at the ceiling. Maybe she could teach, but wouldn't she need a degree and all that? Starting college in her late 30s sounded horrible. Luke usually didn't call his father out of the blue. It would usually lead down a rabbit hole of discussions, from politics to grocery store visits to who he thought was a good pick for the Vikings, so he avoided it unless he had to. His dad didn't hide his surprise either when he answered his phone. Are you really calling me? Funny. Luke got right to the point. I'm coming to choir practice. You are? By the sound of his voice, this surprised him more. Luke knew this would end up being a bigger deal than it was worth. I talked to Annie. So, you stopped by the farm already? There was pleasure in his father's voice, the pride Luke worked so hard to earn as a kid. That's great, Luke. He had never thought he'd go back to church, much less choir practice. But when he saw her tears, he'd felt like he'd been kicked in the stomach. She had looked defeated. It reminded him of how she was after Michael's death. She'd looked so broken back then. Before Michael's accident, Annie had been an outgoing, energetic songbird. She'd sing notes as high as the clouds, and then one so low it vibrated inside his chest. She could sing country bluegrass or any song in the hymnal. But it was when she improvised that he swore she sang for the heavens. One time she'd sang the national anthem at a football game. The crowd stood up and she began slowly, her voice both soft and powerful. Then, in the next breath, she belted out the lyrics like a bass drum, hitting the notes perfectly. He could see she wasn't there on the football field. She was somewhere else entirely, in a whole different world. Singing alone in the middle of the field didn't even faze her, as she sang with as much confidence as Whitney Houston. At the end, grown men wiped away tears as the crowd erupted with cheers. Annie waved to the crowd, and Luke had never been so head over heels in love with a girl. But she was his best friend's girlfriend, which meant she was off limits, forever. Then Michael died, and Annie left. Now he was going back to church. He took the guitar case out from where it rested against Mary's piano. For a moment, he was caught up in a memory of them sitting together on the bench, practicing songs and dreaming of a family of their own. Luke Phillip, you just wait until this house is full of pitter-pattering feet. He pulled out the bench, opening it to retrieve some sheet music. A loose piece of paper fell out. It was an oldie, not one he played very often. A sad song, but when sung right, his heart would fill with hope. And he only knew one person who could sing it that way. Annie. By Wednesday night, Annie had no motivation to go to choir practice. But she'd promised, and she wanted Mama to get off her back. The minute she started hinting she might not go, Maggie pointed the paring knife at her and said, "You better go. You promised Luke." She went back to chopping vegetables. "He'll be fine without me," Annie said. "No, he's only going because of you." Annie stopped what she was doing. "Because of me?" "He doesn't go to church anymore. Not since Mary died." "Really?" Luke not going to church was like pancakes without maple syrup. Well, she'd suck it up this time. She'd make it through practice, even if she worried that most of them didn't think much of her random presence. It was nice to see all the old faces. They had taught her everything she knew about singing. Back then, there hadn't been any children in the choir. But when she turned 12, she went to Pastor Phil, just like Mama told her to do, and asked if she could try out. He'd smiled. Each year she was in the Christmas play, and during Easter they assembled all the children to sing. He knew her gift. Wednesday night at 6. When she finished singing, they rose to their feet, applauding. "She has a voice like an angel." After that, she sang every Sunday and loved it. She learned to play the piano, the guitar, even the harp. She could play a fiddle better than her dad, which wasn't saying much, but impressed the parishioners. Her real talent was that once she heard a song, she could play it from memory. It had come in very handy in Nashville. A crowd would shout out requests, and she could reproduce the song perfectly every time. She wasn't arrogant. If anything, she knew her gift was a blessing. It had got her out of Prairie Valley, away from Michael's death, away again after her daddy's. Only when she sang did the pain go away. When she drove into the parking lot, her stomach twisted, and she hoped things wouldn't be awkward. Luke only felt sorry for her, was trying to help her, just like old times, which made her feel even more pathetic. "Hey," he said as she walked in. She had come early, wanting a minute to herself. For some reason, the familiar smells and sights of her childhood church stirred up emotions each time she came, but he was already there. He handed her a cup of coffee. "Do you still like a lot of sugar?" She took it and smiled. "That's great, thanks." She walked around the room, looking at the new flyers and photographs on the bulletin board. The room looked untouched by time. Michael's guitar sat in his lap, and he strummed a chord. "I'm a little rusty." "I heard." She didn't want him to feel sorry for her. He had enough to worry about. He didn't need to be burdened with some washed-up country singer. "I found this in my bench at home." He handed over the sheet music. "Oh my, this one brings me back!" She saw the title of the Janis Joplin song and smiled. It had been a joke between them. She passed it back. "You remember it?" "What?" "Do you remember how to play it?" She pulled out the piano bench and sat down. She patted the seat next to her, but he didn't move. Twiddling the top keys with her ring and pinky fingers, she started in. He sat in a folding chair next to her and began strumming. At first, she played softly, letting her voice hit the notes just over the sound of the piano. She liked the way Janis sang it, but she liked to carry the low notes longer, play around with the legato, or hit them more softly, but bring Janis back in at the end. The piano was the most powerful instrument on the planet, and she liked to showcase that, especially with this song. Surprisingly, it was a song no one ever requested, though she had played it plenty. It reminded her of being a kid, her whole life before her, her dreams on the horizon. It was the first time she knew she could perform in front of a real crowd, not just the Concordia Lutheran Church. The first time she ever performed, she had begged Luke to play with her. They snuck down to the cities, not telling their parents, and he promised to keep her secret. She lied to the bar owner and said she was 18, and he never asked for an ID. When they got on stage, no one listened, her voice barely audible over the waitress taking orders. Then Luke played his guitar harder, forcing her voice to come out, and she fell into the song. By the end of it, people were hooting and hollering, and Annie was hooked. She had found her passion. This time they weren't sneaking around, and they weren't in a bar in the cities. Instead, they were in a church basement. The energy that usually pulsed through her veins had gone. Her zest for life was lost. She sung the song softly, letting the sounds of the guitar and piano drown out her voice. When they finished, she didn't feel lost in her own world. If anything, she felt like she was in a fishbowl as others started to arrive. Mrs. Cole took her hand. "Are you going to sing for us tonight?" Most of the church choir were the same group as when she was a kid, but newcomers had filled some seats. Still no kids. "Luke, do you want to lead?" Mrs. Wilson asked. Annie looked around for Mr. Boynton. "Where's Don?" "He and Bea went to Florida for the winter." "No, I couldn't." Luke shook his head. His had put his guitar back in its case. "Annie should," What? Annie sat up, slowly holding up her hands. She shot a pleading look at Luke, but he didn't say anything, just watched as she tried to come up with an excuse. "You know what to do," Mrs. Wilson said. "Oh, I don't know." Annie had sung in some pretty big venues, but for some reason, leading the choir seemed completely different. "Come on, it'll be fun to learn from a country star." "A wrung-out country star," she almost said, but she returned her gaze to Luke and said, "Only if Luke plays guitar." He shot a look at her. Mrs. Wilson smiled, content with the outcome. "Perfect." He slowly shook his head, but reached for the case, pulling the strap over his shoulder as he placed the guitar in his lap. "All right then, what have you been working on?" "What's the pastor's theme this week?" Mrs. Cole asked. "Well, I'm not sure." Mrs. Wilson looked over at Mrs. Reynolds. "Jane, do you know what the pastor's going to talk about? Have you picked hymns?" Annie remembered Dawn usually had a set list. Everybody shook their head no. "Okay, then." She thought of her daddy's favorite hymns, all upbeat, feel-good songs. She decided that would be the theme. "Let's start with This Little Light of Mine." She sat down at the piano, playing the intro to let them hear the tune. "Okay, tenors, you're going to stay low the whole time, like a bass guitar. Sopranos, I want you to take the lead. Play with the melody like this." She sang the chorus while playing the low notes on the piano, different from the classical style they were used to. "Cool?" The group nodded and she counted down, and she stood at the piano, playing the intro, and then pointed at the group when it was time for them to come in. They followed her instructions and sang. Annie felt goosebumps rise up on her neck and arms as she played. The familiar voices sang in harmony. On the last chorus, she stopped playing and clapped, and Luke did the same, pounding the beat on the guitar. The others joined in, swaying. When the song ended, Annie whooped. "Holy moly, that was fun," Mrs. Wilson chuckled. The rest of them laughed, and Annie felt a flitter in her stomach. That feeling she remembered from childhood. Hope. Chapter 3. After choir practice, she wrote, the song poured out of her, and by the time the sun rose, she had the hook and chorus. "Charlie, will you help me film something?" she asked when he got home from school. He shrugged. "Sure." She set up 2 chairs out by the barn, the horses grazing in the field behind her. She sat Charlie down in one. "Just start when I tell you, and stop when I say goodbye. Think you could do that for me? With a nice, steady hand?" "Sure, Auntie Annie." He took a seat, holding out her phone. "I just press the record button?" "Yep." She sat down, placing her daddy's banjo in her lap. She counted down, then nodded at Charlie. As soon as she heard the click on the phone, she said, "Hey, y'all, I'd like to share a little song I wrote for you last night." She started picking at the strings, the lyrics coming out as if she had been singing the song for years. She forgot about the camera, keeping her mind on the prayer she'd written into a song. She played the melody slowly, but with the banjo she wove an undertone that would have made Daddy tap his toe, which made him feel closer to her. When she played the last chord, she smiled out at Charlie, laughing, and said, "Hope you all have a great night. Goodbye." And she heard the click. 1 take. Usually her videos took dozens, never getting exactly what she wanted, the right look, the perfect angle. But something about playing on the farm, with nothing to lose, was freeing. Charlie ran off to climb trees as she posted the video to her story. Then she hung out at the house, holding baby Emma and eating dinner with her family. She didn't look at her post until the next morning. 3 likes. 3. She didn't know what she was expecting, but it wasn't 3 likes. Not even Mama had liked it. Well, she had her answer. Her career was over. Luke rode the tractor through the fields all day, but he wasn't focused on seeding. No, He was thinking about the video Annie had posted. He hadn't meant to stalk her on social media, but when he came back from church to the old empty house, he opened up his phone and Googled her. A website, YouTube videos, her Facebook and Instagram pages all popped up. Images of her throughout the years, either performing or smiling on the red carpet. She used the same guitar in all the pictures, well-worn and well-loved. He recognized the Gibson J45's maple from when they were kids, and she'd shown it to him for the first time. She bought it with her own money. Annie hadn't brought it to practice, but boy did she let her voice shine. She led the choir in a rendition of Blue Skies and Rainbows that made tears float in his eyes. He guessed that was why so many people fell in love with her, why she had so many fans and followers. He expected the song to blow up within the next day, hundreds of views and likes, but when he checked, it only had a handful. Didn't they feel it, like he did? He sent the link to his dad. "Maybe you could share," he texted. Later that day, in his feed, he saw his dad's caption, "Our very own Annie Boudreau," and he'd posted the video. People began commenting right away, brought tears to my eyes. He clicked like. That night, he pulled out some sheet music and his guitar. He sat for a while before starting to play. He hadn't played in the house since Mary had died. He didn't last long. The sound echoing off the walls still felt too hard, too raw. Playing with Annie had made him forget, for just a moment, how hard life had been. He wasn't bogged down in the pressure of just surviving. He felt alive again. He wanted to play music again, but doing it alone in the house wasn't going to give him the feeling he sought. No, he'd have to chase it, and that meant going back to choir practice. The next day when he ran into town, it was as if someone had answered his prayer. As soon as he walked into the grocery store, he saw her. She stood at the front with one of the managers. He picked up the few things he needed, keeping an eye on her as she talked to Lloyd Hooley. He tried waiting it out, but it looked like the manager was showing her around. Annie wasn't working at the grocery store, was she? He wished he had left when he had the chance, with the look on her face when she saw him. She gave a slight wave, holding a folder in one hand and a maroon smock, with the store's logo in the other. "You working here?" he asked, as she walked up to him. She let out a sigh. "Guess so." Her shoulders fell forward as she looked down at the shirt in her hand. "I was going to stop by the farm and ask if you're going to choir practice again." He didn't need to beat around the bush. "Will you be there?" she asked. He wondered what Phil would think of it. "I plan to be." She looked down at a piece of paper. "Looks like I have Wednesday night free." He had been around his father long enough to recognize when someone needed guidance. A pastor's house always had an open-door policy, or at least his father's did. People from every walk of life came through his door, mostly parishioners, but sometimes men and women he'd never even seen before. It didn't matter to Phil, he always had his arms open, just not for his own son. The right thing to do was talk to her, ask if she was okay, but he changed the subject. "Hey, I really liked that new song of yours." Her face fell. "You and my sisters." She gave a half-hearted smile, lifting the shirt. "I'm on the lookout for a new career, so I don't think I have time for practicing with the choir after all." She gave a little wave and turned for the door. "Thanks, though." "It needs something more, another riff," he called after her. She stopped and faced him, a line creased between her eyes. "I thought you said you liked it." "I did." He didn't know what he was doing. He had no business helping Annie through her pain when he was still trapped in his own. But he was on the hunt for a remedy, and playing with Annie was it. "It needs a guitar, maybe even a bass beat in the background. It's beautiful with the banjo, but a guitar could soften it." She thought about it for a moment. "Would you play it for me, the way you think it should sound?" "You want me to play?" he asked, surprised. "Can you still play?" He crossed her arms against his chest. I can play. You didn't do much more than strum the other night. Bill could have done better. Wow. If he hadn't known all the pain she had gone through, he'd be insulted. He didn't need to prove anything to anyone. Bill has nothing on me. She smiled, twisting her smock in her hand. Okay then, let's play. Tell me when, and I'll be there. Come to the farm at... She looked at her phone. You want to come and eat, and then we could play? A home-cooked meal sounded like heaven. He hadn't had one in years. That sounds perfect. Another riff? What did that mean? Did he really like the song? She looked at the post for the 100th time that day as she walked. 20 likes, 46 views. Ugh. She stuffed her phone in her purse, then sat down on the ground in front of Michael's grave. Silk flowers had been placed next to the headstone. Mrs. Montgomery always put out some sort of fake flowers. She wondered what Michael's mother thought of her gifts. I got you your favorite this time. She set down the bag. I got it at the grocery store, so there's no complaining. Just the way you liked it. A glazed donut. So simple it almost made her crazy. How could he not like chocolate frosting or sprinkles? Maple flavoring or jelly filling? Michael only wanted glazed, and only from the grocery store, even if there was a perfectly good bakery downtown. Looks like I'm going to be getting you all the glazed donuts you'd like. Tears stung her eyes, her throat tightening up. She looked up at the sky, wishing she could throw that donut or smash it into the ground. Life was so unfair. First, Michael. Then Ricky left her. Now her career had tanked. She was going to be a grocery store cashier, and everyone coming through that line would ask her why. Weren't you going to be a singer? They'd ask. Weren't you that girl who sang that song? They wouldn't remember the name of the song that won her a country music award, the same year Shania Twain won her 4th. Best New Female Artist. Ricky had attended, but she'd thanked her parents and sisters for everything they had done for her. Now she wished she had never met Ricky, never fell in love with him. He didn't stick around long after the award. Maybe if he had, his jealousy would have been appeased, seeing her career stall. She expected big names to be calling her, asking to make songs with her, writing her next big hit, but only little trickles of interest came in. Her agent called it the Oscar effect. After a year, she had to beg her agent to return her calls. You have to prove to them you can produce more than one song. How can I if no one records my songs? Go to Nashville or Austin, he suggested. Get a standing gig at a bar. It was exactly where he'd found her. She was already old news. Get out of the way, Annie Boudreau. Let the newer, younger version of yourself get her chance at heartbreak. When Luke arrived, the whole family was home, along with the Gundersons. Her longtime neighbors, who lived up the road, also were becoming part of the family. Sam, the oldest of the Gunderson men, rekindled their high school romance after her divorce and were nauseatingly adorable. Rosie and Ryan were made for each other. They were in complete sync with their love of horses and the prairie. The sisters dating the brothers made for a great bar story, but Annie honestly couldn't see her sisters with any other men. Mama had made a pot roast, and they all sat around the table, talking and laughing. The Gunderson men stood to greet him, hands crossing over the table, the small town connection that never went away. Welcome, Luke, Maggie said, as he gave her a potted herb from his farm. Georgie said as she gestured him toward a chair, You here to play with Annie? He nodded, pulling out a chair. Thank you for including me. This looks great. Dinner had been more boisterous than usual, most definitely because of the new visitor. Annie caught flack before he arrived. You invited Luke Nelson to dinner? We're practicing for the choir, and he said he'd help me with my song. They had stopped giving her a hard time when he arrived. Luke had been quiet throughout dinner, which was easy to understand, considering how everyone was talking over everyone else. Dinner at the Boudreau family table was a sight to be seen. 3 different conversations might be happening at once. They'd ask him questions, but with the general tumult, he could get away with short answers. "Did my family freak you out?" she asked as they walked out to the barn. How different dinner had been without her dad. "I'm staying above the barn, and we can play there." "Can we play in here?" he asked, looking down the row of stalls. Her sister's horses had been brought in from the fields. "You want to play for the horses? The acoustics are perfect." Luke walked down the corridor and stopped in the middle of the barn, close to Midnight's and Beau's stalls. "Will the music bother them?" She shook her head. "I don't think so. They can handle all of us, so I don't think a little country will kill them." She looked around. "I'll go grab some folding chairs." "Do you want help?" he asked. "I'm good. I'll be right back." When she returned, he was looking at a painting her mother had done when she was a little girl, a view of the farm from the road. "Why do they call this place the French farm?" "Boudreau is French." She grabbed the chairs from the storage room, and when she returned, Luke held Beau's muzzle in his hands, the horse clearly enjoying the attention. Her heart did a little flip-flop, just enough to catch her attention. What was that? "You ride?" "No." He continued to pet Beau. "I just love animals." "Do you have any livestock?" "I have chickens right now, thinking about getting some goats. Maybe some cattle." He grabbed a chair out of her arms and unfolded it. "But I'd love a horse." "Get one." He shrugged. "I don't have anyone to ride it." "You could." "I never grew up with horses." He shook his head. "I didn't even have fish." She thought about his childhood home in town, right next door to the church. "I could teach you to ride." She had been on a horse most of her life. If her life had been more stable, she'd have one of her own, but luckily Rosie's obsession allowed her access. His eyes crinkled when he smiled, reminding her of the boy she'd known. "That'd be great." He caught her eye, and something again stirred in her belly. "Remember when we went to Minneapolis that night?" Her words came out sharp, but she didn't want to look as if she'd been hot and bothered. "How could I forget? It was the first time I'd been without my parents." They had driven his yellow Toyota truck. "I still can't believe we didn't get caught." "Do you remember the flat tire?" He let out a laugh. "I thought that dude was going to kill us." "I know." She had forgotten about the flat tire and the weird man in a raincoat who'd helped change it. He was so scary. "Michael never talked to me again after that." "What?" She stopped laughing and looked up at him. She wasn't sure she'd heard him right. It had been the weekend before Michael's death, but Michael had helped cover for them. "He was upset?" Luke shrugged. He couldn't go and was mad about it. He also didn't like the idea of his best friend bringing his girlfriend to the cities. This was completely new to her. Either she'd blocked it out and completely forgotten, or missed it entirely. "He was mad at you?" She remembered Michael being concerned about the drive, about going to the cities by themselves and lying to their parents. What they were doing was risky, but she had thought he was excited for her. She had made a recording, sent it out to the clubs, and landed a gig. In a dank bar in Minneapolis, maybe, but a gig, nonetheless. "Yeah." Lukey looked ahead. "He never talked to me again." Her heart dropped. The look on his face showed what she imagined was a huge scar, and it was all because of her. She did remember how hesitant he had been about it all, and she had begged him to do it. "I am so sorry," she said, reaching out, placing her hand on his arm. "I would never have made you go if I had known. I feel terrible." He shook his head. "Don't. It was Michael's deal. I wanted to play." He crossed his leg, resting his ankle on his knee, and leaned back in the chair. He would have come around, given time. She nodded. He was right. It was that simple. A stupid fight among friends. Michael had known how much she loved him. Hadn't he? She had never known him to be jealous. "I still visit him whenever I can." The confession seemed right. Luke was probably the only other person who understood how she felt. He knew how crazy in love they had been. Everyone else thought they were just silly kids. That had been the worst thing. She had lost the love of her life, but to others, Michael was just a high school boyfriend. But Luke had been there through it all. He and Michael were inseparable. They lived next door to one another. They played hockey together. After Michael's mother had died, he'd practically lived at Luke's house. Luke was the only non-Montgomery to carry his casket. He knew they were in love. "I visit him too." She smiled, happy to hear that. "I usually visit both of them when I go there." She noticed he didn't say Mary's name. It had been Mama who had filled her in about Mary. "It's cancer, and she lost the baby." "Oh no," she'd said over the phone. "They're giving her 6 months." Her heart broke for Luke. She had only met Mary a handful of times, but they'd seemed so happy. "I'm sorry you had to lose her too." She knew the pain all too well. "I'm really sorry you had to lose Michael." Tears threatened, but she held them back. "Yeah, well, we wouldn't be here otherwise, I guess." She wondered what her life would have been like. Had Michael lived? Would they have been married? Or would they have gone their separate ways, like everyone thought? "Let's play some music, yeah?" he said, his Minnesotan accent thick. "Show me that riff you're speaking of." She put her banjo in her lap. He began thrumming the strings, his boot tapping the beat. He was right, the wood absorbed the sounds perfectly. Luke varied from the C major, creating a bluesy, twangier sound. "I like it." She took her pick out of the strings and tapped her foot to the beat before joining in. Her banjo took the lead. She started off softer than before, hitting the notes more slowly, taking her time, but projecting the chorus powerfully. Luke joined in, singing low-back vocals, and it worked. "That was great," she said, as soon as the song was over. It was. He did a couple more strums with a beat at the end. "That was really great. Like old times." "Just like old times?" He looked at her, his eyes intense, but happy. "Would you record this with me?" She pulled out her phone. She wanted to get this up. This was what she needed to get people's attention. The look on his face said it was the last thing he wanted to do. "Sure." She jumped out of her chair, the banjo jangling between them as she hugged him. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I promise I will get you to ride like a cowboy." He laughed, but still looked concerned. "You really want to put this up?" She could feel his hesitation. "Let's do it." She grabbed another chair, setting the phone on the seat. She sat back down and said, "Hey, y'all, I'm here with my good friend Luke, and we're going to play my new song, and maybe another one, if I can convince him." She winked at him, then counted out, as both of them tapped their toes together. They began, and it was just like they had never been apart. They played in sync, perfectly matching chords and notes. She had never played with someone so in tune with her. When the song ended, she didn't even ask, just turned to the camera and said, "This next one is the first song we ever sang together as kids." He gave her a look, and she began strumming the chords to "Move Up a Little Higher," but not like when they were kids. When she hit the minor chords, he joined in right away, as if they had rehearsed. She began singing, changing the gospel from a bluesy tone to a slow and low country song. At the end, Luke gave a holler, and she reached over and hugged him again. That was fun, she said, then turned to the camera. Hope you have a nice night, folks. Chapter 4. By morning, she had over 1,000 likes and 65 shares. When Whiskey Riff put it on their feed, she hit over 10,000 views. 10,000! She exclaimed. She and Luke were the first to arrive at the choir loft. She couldn't wait to show him. Have you read the comments? He shook his head. You haven't. She hadn't stopped looking. All day and through the night, she kept checking the numbers. She had Olivia checking. When she babysat Emma for Hannah, she played on the floor with her phone. Her fans loved the song. So did Keith Urban, who put it on his feed, which gained even more traction for her page. Her Instagram grew by thousands of followers overnight. One woman even said we looked like we were really in love. She winked to soften the mood, which felt tense and uneasy. She handed over her phone to show him, but instead of being excited, Luke laughed. In love? He chuckled. She shrugged. They loved it. We should do it again. He shook his head. I don't think so. Disappointment welled up inside her. She wanted to keep up the momentum. She'd forgotten how well he played, and his smooth tenor voice suited hers surprisingly well. They played effortlessly together. She had missed playing with friends, not worrying about the next show, the next break, who was sitting in the audience, who was watching her that night. No, playing with Luke was magical. All of life's struggles disappeared as they played together. I've got this song that would sound great with your voice. She had looked through all her notebooks the night before, not able to rest until she knew what was next. She opened up the notebook. It's got a funky vibe. She passed it to him as he sat down. You're in a bit of a whirlwind, huh? But he smiled, looking down at the page of scribbles, lyrics on one side, bar lines on the other. Do you know how amazing this is? She wanted him to understand that getting recognized wasn't easy. Annie had been trying for years, posting videos, streaming live, anything to get exposure, even stupid things. Sure, she had fans from her early years, but she never grew her audience as much as she had wanted. This could jumpstart something, and she needed it to continue. I need you, Luke. People liked us. They liked you. I just played in the background. The women loved you. She looked at the post again. It's over 54,000. He let out a long breath, clearly not as excited as she was. He put the notebook down on a chair and picked up his guitar. His thumbs strummed out the introduction. She jogged over to the piano, swung onto the bench, and opened the cover. You're playing the piano for this one? You'll sing the chorus after the second stanza. She laid into the keys, pounding out the opening and bringing down the tempo as she sang the lyrics. She almost wished she had filmed it right then and there, because she played like she hadn't played in years. When they finished, some of the choir had arrived and were listening. They all clapped, and Annie knew when she looked at Luke that he was in. When do you want to record the video? He asked. A smile flashed across her face. How about after practice? How about in the sanctuary? Pastor Phil said from the door. The acoustics would be really cool. Her mind was already going a mile a minute. No. Luke shook his head. Not at church. She shot Luke a look, not understanding. But it'd sound good. He didn't meet her gaze, his focus on his dad. I won't play in the sanctuary, and you know that. Well, you also said you wouldn't come back to choir practice, and here you are. Pastor Phil held out his arms. We can do it at my place. He put his guitar back in his case, getting up from the chair. I need to head back, but come by after practice. He snapped the latches shut, grabbed his guitar, and walked out of the church. She turned to the pastor, who shook his head, watching his son leave. An endless series of questions fluttered in her mind as she stayed behind to practice with the choir. Once again, she led the group, playing the piano, helping them through the songs, giving her spin on each. When she left practice, the sun hovered over the horizon like the golden arm of God, putting the world to bed. She hoped they'd have time at the farm before it was gone. She gasped at the beauty as she pulled up to Luke's farmhouse. It had to have been built just after the turn of the century, one of those tall, grand farmhouses. There was a wide, sweeping porch along the front of the house and rolling hills as far as the eye could see. A huge red barn anchored the farm. "This place is incredible," she said when he came out on the porch. She pointed to the fields. "A nice spot to ride." He nodded, his arms folded across his chest. "Sorry about earlier." She climbed the steps, hoping to read his face. "You know you don't have to play with me. We don't have to do this." She silently prayed he wouldn't stop. "I want to." He let out a heavy breath. "I need to." He spoke so quietly she almost couldn't hear him. "But Phil and I don't see eye to eye on things right now." Annie didn't push, but the statement had surprised her. Pastor Phil had always been such a great strength for her family. He'd guided them through all the ups and downs, with God's grace. If anything, she'd thought about how lucky Luke was to have him as a father. To call his own father Phil showed his feelings pretty clearly. "Can we play out in your field, over by the barn?" The barn was an American icon. The years showed in the peeling paint, but it didn't spoil the image. "You might get drowned out by the crickets." "I brought some recording stuff." She pointed to her car. The back seat was stacked with crates of equipment she used on the road. A mic, her DOW, some speakers, a shotgun mic, and her favorite lavalier mic for times like this. He nodded. "Let's play some music." They set up as the sky turned a deeper shade of pink above. The first take was a disaster. The second was still pretty rough. Just as the top of the sky faded to lavender with the sun, an orange wave against the black silhouette of Earth, they fell into their rhythm again. Goosebumps rose on her neck as Luke improvised, and she couldn't help but laugh in wonder as she watched him. She played her old guitar, her prized possession, but let Luke take the lead. As they finished, they looked at each other, grinning. With a few finishing chords, she let out a whoop. "All right." Luke hugged his guitar, waiting. She realized he was waiting for another song. "That's it." "We aren't playing another song?" She almost said no, but stopped. "What do you want to play?" He looked up at the rafters, thinking, and said, "How about Music Breaks Your Heart?" "Wow, that's an oldie." She adjusted her guitar. "Okay, let's go." She counted down and began to play. It had been her first song on the radio and barely got any traction. It wasn't until the second song was released that she got any recognition. Just in time, too, because they were about to drop her after the first release was a complete failure. She hadn't lived in Prairie Valley for more than 10 years by then. She didn't think anyone from home was interested in her career as a singer. Luke played in B-flat, bluesy and slow. Not upbeat like the original, but this way, her voice took center stage. He played the guitar like someone who'd never stopped playing, spinning the riffs boldly. With each chord, her heart filled with emotion. She had paid her dues in this business, given her soul, and for what? Music had broken her heart. But sitting in the middle of nowhere with Luke, pouring her heart into the song, reminded her why she loved it so much. It fed her soul. "Woo-wee!" she laughed out as tears filled her eyes. "That was good." Luke smiled but gave her a look that sent electric currents all the way to her toes. She quickly turned to the camera and said, "You all have a nice night," and ran to shut it off. "You want to play it again?" he asked. She shook her head, not having to look at the recording. because she knew it was perfect. "You got a piano?" she asked. "It's Mary's." He stopped as if to make the point clear. "It's in the living room." "Would she mind if I played it?" He paused for a second, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. "I think she'd be delighted, actually." And a smile spread across her face like sunshine rising in the east. "Let's play some music." Luke walked up the sidewalk to the church to meet his father for coffee. He knew Phil would be expecting an apology for his behavior at choir practice, leaving in a huff, showing his feelings in public. Annie's question had stunned him. He had been touched deeply by the respect and care she'd shown for Mary in asking how she would feel. Everyone else focused on the living, the ones who'd lost her. But it was Mary who'd lost it all. As a pastor, Phil kept a certain distance. He praised God for his plan, his word, his sacrifice. When his mom died, Phil was stoic. He held everything together, but it was for the congregation. When Mary died, he tried to counsel, wanted weekly meetings. If he had lost control of his emotions, showed his true feelings, he'd disturb his parishioners, show them exactly how it felt when the worst day of your life arrives. Mary would have loved to see him play with Annie. She loved music, loved singing. She also was the kind of woman who celebrated others, someone who followed the good book's ways. If she and Annie had ever hung out, they would be fast friends. He walked past the doors to the sanctuary and stopped, looking in the window. It was dark inside. He could just make out the stained glass window in the back. A flash of Mary's coffin made him wince, the bouquet of white lilies and chrysanthemums spilling over the top, her sisters holding hands and singing a hymn, and the most beautiful person in the world leaving him, forever. "You and Annie are all over the internet." Phil walked out of the office, reaching out a hand. Luke took it and shook. No hug this time. Fair enough. He'd get right to it. "I'm sorry about the other night." His dad rocketed back on his heels, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "Why won't you go inside?" He let out a huff. "Going in there isn't going to make me not mad at God." "I know that," he said, "but it's also a place where your community celebrates." "And mourns?" he snapped back. "Seeing you in church means something to me." "You just want the optics." He put his hands on his hips. "You don't like how it looks, the pastor's son missing from Sunday service?" "I have never been perfect, the Lord knows, but I do know what I'm talking about." His dad placed his hand on shoulder. "Spending time together as a community with the people we care about can help us get through the pain of losing someone we loved." Luke choked up. "You don't get it." His dad leaned closer. "Son, I get it more than anybody else." Luke stepped away, and his dad's hand dropped. "Carrying on with business as usual isn't getting it. Mom died, and you gave the sermon. I sat with my grandparents at my mother's funeral, went home, and you greeted everyone as if it were any other day. It is mind-blowing that you, of all people, counselor to the whole town, couldn't even talk to his own son. I don't go in that room because I can't bring myself to listen to your sermons." The insult hit his father like a punch in the stomach. His eyes and mouth opened wide. "That's unfair. I tried to talk to you. You wanted nothing to do with me. Why do you think I set up this time with you? You treat me like one of your parishioners. You talk to me like my pastor, not my dad." "It's what I know. I follow God. I look to Him to guide me through life. I don't fight His word. I can't get behind the idea that it was God's plan to take away everything I love, my mother, my baby, my wife." His dad dropped his head, shaking it, then looked up at him with disappointed eyes. "He didn't take them away, but gave them to you, to experience the joy, the happiness, and the love they gave you." Luke almost laughed at his dad's delusion. Emotions brewed in his eyes. And if you don't start paying attention, you might be missing the other gifts God is trying to give you. Right, he said sarcastically. Annie goes to church with her family every Sunday. You've been playing a lot with Luke, Georgie said, folding her laundry on the coffee table as the sisters watched Family Feud. Annie thought about the night at his farm. The whole place felt warm and familiar, yet strange and foreign at the same time. The house looked lived in, like a family had been living there. Not messy, but worn. Framed photographs of Luke and Mary adorned the walls. I don't know what it is, but when we play together, it's like a two-step. He leads me with his guitar, and I sing and play to his lead. I've never experienced anything like it. You like him? Georgie stopped in mid-fold to see Annie's reaction. Of all people, Georgie would understand. She had known Michael and Luke through school and church. She had been there for her when Michael had died. I'm not sure what I'm feeling. I feel something familiar and exciting, but he lost his wife, and I don't know if I'm just nostalgic for old times. You two look happy together when you play. Georgie gave her a sympathetic smile. Annie picked out a towel from the basket, still warm and fragrant from the dryer. I don't know. You deserve someone nice, like Luke. Georgie pulled out another towel and held it in her arms, tucking it under her chin. Annie felt the sting of tears prick the back of her eyes. I think I'm just a mess. As she folded the towel, her phone started vibrating against the coffee table. Luke's name popped up on the screen. Speak of the devil, Georgie smirked. Annie rolled her eyes. Hey! She got up from the couch, her sister's eyes burning into the back of her head. Georgie wanted to hear this conversation, but Annie walked into the kitchen, then out the door. She brushed her fingers through her hair, shaking it out, as if he could see her through the phone. How's it going? Good. You? She asked, hoping he'd agree to come by. She had texted him earlier and hadn't heard from him. You still want to play tonight? She could hear him turn off an engine in the background. My place or yours? She hoped he'd suggest his place, away from her family's prying eyes, but he said, Would you mind yours? She looked at Georgie, who was peeking out the window. Sounds great. Mama suggested they play on the back porch. At first, Luke sat stiffly with the women surrounding him, but soon they all loosened up, the two of them playing until the lightning bugs and crickets sang. Charlie filmed again. For a few songs, everyone had joined in by clapping, tapping a beat, and whooping out at the end. Even Emma clapped her chubby hands in Hannah's arms. Olivia rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder as they sat on the porch swing, listening. Annie gave him a long hug goodbye when he left. How about tomorrow night? She asked. Same time. He started walking over to his truck. See you then. She waved from the porch. He tipped his hat and put his guitar on the back seat of his truck. She watched him drive away and out of sight before going back inside. Georgie stood in the middle of the kitchen, her arms crossed, her eyes on Annie. You'd better be careful with him. What's that supposed to mean? He's got it bad for you. Georgie looked concerned. He doesn't. He just enjoys playing. Annie, he looked at you like a puppy dog while you guys played. That's not true. Annie walked out to the porch to grab her phone and guitar. She would edit out some of the banter with the family, but all in all, she had some great footage. Just be careful is all I'm saying. Annie's mouth dropped open. I'm not forcing him to do this, Georgie. How long are you planning to stay this time? How's Sam? Annie wasn't going to get into this with Georgie. She might be the older sister, but in no way could she or should she be giving anyone advice. You're literally stringing the poor guy along. Am not. Georgie closed her mouth and went back to the laundry. After Family Feud and a rerun of Jeopardy, she punched her sister in the shoulder. "See ya, loser!" "Ha, ha." Georgie got up, the laundry folded in the basket. "I do like having you back. Maybe you could stay?" Annie tried to focus on the positives, like having her sisters, her best friends, around her through her rock-bottom moment. But the feeling of shame flooded her like a silk scarf dropped into the river. It can float for a while, but once the water seeps in, it sinks quickly. What would she do with the rest of her life? She leaned in on Georgie, hugging her, but actually needing her sister to hold her up for just a second, just long enough to make it across the driveway to the barn. The spotlight above the sliding doors flashed on with their movements. Above the stalls was Rosie's apartment, which she'd agreed to share with Annie for the time being, since Hannah and Emma had moved into her room. When she walked inside, Rosie was already getting in bed. "You're already going to sleep?" She looked at her phone. "It's only 9:30. I literally get up before dawn." Rosie adjusted herself in the bed and opened up a book, then placed it on her chest when Annie didn't move. "What's with you?" "Georgie is making a thing between me and Luke." "Is there something going on between you two?" she asked. Annie shook her head. "Even if there were feelings, which there are not, things are just too complicated." It was about the music with Luke. The night at his place, when he let her play the piano, he'd made it clear it was Mary's. He wasn't over his wife, nor should he be. He'd lost the love of his life. What happened while they played wasn't love. It was a relief from the pain, an escape, like a drug. He was in love with the feeling of playing with her. He wasn't in love with her. "She's just worried about you, we all are." "What's that supposed to mean?" It was one jab after another, tonight. "You've had a hard year, what with losing your job and leaving Ricky and Nashville." Life seriously couldn't get any lower. Her baby sister thought she was pathetic. "Thank you for pointing out all my failures to me." She left the room, shutting the bedroom door, trying to control her anger. She squeezed her fists together, gritting her teeth to hold back her scream. They had no clue. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Luke's text popped up on her screen. "Tonight was fun." "Thanks." Always is. "XOXO," she wrote back. She held the phone against her chest, falling on her back onto the bed. Chapter 5. Annie held Emma as they all sat in the third pew, waiting for the church service to begin. Everyone was in their Sunday best, even baby Emma, who wore a little sundress with a matching bow around her head. Her chubby baby legs were clad in white tights, and on her feet were the smallest patent leather shoes Annie had ever seen. "They're so adorable," she said again to Hannah, who'd got the outfit from Georgie. "Those were Olivia's." Georgie smiled as she tweaked Emma's tiny foot. "I wish I could go back in time and have my babies for one more day." Annie wished she had been around more when the kids were growing up. Already her niece was practically a young woman. Her nephew acted more and more like Georgie's boyfriend, Sam, a rough and tough cowboy. "I feel like Emma's growing up so fast." "I can't imagine what it would be like having my own kids." She hadn't really thought about kids lately, but in Nashville they were always on her mind. Every year past 30 was another year without a baby, without a husband, without a family. Never did she imagine herself a stay-at-home housewife, but she didn't imagine she'd end up as the old spinster either. Living alone with her cats, in a house the neighborhood children played pranks on. No, she envisioned a nuclear family with at least a dog, maybe a horse if she made it. But like so many other things in Annie's life, it seemed as if that, too, was only a dream, a wish on a star, a hope lost forever. Except recently, when she thought of Luke, she could feel that tiny bit of hope, the small sliver of a chance. Could something be happening between the two of them? Maybe her sisters were right. Maybe there was something between them, a chemistry that went beyond the music and friendship. Or maybe it was just wishful thinking on all their parts. "Always a dreamer," Mama would say. "Your head's in the clouds again." And during church service, when Pastor Phil gave his sermon, Luke was all she thought about. The way he played his guitar, or the way he looked at her while she sang, or how he seemed to see inside her soul. She wanted to talk about her post and how the likes and shares kept going up each time she checked it. "Annie, put your phone away," Mama hissed next to her. She immediately felt like a kid sneaking in her Walkman. She made a face and silently mouthed, "Sorry." When the sermon was over and everyone congregated in the fellowship hall, she was greeted by former classmates and people she had known back in the day. "I think I saw you in some video recently with Luke Nelson," said the former prom queen, Sophia Lundberg. Her face puckered like she had tasted a lime. "Shame you couldn't get your singing career off the ground." A choice word almost slipped out before Pastor Phil came and interrupted them. "Hello, Annie," he said, still in his robe. "How's it going, Pastor Phil?" She looked around one last time. "I didn't see Luke here today." Pastor Phil shook his head. "I'm afraid Luke stopped coming to service." So he wasn't going to church. Mama had been right. She thought about how he'd walked out the other night. "He doesn't come to church at all?" Phil shook his head. "You seem to get him in ways no one else does, especially not his old man." Pastor Phil looked out the window to the garden beyond. Music can do that for people. She had always felt that way. Music could lift your spirits, give them an escape, help answer their questions, even cure a broken heart. At least she hoped so. "It's nice seeing you two sing together again." Pastor Phil suddenly jerked his head in the other direction as Gail Hendricks waved for his attention. "I hope you keep singing." "I enjoy it." Maybe it was her, or maybe it was the way Pastor Phil left without another word, but something about the way he'd looked out at the garden told her that whatever the reason Luke wasn't attending church, it did not sit well with the pastor. On the way home, Annie drove with Mama, Rosie, and Georgie, while Olivia went with Jessie and Charlie. The Boudreau family was too large to take one car now. It was funny how her family always felt big and boisterous. Funny how they'd never felt complete until Rosie. It took 14 years to get everything right. Then came Olivia and Charlie, and now Ryan and Jessie. Sam would join at some point. Everyone had extended the family except her. "Feels like the day you were born." She pointed to grayish-green clouds crawling against the horizon. Thunderstorms were predicted for the afternoon. Rosie rolled her eyes. "I seriously hear that story every day of my life." Annie would never forget her mama having Rosie on the kitchen floor, Daddy about to pass out, Georgie running to bring help. "I thought I was going to have to catch you like a football when Georgie left for the Gundersons' farm." Annie laughed at her panic, but it had felt very real then. She had never been so scared in her life. "I swear you wanted to see that thunderstorm," Mama said to Rosie. "My contractions were coming on so fast." "Georgie and I stayed up all night." "It was the first night you two were ever alone." Mama sat in the passenger's seat. Georgie almost always drove now. "I can't believe you left us by ourselves." Annie leaned forward, sticking her head between them. Maggie lifted her hands. "It was the 90s." Annie laughed with Rosie. "We were so excited." They had stayed up all night. Georgie had told her about her first kiss with Sam on the porch. "I think I'm in love," she had confessed. They came up with middle names and babysitting schedules, and who would be in Georgie's wedding party. They promised to protect Rosie and make sure she dated sensible men. They'd all live in Prairie Valley, along with their fabulous husbands. Her sisters' lives weren't far off the mark at this point. They'd both found true love, true happiness. Why had it been always so hard for her? And there was a part of her that wasn't so sure she'd ever be truly in love again. Her heart wouldn't allow it. Have you two decided on a wedding date? I want a spring wedding. Rosie sat in the back seat, looking out the window as if picturing it all in her head. We're going to have the reception in the heated barn at his place, have a bonfire outside, with dancing inside. Rosie's couldn't hide her excitement, her grin so wide, her smile was all you could see. We'll get married at the Four Corners. That sounds beautiful. Annie had never wanted a white wedding, but there in the middle of Concordia Lutheran Church, she'd married Ricky. The day had gone fine, but she knew the moment she walked down the aisle that she had made a mistake. It took 4 years, 2 lawyers, and most of her money to get divorced. She lost everything, including her house. Would you sing? Rosie asked. I'd love to. But selfishly, she didn't want to have to perform in front of Prairie Valley, on display at her baby sister's wedding. She could only imagine what kinds of things they'd say. She used to be on the Billboard charts and now sings at weddings. What was that song she sang? Wasn't she like some singer before? Ugh. The rest of the way home from church, Annie looked out the window at the familiar landmarks, places she'd never paid full attention to, but known in every detail from driving past them for 20 years. Nothing much ever changed in Prairie Valley. Except for Luke. She thought of Pastor Phil's comment, people left church for all kinds of reasons. Lives changed, people changed. But what about Luke? Had it just got too weird, having his daddy as the preacher? Annie always seemed to lean on her family when things were tough, but she'd never needed a church to practice her faith. It was more of a scheduled time to see your friends and family, a place to celebrate and grieve. Did he attend a different church, or had he stopped going entirely? She pulled out her phone and texted Luke, "Come over for Sunday lunch." She saw the dots flash on her screen, then stop. Tons of food. Nothing. We could go riding. Still nothing. Just as they pulled into the driveway, her phone dinged with a message. What can I bring? Her heart did a little pitter-patter as she saw his response. A guitar. She didn't know exactly how she felt, but she knew it was special, with Luke. When she was around him, when she thought about him, when she played music with him, it felt real. And the more time she spent with him, the more she wanted to spend time with him. Luke seemed to get her, and not many people did. He never questioned her nomad lifestyle, bad marriage, or even worse, boyfriend, how her career never went anywhere, or how country music didn't seem to have room for her anymore. As she waited for him, her tummy swirled with feelings like the storm up above. Wind whistled through the open windows on the porch side of the kitchen, snapping the curtains. Just as she saw his truck pull up to the house, hail started coming down, bouncing off the ground, pounding the roof, dinging off all the cars. "Hurry!" she called from the kitchen door, opening it wide for him. He ran toward the house and up the steps. When he reached the door, he removed his baseball cap, pulling his fingers through his auburn locks, and he looked even more handsome than the day before. "Thanks for coming," she finally said, after she realized she'd been staring at his Caribbean green eyes. "I left my guitar in the truck," he said, shaking off the wetness. A thunderclap slammed close by, shaking the house on its foundation. "We'll grab it later. Let's get inside." The storm didn't have a chance of drowning out the group inside the Boudreaux family kitchen. Everyone shouted across the table, laughing and talking, telling stories about the old times. Luke stayed quiet again, but Annie noticed he smiled more, and even joined in with a story about farming. And just as fast as it rolled in, the storm left the prairie, and the sky opened up. Hot summer sun streamed down, and steam rose from the earth. "Let's go riding." She took his hand and dragged him toward the barn. I better head back to the farm. I have a ton of work that needs to be done. Really? She was disappointed. We could play some music together. He kicked his boots into the gravel, stuffing his hands into his pockets. All right, but let me get you dinner. Was this a date? Or were they just becoming friends? Whatever it was, she liked it. A lot. They didn't end up riding. Instead, they watched as the kids raced around the barrels at speeds he couldn't even imagine on a horse. The little guy, Charlie, spun around the barrels so fast he was sure he'd slip off, but he didn't have an ounce of fear. Go grab your guitar, Annie demanded, and we can play by the lake. You won't get good sound, he said, thinking about recording. The storm had left a cool wind behind. She shook her head. Let's just play. I'd like that. It's just a short walk, she said, pointing down a path through the trees. Sounds great. As she walked, Luke couldn't help but notice how pretty she looked in her Sunday dress, how it accentuated every part of her body. Her hair hung loose, falling perfectly around her face. Annie had always been Michael's girl. Not that a pastor's son would have a shot with a girl like her. Would he, even now? Annie was the kind of woman who everyone loved to be around, and she especially liked to play music. That was all it was. She followed the music, just like he did. He was sure she wasn't fantasizing about his hair. They played well together, really well together. That was all. She led him down a trail that opened up to a small lake with weathered Adirondack chairs and a picnic table. There was a well-used fire pit, and a dock jutted out over the water. This is beautiful! Cattails grew along the water's edge, with red-winged blackbirds perched on the bobbing stems. Sunlight reflected in soft ripples on the water as ducks swam across the surface. Sam and Georgie fixed this place all up. She pointed to the lake. The dock had been falling apart for years. Luke hadn't known this lake even existed. You sure we're lucky to grow up on a farm like this? Annie took her sandals off, and with her guitar, she walked down to the end of the dock and took a seat, swinging her feet into the water. Come on, she called back to him. He looked down at his boots. With a shrug, he pulled them off and rolled up his jeans. I'm glad you came over, she said. I'm glad I came too. He hadn't been this content in so long. She took his hand and squeezed it. Want to play some music? The sun twinkled in her eyes, and he knew there was no turning back. He had already fallen. Absolutely. They stayed out there all afternoon, and only stopped playing when Luke's stomach rumbled louder than the bullfrogs. They had played some oldies from church, which made her think about Pastor Phil and what he had said, but she didn't ask him about it. It wasn't her place to go digging into his personal life. Why he didn't go to church was his business. It didn't take a rocket scientist to know the man had gone through a lot, and that was bound to change him. She wasn't going to judge. When they walked back to his truck, he asked, Do you still want to grab a bite to eat? She looked up at the house, noticing a pair of eyes at the kitchen window. Rosie's eyes, to be exact. Sounds great. She couldn't believe her sisters sometimes. Where would you like to go? I have a couple steaks at my place. Well, that sounds fantastic. She followed him to the truck and jumped in, not looking at the house again. She knew Rosie wasn't leaving that window until they were good and gone. She could feel her phone vibrating in her back pocket, probably with texts from her. Her sister didn't know how to stay out of anyone's business. The afternoon storm broke the humidity, and the night's temperature was perfect. Luke grilled the steaks on the back porch as Annie told him about Nashville and playing at the blue guitar. I was fired, basically, she confessed. She hadn't really even told the whole truth to Mama. Billy replaced me without even having the guts to tell me. She could still see his pathetic face when she confronted him. I loved playing there. Now she could see everything clearly in the rearview mirror. Funny how time could make her see things differently. All the guys she ever picked after Mikhail were completely wrong for her. Never did she feel the same way about them as she did for him. Had that been on purpose? That was until right now, sitting on the patio, talking to Luke. She liked him. She really liked him. She wondered what he thought of her. He had listened to everything without butting in with his own thoughts or opinions, something neither Ricky nor Billy had ever done. "Sounds like a jerk," he finally said, setting down a platter of smoking barbecued steaks. "Looks wonderful." She placed the napkin in her lap. She looked across the yard, out to the fields. This is one of the prettiest places on earth. When he played later, she couldn't help but notice his muscular forearms, built up from working the fields, how his right cheek quirked up when he played well, or how he blushed when she looked at him while she sang. By the end of the night, they ended up on the porch. Then they rocked in the 2 chairs, listening to the crickets. "I should probably take you home," he said, breaking the silence. "I have an early day tomorrow." She knew that he woke up when she was usually headed to bed. "Geez, I'm sorry I kept you." She got up immediately. "No." He stood up next to her, reaching out, his hand cupping her elbow. "I wanted you here." "Oh," was all she could think to say. His hand dropped and he stepped back, gesturing toward his truck. "After you." What did that mean? "I wanted you here"? Did he want to hang out and play music like old times? Or did he feel something more, like she did? She couldn't tell, but she could still feel electricity from his touch, even as he drove her home. Through the whole ride, Annie couldn't get out of her head. Luke didn't need a wreck of a woman pining after him as he recovered from the loss of his wife. He didn't go to church because of Mary, Mama said. He still was getting over the love of his life. He didn't need her hanging on to him. He liked playing music. He liked having her company, but Luke was in no position to be in love, especially not with a girl like Annie. Georgie was right. She was the complete opposite of Mary. She hadn't settled down, she didn't have any roots anymore, and she didn't seem to have much of a future. He said goodbye quickly before pulling away. She watched as he drove off, hoping her little crush wasn't as obvious as she felt it may have been. With a heavy sigh, she looked up to the apartment, which still had lights on, which meant Rosie was still awake, waiting for her to come home. "Don't you have to get up before God tomorrow?" Annie joked, waiting for the Q&A session as she entered the apartment. "Where did you guys go?" she asked. "We went back to his place and had dinner." Annie hung her purse on the coat rack by the door. "Alone?" Rosie looked concerned. Annie laughed at her sister's response. She went to the fridge to grab the water jug. "Yes, alone." "It's just that this is Prairie Valley?" "And?" She grabbed a glass from the counter. "And he's the pastor's son." "So? Where was Rosie going with this one?" "People will start talking." "When have you ever cared about what people say?" "Well, I don't, but Luke isn't me now, is he?" Rosie sounded like Mama, stern and rational. "Like I keep telling you guys," Annie reiterated, "we're just friends." Rosie opened her phone and entered the Instagram app. The video of her and Luke was on her feed. "That's not just hanging out." "Rosie, enough." Annie didn't want to hear anymore. "Luke's just a friend, that's all. We like to play music together. Just leave it alone." But she thought about what Rosie had said, and her mind wandered back again to her previous relationships. She hadn't ever really thought about marrying anyone, other than Michael. When she said yes to Ricky, she'd calculated the pros and cons. He made her laugh, which was good. He played in a band, which was also good. He treated her good. But they couldn't make it a day without arguing about something. They never played together, and he resented her small successes. And Billy, well, he was something else entirely, and she'd never wanted to marry him. She heard her phone ringing in her purse. She pulled it out to see Billy's name. "Speak of the devil," she muttered. She walked into her bedroom, closing the door behind her. She flipped on the light and answered. "Hello?" "Annie," he said in a jolly voice, the voice he often used for top performers at the Blue Guitar when he was trying to get something from them. "How's it going?" "What's up, Billy?" She realized then that she hadn't missed him at all. Why had she even stayed with him so long? "I saw your videos." "Oh." She almost asked him his point, but bit her tongue. She wanted to make him talk. "I thought they were great." "Thank you." "I'd love to have you come up and play a show or two." There it was. He didn't miss her either. This was a business call. She laughed at herself for even thinking he might be calling to apologize. "I will never play at the Blue Guitar again." Like a toxin had been flushed out of her body the moment she hung up. She felt better. Holy moly, had that felt good. She opened her Instagram page. The views were still climbing. She scrolled to the comments, and one after another confirmed exactly how she felt. There was chemistry between them. True love. They are so perfect for each other. They can really play music together. If everybody could find a love like Annie Boudreau and her man, the world would be a better place. Chapter 6. 500,000 views. 500,000 people had watched her video. Annie couldn't believe it. She stood at Register 5, staring at her phone while she waited for a customer. "Put your phone away, Annie." Tim Hooley shook his head as he noticed her peeking. She'd babysat him when she was a teenager, and now he was barking orders at her. She almost didn't care if he fired her. 500,000 views had to at least get her a gig in the cities. Something at a bigger bar. Anything would be better than Hooley's grocery store. Maybe she could walk out on her break and just quit. Use the money to make more videos, buy better equipment. By the time her shift ended, she convinced herself that she'd call the next day and quit. She looked at her stats again before driving home, and they were still growing. She knew exactly where she was going to play next. On the farm's front porch. She set up her phone on the coffee table and leaned on her guitar as she spoke into the phone. "Hi, everyone. Today I've got a new song for you. I hope you enjoy." She had written it during lunch, the words pouring out of her. She had never written a song so fast, or without her guitar. But her muse was back, stronger than ever. After a few takes, she spent the rest of the night trying to edit the piece together, but something felt off, flat. She posted it. All through dinner, she checked her phone. There were some views, but hardly any likes. "Annie, do you think you could put your phone away, like I asked the kids?" Georgie said that night at dinner, looking annoyed. Annie put her phone down, but picked it up immediately after they finished, and the numbers were the same. She could see the obvious like a tractor heading straight toward her. It was Luke her fans loved. Luke would be lying if he said he hadn't been thinking about Annie all day as he worked the fields. When the notification came up that she'd posted a new video, he had to admit he was disappointed to see her playing alone. It wasn't about the videos. He just liked playing with her, and it made him worry that she wouldn't ask him to play with her again. His head started spinning like a twister over a cornfield, moving every which way. When he pulled the tractor into the barn at the end of his day, he had so many feelings, and all he wanted to do was play, to distract him from the storm brewing inside him. On the porch, he pulled out his guitar and started playing a tune as it came into his mind. Before he knew it, words linked to the notes. He ran inside to grab the notebook he had found the other day on the bookshelf, stuffed away to never be used again. He flipped to the middle of the book and scribbled down the lyrics and the first chord. He worked on the song all night. After a while, the cool night air made his fingers too stiff to play, so he went inside. He stayed up until he could no longer keep his eyes open. How long had it been since he'd written a song? Not since high school. He was tired, but still had a new energy flowing through his body. The song was perfect for Annie. He had everything planned out for the next day. He'd show her the song, maybe even play it for a video. He knew she'd kill it if she sang it. After all, it was written for her. Over the past few weeks, Luke had learned her strengths, and he wrote it to showcase them. But when he texted her, she didn't text him back. After a full day, he texted her again. This time more than just a salutation. He'd get to the point. Want to play some music? Nothing. He should have waited. He should have stayed put and not gone to the farm, but he did, and that's how he found out she was working at the grocery store. He should have gone back home, but he didn't. He should have left her alone when he saw her on her break, sitting at the picnic table by herself, but he didn't. Instead, he walked up to her. Hey. She looked up, tears streaming down her face. Luke? She looked horrified. She wiped her face with both hands. What are you doing here? His heart immediately dropped. Are you okay? She nodded, laughing. I'm just feeling sorry for myself, that's all. Do you mind? He asked, sitting down across from her. No, please sit. She sniffled, and he could see she was forcing a smile. He looked at her, trying to figure out what to say when she started talking. It's stupid, really. He leaned on the table with his elbows and focused on her, letting her get whatever she wanted to say off her chest. I know I sound stupid, but I was really hoping to get out of Prairie Valley with those videos. She looked defeated. I mean, I was just hoping they liked my music still, but they liked something else. His heart hurt at the disappointment in her face. She was referring to the comments about them. The chemistry people thought they saw between them, that he thought he felt, disappointed Annie. Thank goodness he hadn't taken out his song and confessed everything right there. What a fool he was, thinking she might have feelings for him. Annie wanted to get out of Dodge, not get stuck in some nowhere town. They love you. I read those comments, he said. Comments about her beautiful voice were just as prevalent as the comments about the two of them. Annie Boudreau was still the star. She looked down at her phone. Yeah, well, I've got to get back to my shift. Annie, wait! He hesitated, the song burning a hole in his back pocket. He had rewritten it onto a new piece of paper, but then he chickened out. Don't forget your bag. Her purse sat on the bench next to her. She picked it up and smiled. See you at practice? He shook his head. He needed to get his head out of the clouds. Nah, I don't think I'm going to make it this time. This was the best choice, he told himself as she frowned. I really wish you would. He stuffed his hands into his pants, wishing he could just walk away, forget how he felt, because he was certain his heart was only going to get broken. Luke showed up for practice after all, and Annie was grateful. If she was stuck in this bumpkin country town, then she needed a friend like Luke. She'd cool it on the crush and focus on the music, which was a whole lot easier said than done, because even in church she could barely keep her eyes off him when he sang. He had a longing in his eyes that made her want to wrap her arms around him and hold him forever. At the end of practice, Mrs. Wilson jabbed her elbow in Annie's ribs and said, If I were you, I'd stop staring and ask him out. She winked. You two aren't getting any younger. Oh, God. She hoped Luke hadn't noticed her drooling all over him. She rolled her eyes at herself. Am I being that obvious? Mrs. Wilson patted her on the shoulder. Let's just say, I don't think your eyes left his the whole night. She grabbed her things, wanting to drape her coat over her head and hide, especially when she noticed Luke staying behind when everyone left, waiting for her. Oh dear. Would he tell her to knock it off? Was she making him uncomfortable? "So, will I see you next time?" she asked, hoping to turn the conversation away from her stalker tendencies. He hesitated, as though trying to get the words out, as if he had something difficult to say to her. "I'm sorry, I want to go play some more?" What? She wasn't sure she'd heard him right. He wanted to play? He wasn't telling her to bug off? Yes. He nodded. "I'll see you at my place." He walked away, carrying his guitar case. "He sure looks good from behind," Mrs. Cole mumbled. Annie jumped, not realizing the older woman was still in the room. "Mrs. Cole, we're in a church, and he's the pastor's son." "God made him, didn't he?" Mrs. Cole winked and walked out the door. Annie's wasn't sure what was going on. All she knew was that Luke had invited her to play some music, and her whole body felt like it was floating. Chapter 7. Annie woke to the vibration of her phone on the bed. She patted the sheets, her eyes still closed, looking for where she'd left it before she fell asleep. After a few edits on her laptop, she'd posted a video from their session on the porch at Luke's farm. Almost instantaneously, the views and likes came in. She had stayed up watching as the numbers kept climbing. The vibration kept going, even after the first missed call. Her fingertips found it under her sheets, and she looked at the number. A Nashville number that she didn't recognize. Was it Billy, wanting to beg her again to come back, now that her likes were hitting an all-time high? "Hello? Annie!" A frantic, familiar voice yelled into the other end of the phone. "Yeah?" She rubbed her eyes. "Ari?" How long had it been since her agent called her back? "Annie, Sid Perry from Wyman Records wants to talk to you about making an album with them." She almost dropped her phone. "Are you serious?" "You need to get you and your guitarist down to Nashville now." Her mouth dropped open. "They want us to record an album?" "You need to come and meet with them right away," Ari practically yelped, spouting some other information about recording studios and sound producers and other things. All she could think about was that she was going to make another record. "I'll get tickets right away," she screamed as soon as she hung up, jumping out of bed, running out of the apartment and out of the barn to find someone, anyone, to tell the news to. She ran to the house, where everyone was sitting around the kitchen table. "You're having French toast?" she asked breathlessly, looking at their plates, suddenly starving. "You want a plate?" Mama asked. "Wait, I have news." She caught her breath. "I think I just got a record deal." "What?" Olivia jumped out of her seat. "That's great." Rosie rushed over to give her a hug. Mama put down the plate she'd started and joined Rosie. "That's amazing," Georgie called out. "Wow, you're like going to be famous," Hannah said. Emma clapped in her high chair. "When did this happen?" Mama asked. "They just called me." Annie laughed, covering her mouth with her hands. Things were finally falling into place. "My agent said they like my videos and my music." "That's so great!" Rosie hugged her again. "Here." Mama grabbed a plate, added extra bacon and butter, and set it at her place. "Eat. Tell us everything." She looked out at them as she sat down, everyone around the table waiting to hear the news, happy for her. She had everyone she loved with her, supporting her, but something was missing. Someone was missing. He watched the video over and over when she posted it that night, studying her as she sang. Was he fooling himself? Could Annie really feel the way she looked while she sang with him? She had the world at her fingertips. Thousands of people liked her music, her voice, her beauty. Through the next day, his mind stayed on the video, the music, her scent of vanilla. He had just made it over the third field when she came pelting over a rise, waving her arms and trying to shout over the tractor's engine. "You could have been killed," he yelled, after he shut off the machine, getting down from the cab. "Over 1 million views." She held out her phone at him, Instagram open on her screen. He leaned closer, adjusting his hat to shade his eyes. 1 million views? She nodded, a smile as wide as the Mississippi spreading across her face. "I got a call today from my agent. Wyman Records want me to record in Nashville." He blinked hard, surprised that his heart was so pained at the idea. "You're going back to Nashville?" "They want me to sign a record deal." She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, squeezing him. "Thank you so much for everything." He wished he could find a place to sit and take in the news. His feelings for her were now as clear as day. The one person who had started to lift him out of his darkness was leaving. "That's amazing, Annie." She bounced on the balls of her feet after she let go, her excitement palpable. "I want you to come with me." "You want me to come with you?" "Yes, it would be great, right?" It would be great to leave the farm, leave Prairie Valley, his obligations, his dad, his pain, all of it behind. "I can't." Her face fell. "You can't?" "I have a lot on my plate right now." He wished things could be different. He wouldn't be able to hide his feelings like he had as a teenager, and he knew his feelings for Annie wouldn't change, no matter how hard he tried to ignore them. Her arrival dragged something out of him that he had tried hard to push down forever. He was in love with her. And there was no way he could do a recording with her and not have his heart broken. Her stomach twisted when she saw the limousine drive up to the house. Ari had called her 6 times already, begging her to reconsider. "Get him to Nashville at least." He begged her for the 100th time. She shook her head. "I can't make him go." "Annie, this is riding on you both playing together." "Then you should cancel the appointment." She almost couldn't get the words out, but she wasn't going to try to force Luke to do anything he didn't want to do. "Go and tell them he's not able to come to your meeting." Ari paused to yell at someone from his car. Stupid drivers. "Ari, I'm not going to lie." She listened to him swearing in the background. "Annie, don't be a fool. Go to the meeting, then work on your guitarist." As she came downstairs, Charlie begged her to let him ride in the fancy car. "Do you mind driving him down the road?" she asked the driver, who seemed cool about it. Everyone stood there, still in their pajamas, ready to send her off. "Good luck," Mama said as she squeezed her. "Don't forget to call us after you talk to them." She nodded, but her stomach twisted so much she wondered if she should bring a garbage bag, in case she got sick. There was hardly any traffic, and they reached the airport in no time. She sat first class and direct, and her flight landed 15 minutes early. As she walked toward the exit, she saw her name on a sign held by a young kid. Boudreaux had been typed in bold. "Hello, I'm Annie." She reached out her hand to the young man. "AJ?" They shook. "Do you have any luggage?" She held up her small handbag. She was only there for the day. Her flight home left in 8 hours. He led her to the car and opened the door for her. AJ drove out of the city to a suburb. The recording studio was in a large warehouse. The walls were exposed brick and mortar from an earlier time, but the fixtures were modern. Gold records hung on the walls. Photographs lined the hallway of country singers and songwriters, producers and managers. She wondered if her own picture might grace this hallway someday. A skinny blonde woman took her to a conference room where 5 men sat around a table. They dressed casually, like cowboys, but they were nothing more than businessmen. "Where's your guitarist?" Sid Kramer, the CEO of Wyman Records, asked. Ari had told her to do whatever it took to get Luke to change his mind, but she couldn't do it. How would she get him to leave Prairie Valley, his farm, his home, his family, and all his memories of Mary? Georgie was right. She would be the most selfish person in the world. He's not going to be able to record an album in Nashville. She had the explanation ready, since she had been practicing it since she left Luke's farm. She knew she was taking a chance, coming without him. "That's a real shame," Sid said from his side of the table. He glanced around at the other men. "I mean, we kind of expect you to be a package deal." Her heart sank. It was what she'd feared. They wanted the both of them, or neither. It wasn't her music they wanted, but the image of her and Luke. "He's not really a musician?" She shrugged. "I'm sure I can find someone else to play." There was nothing but talent in Nashville. "Look, Annie, you can sing," Sid said. He was clean-shaven, his hair shiny with gel. He leaned on the table, clasping his hands. "But it's not about how good you can sing. It's how good you can sell. You're close to 40. You're beautiful, but you're no spring chicken. Your target audience is housewives and soccer moms. You need to sell the country a love story." "What are you saying?" "You're not just Annie Boudreau anymore. We want the package, the whole fairy tale, the country cowboy and his woman." "You're saying you want me in a relationship?" "If you got married, that would be even better." He shook his head. "Trisha, Faith, Carrie, what do they all have in common?" "They're singers? They're married." She couldn't believe he was coming out and saying this. She wanted to play music, not create a fake story. "I'm not in a relationship with him, though." She wasn't going to fake it either. She cared about Luke too much. She didn't want to involve him anymore. He said he didn't want to play, and she respected that. Unless you get your guitarist to agree, there's no deal. Chapter 8. Annie felt rotten inside when she returned to Prairie Valley with the contract in her hands. She had promised to talk to him, try to convince him to play, but something inside her didn't feel right at all, sick even. How could she ask him to fake a relationship in front of the world? She had refused at first, got up from her seat, and thanked the men for her time. Sid wheedled her into coming back to her chair and negotiating. "What if we doubled the amount?" The increase made her eyes spring open. That was a lot of money. She arrived in the cities after dinner, and by the time the car service got her back to Prairie Valley, it was dark out. Peepers sang out in the night as she shut the door and thought of Luke. She wanted to call him, but everyone came out of the house. "How'd it go?" Georgie asked, rushing toward her. "Did you meet Luke Bryan?" Olivia asked next. Charlie played on his phone, standing next to Mama, her hands on his shoulders. "Come inside and have some pie and tell us all about it." "I really need to make a call." "Come on, Annie, one piece." She opened up the screen door. "We want to hear everything." She let out a breath. "Do you mind if I invite someone?" Rosie smirked at Georgie. "I saw that," Annie said, punching his number. She walked away from them all, going to the apartment to drop off her bag. "How'd it go?" His voice was light, happy. "Good. Good. Offer pie, then talk." "I wanted to know if you'd like to come down to the farm and have some pie and coffee." He stayed quiet for a second longer than she had expected, which made her doubt her plan even more. "Sure," he finally said. "I'll be there in a bit." Pie had been set out on the table when she came inside. The coffee was brewed. The scent would always place her inside this kitchen. She felt nervous as she waited for Luke, answering questions evasively. "We're still working out a deal." "So you didn't sign?" Georgie looked concerned. "Do you want one of us to go to the meetings?" She shook her head. "No offense, but you're a school teacher. What do you know about music deals?" Georgie made a face, as though she knew things had not gone well in Nashville. How could she even ask Luke again? She looked out the window and saw his truck lights as he pulled into the driveway, and her heart began to pound. Her head felt light. She started tapping the table as he came up the walk. "Hello, Luke," Mama said as she opened the door for him. Annie got up from her seat, pulling out a chair. "Can I grab you some coffee?" He nodded. "That'd be great." She grabbed a mug from the middle of the table, took the carafe, and filled a cup. "You want a slice of pie?" Hannah asked, proffering the apple pie she'd picked up from the grocery store. A weekly tradition she'd started when she moved into the house. "I'd love some." Like always, everyone began talking, asking Annie questions, not concerned that Luke sat quietly among them. "So, what exactly did they say?" Rosie asked. Annie finished swallowing her bite before she said, "I need to talk to Ari about some things, but I'm not sure it's the right deal. I need to think it over." Luke turned to her. "You mean you didn't sign?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure I can do what they're asking me." "Like what?" Rosie asked, suddenly angry. "That industry is so shady. You need a lawyer with you, or someone who knows business." She shook her head and snuck a glance at Luke. His face wrinkled with concern. "They want us to get married." The idea was absolutely ridiculous. And Luke was not going to go for it. He was a real nice guy, a good friend. There was no way she could ask him for this kind of favor. "I just don't think we see eye to eye on my career." Mama gave a hard nod. "Well, good for you for staying true to yourself." She looked around, waiting for everyone's reaction. Her lie seemed to please everyone, except Luke. It was as if he could see right through her fake smile. By the time everyone finished their dessert, she decided not to even bring up the offer. She'd go back and pitch herself one last time. Maybe in the meantime, she'd make some videos by herself and stay at the grocery store because she really needed a job. Luke saw her post the next morning. The song was beautiful, but the views were dramatically lower than the other videos. He didn't think there was anything special about him, but he did find something special about how the two of them played together, and he guessed others did too. He wondered if Annie had told the whole story the night before. Something about the way she avoided his eyes made him think there was a whole lot more to it. After he finished in the fields, he parked the tractor inside the barn and took off for the Boudreau farm. He wanted to see her, face to face, alone, get the real story about the deal. She was good. Anyone could see that. Why wouldn't they sign her? He had a feeling that he was the reason. "She's at the grocery store," Rosie called out from the barn. "She picked up a few shifts." "Great, thanks." He headed straight to town. He looked around at the checkout lanes, studying each person standing at a register or wearing a maroon shirt. At the customer service desk and asked, "Is Annie Boudreau here today?" "Ms. Country Singer decided to skip her shift," the manager huffed. "Real classy. If she thinks she's getting her job back, she has another thing coming." He stepped away from the guy's ranting, thanking him as he left. He stood outside, texting her. She answered immediately. "I'm in my car in the parking lot." He looked out at the sea of cars, looking for her familiar blue two-door. As soon as he spotted her, he walked over, leaning down to her window. She looked up, her eyes puffy and red. His heart dropped. She rolled down the window and took in a deep breath. "Can I sit with you?" he asked. She nodded, unlocking the door without looking at him. As he sat next to her, she looked down, wiping her eyes, her chest hiccuping up and down. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked. He knew that sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he wanted to be alone. She blew out a breath. "I just couldn't go inside and work at the register." She grabbed a tissue from a tiny plastic package in her hand. "I just thought I finally made it. You know, But like everything in my life, it was just enough of a tease to show me what I could have, and then it was ripped away. And now I don't even have a job at a grocery store." She began to sob hard breaths in and out. What happened? He felt horrible. "It's just not going to work out." She shook her head, then blew her nose hard. "They want something that's just not going to happen." "Annie, what do they want?" "It's nothing." She dropped her head. "It has to be something." He had a bad feeling. She looked over at him. "They want you or they don't want me." He didn't know what to say. "Oh, Annie, I'm real sorry." "I'll be fine." Annie blew her nose again. "I'm just feeling sorry for myself." But her hiccups came faster as the tears fell from her eyes. "I can play," he said. He could figure out something. How long did it take to do an album? They played so well together, he was sure it wouldn't take long. Maybe he could hire someone to help at the farm while he was away. It would be good for him to get out of Prairie Valley, and he'd be helping Annie, which he suddenly wanted to do more than anything else in the whole world. "It's not that simple," she laughed, but it was empty of joy. "They want us to be a couple." "What?" "They want us to be a couple." She let out another laugh, hard and sarcastic. "They even suggested marriage." "They want us to get married?" Could a music label really ask an artist to do something so extreme? "They want the image from our videos, a love story. They even want you to be a cowboy." She let out a breath. The back of her head hit the headrest. "They can't sell a pathetic spinster who lives with her mama and works at a grocery store." "Married?" His whole forehead wrinkled. "They want us—" He waved his index finger back and forth between them. "To get married." They were probably exaggerating. "But they want a love story, a relationship." He centered himself in the seat, the information spinning in his head. He never thought he'd get married again. Certainly never thought it would be to Annie. Not that he wouldn't dream of having someone like Annie to come home to, but she was out of his league. Plus, she obviously wasn't looking for love. She just wanted to get out of Prairie Valley and Hooley's supermarket. But something told him maybe this was the help she needed, that sacrificing his heart might give her the shot she needed at happiness. He couldn't keep his eyes off her. Even upset as she was, her depth, her passion, her ups and downs, everything about her intoxicated him. He wasn't sure what he was doing, in all honesty. But one thing he did know, looking into her blue eyes, losing himself in their tranquil beauty. "Luke!" He shook himself out of his thoughts, then nodded. He suddenly wanted this more than anything in his life. Boy, was he in trouble. "Then let's get married." "You would marry me?" She stared out the windshield, thinking of her 2 other proposals. Ricky didn't even have a ring when he asked her, and Michael was down on one knee, formal, even asking for Daddy's permission. What would Daddy think of this proposal? "If it helps you, we can pretend." Her heart stopped. She couldn't believe this was her life. She was begging a friend to marry her, for a business deal. "I can't ask you to do that for me. I mean, couples get together and break up all the time in the music business." She looked at him, unsure of the right thing to do. "They might ask about Mary." His face changed, as though this idea hadn't occurred to him. He nodded his head in a tiny bobbing motion, contemplating. "They can ask, but, well, Mary will always be private." He sat back in his seat. It wouldn't hurt to get out of Prairie Valley for a while. "But pretending to be in a relationship?" She shook her head. "That's crazy." "You're crazy good." I shouldn't have said anything. She pounded her head back. This was exactly what she'd tried to avoid. Luke would of course try to help. It was who he was. But she couldn't do this to him, no matter how much she wanted this. I'd do anything to help you. And something about the way he said it, how he looked at her, as if he understood her, made her realize Georgie was right all along. She was completely selfish because she didn't want to pretend with Luke. And that's why I can't do it. Chapter 9. Annie held Emma in her arms. Hannah had taken an extra shift at the grocery store, and though she didn't mind babysitting, everyone just assumed she would, since she had nothing else to do. But as she watched Hannah leave in her maroon shirt, she felt sick at the thought she'd have to go back to Hooley's and beg for her job back. It symbolized the death of her music career, and she wasn't ready for it to be over. She had so much left in her. The more she wrote, the more she wanted to write. The songs just kept flowing out of her. Now, with some years under her belt, her music had more soul. People liked her new stuff, saying she sounded more mature, stronger as a songwriter and singer. They liked her music. They liked her. But they also liked Luke. Why Luke had agreed to this crazy plan was beyond her. He owed her nothing, yet he was willing to give everything in order to help her out. He'd have to deal with the town chatter, too. What would people say when it came out? Would they all see through it and call their bluff? And that's why we just can't do it, she said to Emma, who drooled, gumming a rubber block. I'll just have to figure something else out. Annie picked the baby up and saddled her on her hip. The 11-month-old dipped down to reach for something else, then bounced back up and reached for Annie's hair. Oh, yucky, you don't want to eat that. She pulled the strands away from Emma's tiny fingers that held on like gorilla glue. Why don't we get outside and see the horsies? She bounced Emma on her hip as she walked out to the barn. She hadn't ridden in a long time, but she had a sudden urge to get on and ride away as far as she could go. Sure, her dreams were big, but she'd come so close, so close. It would be so easy to accept Luke's offer, to finally achieve her dreams. Wyman Records were a big deal, country's hottest record company, working with the biggest names. It was the opportunity of a lifetime, one Annie would never get again. She raised her finger. Maybe Luke even needs the money, she rationalized. He could use it for his farm, maybe buy more land with it. This could be an opportunity for him, too. I mean, how many people get a real shot at a music career? Emma grabbed at her hair. She thought about what he'd said, about visiting Michael when he went to visit Mary. This wasn't Luke's dream. His dream had already died. She wandered over to Stardust. The elderly horse was mild-mannered compared to the young stallion Beau off in the other pasture. Just as she placed Emma on Stardust's back, Luke pulled into the drive. What was he doing here? She pulled the baby off the horse, but she instantly began to cry, reaching for Stardust, who just stood there placidly munching carrots. "Let's go see Luke," she said in her cheeriest voice, bouncing the screaming baby on her hip, but she only became louder and harder to hold on to. "Emma, look who's here! It's Luke!" Emma pushed her whole body away, as Annie held on as well as she could without hurting her. "Hold on, we'll go back to the horsey." Did he see her in the pasture? She couldn't tell. She'd lost sight of him as soon as he walked away from his truck. "You want to see Luke?" Emma leaned away, grabbing Stardust's mane. "You're a saint, Stardust," she mumbled as she pulled out her phone and texted him. "I'm behind the barn." She hoped he'd have his phone on him, or at the very least check it before he left, when no one answered the door. Then he rounded the back of the barn. A smile spread across his face when he saw the two of them. "Hey," she said, and waved as he made his way toward them. "Hey." His face softened when he said to Emma, "You are riding a big horse." She scrunched her face into a huge smile and started kicking her legs and pulling more of Stardust's mane. "Be gentle." Annie took her hands in hers. "That hurts, Stardust." "You finally got back to me." He held up his phone. He had texted all day, telling her to take the deal, but she didn't respond. What was there to say? She didn't want to make him pretend for her. "I'm not going to make you lie. Maybe this is what I need." He leaned against the fence. "Maybe this is what I need to move on, you know?" "You want to fake a relationship in order to move on?" She hardly believed that. "How much are they offering?" "You'll make some good money." That was the truth. The numbers were something even Annie couldn't believe. "So, you're saying I'll get to go to Nashville, play some good music, and earn a pretty penny?" Her heart raced as she was buoyed up by his reasoning. He didn't sound like the guy who said no before, someone only agreeing to help because he felt sorry for her. "Yes." She remembered the first time she'd gone to Nashville, experienced the music city where some of the greatest songs were written and played. It might be a city, but it felt like a small town, where everyone knew everyone who worked in the music industry. Big names, small names, all mingled in Nashville. It was a little bit magical. Maybe Luke would see it too. "Then let's do it." She whipped Emma off Stardust before she could protest and sped over to Luke. "What about the farm?" "It'll still be there when I get back." He lifted his shoulders in a shrug, as if going to record an album, turning his whole life upside down for her, was simple and easy. "I want to do this." She couldn't hold back her excitement. This wasn't simple to Annie. This was the greatest gift anyone had ever given her. "You're serious about this?" "Absolutely." Everything inside of her lifted. She let out a scream and wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him with Emma between them, squealing in delight as Annie jumped up and down. "Luke Nelson, I promise you will love making music in Nashville." Luke knew his father would start in when he heard he was going to Nashville with Annie, so he said nothing about it. He hadn't called his dad all weekend, and Phil hadn't sent a text reminding him of their meetup. Luke wasn't going to show up, even if he had. All day he'd contemplated whether he should skip it or not. He didn't owe his father anything. He'd given his full attention to the families of Prairie Valley, not his grieving son. If he did tell his father, he'd definitely have something to say about it, especially if he heard about their relationship. He'd know that something was up. The truth was that Luke's relationship was with the fields, and the rolling hills and sunsets, the familiar smell of earth and the sweetness of pollen. It was with the good times when he first moved to the farm with Mary, when his dreams were big and all ahead of him, like Annie's dreams. He imagined sitting in a fancy boardroom with music executives trying to cater to her every wish. The table was filled with all the things she liked best, along with promises of making her a star. Nashville wanted their country darling back. She'd be bigger than before, they'd say, whining and dining her until they had a deal. He wondered if, after all was said and done, she'd leave for another 20 years, and he'd go another 20, pretending he didn't have feelings. Why had he agreed to this? His stomach twisted with guilt. Was it because of Michael? His best friend had been dead since high school. Did a promise to him on his gravesite really hold? Or was it his Mary? He had loved her, a love he thought would last forever. Or was it that he'd never really got over the beautiful songbird? He knew Annie wasn't going to hold back her career for him, but he was willing to risk it all for this shot with her. So instead of having his weekly coffee with Phil, he met Annie at the airport. Their seats were first class, with complimentary drinks. When they landed, a driver waited for them at the luggage carousel with Annie's name in bold letters. Doubts flooded his mind. He kept reminding himself he had nothing to lose with this meeting, yet as they drove to the record studio, he felt sick to his stomach. Annie, on the other hand, seemed as cool as a cucumber, and she was the one who had everything to lose. He thought back to her sitting in her car in Hooley's parking lot, red-faced and crying. He had never seen her lower than at that moment. He could feel sadness emanating out from her. He had agreed to this cockamamie plan because of that pain. But now, as he sat in a fancy car looking out at Nashville, he worried this could make things even worse. All weekend, day and night, he had planted as much land as he could. He had put the word out that he was looking for someone to work the fields while he was away. And now he was in Nashville. He looked out the window, wondering how she would act with him in the meeting. Were they supposed to act like they were in a relationship, even with these bigwigs? How would she want this to play out? They really hadn't gotten into the details. He was about to say something when he noticed her hands shaking. He placed his on top. "You tell me what to do. I'm there just to support you." She nodded, letting out a deep breath. "Thank you so much, Luke. I don't even know how I will ever repay you for this. His confession sat on the tip of his tongue. "I have a lot of fun playing. It'll be neat to tell the grandkids about one day." She puffed out her cheeks with air. "Yes, it will." When the driver pulled up to the studio, she got out first. He followed her lead, following her inside the lobby. "Annie, it's good to see you." A young woman walked out from behind the sleek industrial desk. She gave Luke a look over. "You must be Luke Nelson. Welcome to Wyman Records. Let me show you to the conference room." Loud live music reverberated through the air. He looked down a hall to see Morgan Whitmore through a pane of glass. "Did you see who that was?" Annie's eyes widened. "Oh, Morgan," the assistant said, as if she were bored. "He's here all the time." She brought them to a large room with a long oval table in the middle. The walls were covered with awards and framed records. "So I'm Kat. I'll be helping with anything you need. Is there something I can bring you while you wait?" she asked them, gesturing to 2 chairs at one end of the table. "I'd love some water," Annie said, draping her coat over the back of the chair. The scent of vanilla wafted toward him again as he sat next to Annie. She wore a flowing sundress, with her hair down around her smooth shoulders. She looked beautiful, not because she had done her hair and makeup, but because her confidence was sexy. She sat up straight, her heat high, as the studio executives came into the room, introducing themselves. She introduced Luke to each of them warmly. "This is Luke Nelson, one of the best guitarists I've ever worked with." She looked at him and smiled. "Sid Wyman." He sat at the end of the table. "You two make quite the duet." He bobbed back in his chair, elbows on his armrests, and studied Luke. "I think we can make you both stars." He shook his head. "Annie's the star." Sid didn't say anything, but kept his eye on him, which made Luke's face heat up as he shifted in his chair. "This is Rusty Crowell, my producer." Sid pointed to the youngest man at the table. His hair was long, his beard longer. Tattoos covered every visible inch of his body. "Hi," he waved. "Your newest song with Chris Anthony is great," Annie said, as if she was talking to a casual friend, not the hottest producer in country. "Thank you very much," Rusty said, adjusting his sunglasses. "Let's get down to business." Sid pulled out 2 packets and slid one to Annie and one to him. "This is the contract for new artists." Lukey opened the folder after Annie opened hers, seeing the studio's heading, and then he counted the number of zeros twice before the money being offered fully registered. He could pay off the farm and the land and have plenty left over. This could really set him up for life. Annie had set him up for life. He didn't hear a thing Sid said as he went through the paperwork. Essentially, they were signing away their rights to 15 songs for $500,000. $500,000. He checked to see if Annie looked as surprised by the number as he was, but her poker face was hard to crack. Or maybe she'd expected more. He didn't ask, because he wasn't expecting much. He was a no-name guy from Prairie Valley. Sid continued talking about the time frame of when they would get started, how they had to move on scheduling for tour dates, promotion, advertising, and marketing. All the things he'd be able to afford with this money floated around in his head. When they picked up the pen, he waited to see her sign first and noticed her hand shaking again. He leaned over the document and signed his, sliding the whole folder back to Sid. "Annie, Luke, I look forward to working with you." Sid shook both of their hands before leaving. Sid's assistant Kat walked into the room, tall, styled, and fake. "I've already booked your tickets for your return trip, which will be Sunday." It was Friday. "That's in 2 days." He had so much to do and didn't even know where to begin. "The studio's booked, so you'll need to come as soon as you can." She looked at her smartwatch and began walking out of the conference room. "Your ride is here." She led Luke and Annie down the hall to the back door, where a limousine waited. "Believe me, it's the opportunity of a lifetime to work with Rusty Crowell. You couldn't have asked for a better producer." Kat opened the door, handing them both leather portfolios with the Wyman brand engraved on the front. "This is the recording schedule. We have a short slot between artists, so get all your music together and ready to go so on Monday you can run everything through Rusty." Annie opened the portfolio. "We have less than a month." Luke was glad it wasn't more. Didn't Queen take like 6 years to do Bohemian Rhapsody? A month away from the farm would be doable. He could probably find someone to help with the irrigation. Hopefully. "What are these blocks?" Annie pointed at the schedule. "We're planning some live events around town, get you some exposure, see which songs work and which don't." Kat waved. "I'll see you Sunday night, and I'll bring you to your rental." "We have a rental?" Annie asked. "Live events?" Luke asked. She looked annoyed at their questions. "You two will be staying at the studio's rental home in Franklin." "How many rooms will it have?" Annie asked. 5 bedrooms, 5 baths, a walk-in closet that's bigger than my apartment, a pool, along with a jacuzzi." Luke couldn't believe it. All of that to make some music? How big a star did they think Annie would become? "You two will be very happy with your accommodations." Kat looked again at her watch. "I have to be in a meeting. Call the number on my card if you have any questions." Annie looked as though she was about to ask another question, but Kat left and the door shut quickly behind her. "So, will we have a car?" She pulled out her phone and got into the back of the limo. "I wonder if we should drive up." "How far is the drive?" He was pretty certain it was longer than he had, if he wanted to get his farm in order. He could feel anxiety crawl up his legs and chest at the thought. She leaned over and hugged him. Tears filled her eyes. "I owe you everything." He took her into his arms. He didn't want her to feel indebted to him. She wasn't the only one who would benefit from this situation. "I love playing with you." The words were there again, ready to come out. He wanted to be honest and tell her how he felt about her, how he thought she was incredible, how he loved her compassion and her creative soul. She fed a well inside of him, lifting him up, but as she looked at him with gratitude and remorse, he knew he couldn't put more on her. "I love playing with you too." He inhaled the vanilla scent in her hair as her head rested on his shoulder, tucked under his chin. Instead of sharing his feelings, he kept quiet. There was so much to do before they left. Annie had to pack all of her things because there was no way she was coming back to Prairie Valley. She'd pack up and drive down to Nashville by herself. Luke might need to fly out, but she wanted her car, her stuff, and no other reason to come back. At least not until Christmas. But somehow she managed to accomplish nothing. Instead, she asked her niece and nephew to go riding to the swimming hole, helped Mama make an elaborate meal for dinner with homemade pie for dessert, and began planning Rosie's wedding. The next morning, as the sun rose in the east, she drove to town and parked outside the cemetery. She walked the familiar path and sat next to Daddy's headstone. "I know what you're going to say." She choked up as she looked at his name, chiseled into the stone. Jonathan Charles Boudreau was written in thin, fine letters. Simple but strong, just like Daddy. "Strap on my overalls." She crossed her legs, stuffing her hands down between them, pressing her knuckles into the dirt. "Why'd you have to leave so early?" A tear slipped out. "I'm afraid it's all going to go wrong, just like everything else in my life." What if this was her last chance? What if she blew it? What if even Luke couldn't make her a star? She had hoped Luke would get more into the idea of recording music, but all he seemed to care about was when he would return home. She didn't blame him. He had his life figured out, and she couldn't help but be jealous as she still stood at the crossroads. Everything in Prairie Valley was what she wanted from life, except the career. Everything in Nashville was about her career, and she couldn't see any way to have both. "What am I chasing?" she said to the stone. "What am I trying to find?" But the cold stone didn't speak. In fact, Annie's mind just spun out more questions. A chickadee flew out of a pine tree and landed on the headstone, only to be frightened off by something behind her. She turned around to see Luke walking toward her. "What are you doing here?" She stood up and brushed off the grass. Then she saw the bouquet in his hands. "I thought I'd say goodbye before I left." He looked at the flowers. "You really don't have to do this." She regretted everything. Asking him in the first place, crying in the car, making him go to Nashville, she regretted it all. She would just cause more confusion and pain for him. "It's not too late. We can call this all off." He stepped closer and shook his head. "Annie, I want to do this." He stood just a few inches away, and she was sure he could hear the pounding of her heart. She thought of her lips on his as she got lost in his eyes, but he brought her back to reality. "I should get going." He held up the bouquet. "I was just leaving." Her face warmed instantly, and she quickly kissed her hand and touched Daddy's headstone. She turned and practically ran out of the cemetery. How could she have been so stupid as to go gaga over him? He was visiting his dead wife, for God's sake. She needed to get her head on straight before she messed everything up. Chapter 10. Annie didn't drive after all. Instead, she rode in the airport limousine they sent to Luke's farm. The small white house looked closed up, different. He'd taken down the flag and shut the sliding doors to the barn, his truck tucked away inside. He threw his large duffel bag in the trunk and got inside with his guitar. "And here we go." She smiled, but regret and guilt filled her as she watched the farm disappear from view. As they drove through Prairie Valley, she watched the river from her window, following the winding waterway, fighting her nerves and anxiety. "Annie," he said, "please tell me you're as nervous as I am." A short laugh escaped her chest like a bubble popping on the water's surface. "Totally." Kat met them when they arrived and drove them straight to their lodging. "This is our rental?" Annie got out of the car and stared at the large, two-story colonial situated in a very exclusive neighborhood. Kat handed her the keys after she opened the garage door. They grabbed their bags and followed her inside. "You have food and drinks in the fridge." She opened up the Sub-Zero refrigerator's door to show them the brimming contents. "But let me know if you need anything in particular." "Thanks." She ran her fingertips over the rough edges of the keys. Luke walked around the room, checking things out. The master is upstairs, and there's a full working gym in the basement, along with a bar. Outside, there's the pool and jacuzzi and a grill and stuff. Kat walked back to the door. I'll be back in the morning to pick you up and bring you to the studio. What time? 7. Annie knew she wasn't going to sleep, so the time didn't really matter. She listened to Kat rattle off their itinerary for the next couple of days. When she left, it was just like a storm rolling out, leaving a strange silence behind. Luke turned to her with a grin, grabbed her hand and said, "Let's check this place out." Annie let go of her worry, and the excitement came back. They ran around the house, opening every door, checking every closet. "There's a television in every room," Luke said in the master bath, pointing to the flat screen next to the sinks. "There's a cappuccino maker in the bedroom." Annie turned it on, but had no idea how to use it. After they explored the house, they sat outside on the expansive deck. Nashville's spring night felt warm compared to Minnesota. Her feet were bare on the concrete. They sang in front of a gas fire pit and played around with some of her old lyrics, finding some bits that might work. "Want to write a song together?" she asked him, turning to a clean page in her notebook. He made a face, his eyebrow rising. "I actually wrote something a while back. I'm not sure it's all that good. It's for you to sing." "Can I hear it?" She rested on her guitar, waiting for him to begin. He brushed his fingers across the strings, and his bare foot slapped the ground. She immediately tapped her own foot to the beat, watching as he played. "Baby, I've been thinking about you all day long." He began singing, using his scratching bluesy voice, sending goosebumps up her body. He stopped, breaking the magic that had been weaving around them. "It's written as though you would sing," he explained. She waved him on. "Keep going." He smiled, then continued singing. His full attention was on his guitar as he played, his hair covering his eyes. Her gaze stayed on his lips as he sang the words. She had never seen a man as sexy as Luke was, singing with his guitar. It took everything she had not to jump over the fire and kiss him. He lifted his arm, pounding out the last few chords, and she clapped wildly. "That was amazing!" Her hands squeezed the arms of the chair, holding herself back. She thought about the lyrics. Was he trying to say something? Or was it even a new song? Maybe he'd written it when he met Mary. "You wrote that for me?" "To perform." He stared into the fire. She adjusted the guitar in her lap, so glad she hadn't jumped over that fire. "It's a great song." It had the feel of a hit to her. "But it's you who should be singing it." "Me?" He shook his head. "No, this is for you. I wrote it for you." Her eyes stayed on him until he looked up at her. She wanted to be able to see inside them. Did he know how she felt about him? If she jumped over that fire, would she be charred and tossed aside? The fire's golden glow illuminated his face, the shadows accentuating his jawline. When he finally did look up, her heart swelled inside her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. But then, just as she reconsidered the danger, he got up. "I should get some rest." He gave her a single nod and walked inside, leaving her behind. As predicted, she didn't sleep, just stayed up with the same questions spinning out of control. She lay awake and wrote in the master bedroom. By the time she was ready to rest, she heard Luke stirring. She listened to him get up, rummage about in the kitchen, and shower as if nothing had happened between them, beyond two friends playing some music. Whatever she was feeling was something only she was losing her mind over. "We don't have to be at the studio for another hour and a half," she said, as she entered the kitchen and went straight to the coffee maker. "Good morning," he said, pouring a cup and handing it to her. She took a sip, still clad in her robe and pajamas. "How long did you stay up?" he asked. "Till now." As always, when she felt the lowest, she wrote more feverishly, and her muse just wouldn't quit. Her stream of consciousness flowed out of her hand onto the paper. "I think I have my album." He looked surprised, then laughed. "You are something." She couldn't believe it herself. She had never pushed the words out like she had the night before. Usually, perfectionism slowed her. The urge to fix things kept creeping in, but so did Luke's look, his urgency to get away from her, and her need to smother her feelings. Nothing good would come from them. So she wrote and played and wrote some more, until her fingers couldn't press the strings of the guitar anymore. Kat arrived promptly at 7 to collect them and delivered them to the studio. The last time Annie had been in a studio, she'd been in her 20s, and it had been nothing like Wyman Records. She figured they'd be playing music, but Kat told her different. "Today the whole team will meet and listen to our sound, probably set up some parameters with the time and budget. It's going to be mostly business today." Annie's stomach twisted. This was it. This was her moment. She loved the process of recording music, the studio, the energy, the collaboration. To take something she had written, polish it to perfection, and have it make a connection with someone else. There was nothing quite like it. Over the years, fan mail would trickle in, emails or messages on social media from people saying how her music had helped them through a rough part of their life. It made all the rejections and bad decisions and doubts manageable. Sid had them all starred in the conference room, showing the video they'd recorded on Luke's farm. She and Luke looked completely out of place in the room full of polished businessmen. When the video finished, the lights came back up, and Sid switched the screen to a slide of a calendar. "We have you on a short circuit of live shows." "How many live shows?" Luke's face paled. "I haven't ever performed live besides the church choir." Sid switched to another slide. "Tomorrow morning, you'll be at KWLY for their morning show." Sid stared at Annie, examining her. "This is where you two will have to sell yourselves to the audience. Midwestern country with a hint of Christian backbone." She nodded. This is where the game would begin. She snuck a look at Luque, but he avoided her gaze. Was he pale because he had to start pretending to be in a relationship? Was he nervous about the live shows? Even she had to wrap her head around being interviewed live at a radio station, but wasn't he just a little excited about it all? She didn't mean to be annoyed. She knew this was all new to him. But the Luke she knew must have stayed in Prairie Valley, because Nashville Luke was entirely different. Which worried her. Would they pull this charade off? Or would country music see right through them? Sid stood up, reaching out his hand to Lukey. The simple gesture made her toes curl. She was annoyed at all men today. "This is going to be a great relationship," Sid said to Luke. "We're going to make some great music together." "Yes, we are." She abruptly stood, sticking out her hand, making them part awkwardly. Sid met her strong grip with one of his own, but eyed her as though she were the one being rude. Kat ushered them out of the conference room and into the recording studio after the initial meeting. Most of the suits left, except Sid. He stuck around with Rusty and the engineers in the control room. "I can use my own guitar, right?" Luke whispered at her as they walked into the live room. 50 different types of guitar, electric, acoustic, every brand name, new and aged, hung from the wall. She could barely look at him. She was so irritated. "You use whatever you want." She put the strap of her own guitar around her neck. She knew that being upset with Luke was just stupid. She was way overthinking things. "Let's set up, tune up, and just play around today," Rusty said from the control room. "Let's start with Wide Open Prairie," she said to the group. It was her favorite song she had ever written. Just out of high school, right before Michael's accident, she wrote it lying in the middle of the horse pasture. Aurora, Georgie's horse, was grazing off in the distance, and she wrote about her dream of leaving for a bigger world. God, she'd give anything to go back. Inside another live room sat a drummer, a bassist, and a woman sitting behind a piano. 2 engineers sat with Sid and Rusty. All eyes felt like they were on the weakest link. Her. "You want to count it down?" she asked Luke. She knew he'd kill the song, even though he probably hadn't played it since high school. Sure. He let out a deep breath, then pounded out the count with the heel of his boot. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just like that, they were in complete sync. "So you two grew up together, is that right?" the female DJ, Tyler, asked Annie. Luke looked to Annie, who smiled widely as she answered the question. "We sang in our church choir together as kids." "Aw, that's so sweet." Tyler flipped through some papers, her attention on her job. Luckily, the male host directed his conversation back to Annie. "Me and a few million other people saw the video of your song Spinning with You. Will you be performing it for us today?" The studio quieted, and she leaned up to the mic. "I thought we'd play something Luke just recently wrote, called Let Me Be Your Girl." "Sounds great. Let's hear it." His fingers were tight with nerves. He'd known she was going to suggest it, but it wasn't until she tapped out the beat with her boot and he heard her soft count that he began to relax. He closed his eyes when she sang his lyrics. It sounded better than he'd imagined. He almost teared up, but kept his emotions in check as they performed, singing in the background, following her lead. As he played the last notes, the studio erupted in hollers. The jockey pounded the surface of his desk. "Check out Annie Boudreau and her band tonight at the Blue Guitar." The DJ hit a button and pulled off his headphones. "That was great, you guys. Is that one of your singles?" "I'm not sure." Annie spoke easily, comfortable in this setting. If he didn't know their secret, he'd almost believe the lies. "We're just in the studio playing around with some stuff. Luke wrote that the other night. We've been having a lot of fun." Kat stood in the background, talking on her phone, and ushered them out of the room as soon as their interview was done. "We have to take a picture in the green room, then we'll head to the studio to meet Sid." The crew from the radio station all stood with them and took some shots. "Good luck, you guys." Tyler shook their hands. Luke looked around the green room, everything a surreal blur. He had been playing music on the radio. Millions of listeners across the world could have heard him, and he was performing with Annie. "Hey, aren't you the guys on YouTube?" asked the young assistant behind the front desk as they left. Annie nodded. "That's us." She smiled at Luke. "You two are adorable." Kat brought coffee. "You guys did great." She pulled out her phone. "Sid wants to go over some appearances and events." "Yeah, I'd like to talk about the Blue Guitar." Annie looked concerned. "I didn't see that in the itinerary." "Right, that was set up by Sid last night." She tapped her thumbs against the phone's screen. "That's going to be a quick drop-in tonight, before the final act. 2 songs. It's just that I'm not going to perform there." "Why not?" Kat looked surprised. "I just won't perform there, that's all." Luke did a double take. Of everything asked of them, this was her sticking point? The question that kept turning over in his head as they drove back to the studio. Sid met them in the boardroom, along with Kat and Rusty. "Kat tells me you don't want to perform at the Blue Guitar." His voice was a bit flippant, as if he didn't have the time for Annie's shenanigans. "You want to make those reconnections before the album drops." She shook her head. "I won't perform there. I'm willing to go anywhere else, but not the Blue Guitar." "Look, Annie." He rolled his eyes, shooting a glance at Luke. I know you have an iffy relationship with Billy, but I'm not really asking. You need to make a little appearance, and then you can leave. She scowled and looked down at the table, but didn't speak. Who was Billy? She said she doesn't want to perform there, Luke said to Sid. He made his voice as firm as he could. So, we're not going to perform there. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Annie swung her head toward him, and a small smile flickered across her face, but she shook her head and let out a sigh. No, it's okay. I'll do it. Good. Sid got up, his voice still heavy with irritation. Because you signed the contract, and when and where you perform is my decision. The rest of them filed out behind him. When they were alone, Luke mumbled, "What a dink!" She giggled, throwing her head against the back of the chair. Totally. You sure you want to play there? The name Billy stuck in his head. Because I'll do whatever you want. What had Sid meant by iffy relationship? She shook her head, but then looked over at him. I'll be okay as long as I have you by my side. He reached for her hand, ignoring the clear signs that Annie was not over Billy whoever. You always have me by your side. More than anything, she wished she had her sisters with her as she went from store to store downtown. She had no idea what to wear, and no time really to find something. Nashville had some of the cutest boutiques of country clothing, but she wanted the perfect outfit. She slid hanger after hanger across the racks, hoping something would jump out at her. But when time ran out, she chose hastily. A sequined spaghetti-strapped dress, with one of the shortest skirts she could find. She would show off her legs tonight. Wow, Luke said, as she stepped into the kitchen. You look incredible. She blushed at his compliment, feeling excited about playing with him that night, even if it had to be at the Blue Guitar. Billy would regret ever letting her go. You do too. He wore a clean button-down and shined boots. He smelled good too, but she kept that to herself. She handed him the box, wrapped in old sheet music she'd found at the studio. What's this? He asked, holding the package. Just open it. He raised an eyebrow, slowly peeling back the tape. Taking off the paper, he opened the box and pulled out a frame. It's the notes for your song. She had pulled it out of her journal and found a frame in one of the stores. It'll be worth something someday. He smiled as he looked at the paper. Thank you. He leaned over and gave her a hug, holding her long and tight. And it felt good. Real good. Something inside her wanted him to hold on to her forever. She looked up at him, and his eyes told her he understood what she felt. Did he feel it too? He began to lean down closer to her when the doorbell rang. Our ride must be here. He stepped away with a jerk, losing her from his arms. He looked as if what had been about to happen was unintended and perhaps unwelcomed. Embarrassment washed over her like a tidal wave. She quickly grabbed her purse off the table and walked out of the kitchen, hoping to God she could get herself together before she did something else stupid. They hardly spoke on the way to the Blue Guitar. Who's Billy? He asked, as they pulled behind the building into the alleyway. He's the man who ended my career. She looked out the window as the driver parked by the back door at the electric sign of a Blue Guitar hanging above the building. He's also my ex-boyfriend, who fired me before I came home to Prairie Valley. She glanced over at him to see if he thought she was as pathetic as she felt. He must be an idiot. Let's just get it over with. She got out, gripping the guitar case's handle so hard her knuckles were white. An assistant met them at the door after security let them in. You have 25 minutes before you go on, she shouted at them. The music coming from the stage nearly drowned out her words. Then you can perform for about 10 minutes before our final act goes up. She had forgotten the name of the girl who'd taken her slot until she saw it on a flyer tacked to the wall. Bella Baker. No wonder she kept thinking it was Betty Crocker. Her heart beat rapidly as she paced the green room that smelled like stale beer and cigarettes. Luke pulled out his guitar, sitting on the torn-up leather couch, tuning it. "Want to do some warm-ups?" She nodded. "How about we play some Johnny and June tonight?" "Cash?" "I know this crowd." She opened up her case. "They'll love to sing along. Just follow my lead." "Okay." A knocking sound made her look up, and there, standing awkwardly in the doorway, was Billy. "It's good to see you, Annie." Her heart stopped, and she couldn't tell what she was feeling. He looked different than she remembered, washed out, unshaven, his hair pulled into a messy ponytail. His arms were covered in faded tattoos. She had thought the whole grungy country thing was sexy. Now she just thought he looked dirty. "Billy, this is Luke Nelson." She didn't move from her seat or make any attempt to look at him. In it, for the bucks, not the music, that was Billy. When had she ever seen him play his guitar? "You've really gained some attention with those videos of yours," he said dismissively, ignoring Luke. "Yeah, people really like them." She looked down at her guitar, pretending to tune it like Luke. "How's Betty doing?" "You mean Bella?" he asked pointedly, as if he knew she was messing with him. "Fine, she's a great headliner." She pursed her lips, holding back a snide remark, trying to be a lady in front of Luke. "What does she play? Taylor Swift?" The crowd at the blue guitar would not appreciate a Taylor Swift set. "She's more like a sexy young Reba." He huffed. "I better check on her before she headlines." The two men looked each other over. "So, he's a donkey, huh?" Luke said as soon as Billy left. All the nerves and exasperation came out in a good loud laugh. "Yes, he's a complete jack." "You're on in 2, the assistant yelled as she popped her head into the room. They stood up at the same time, bumping into each other. Luke grabbed her arms to steady her, but then didn't let go. Instead, he pulled her into him. He didn't move, and neither did she. She wondered if she had stopped breathing. Then he leaned down, settled his lips over hers, and kissed her. Chapter 11. Luke had never experienced a night like this, and he could see why the rock star life was amped up like it was. The show went great. Just like Annie predicted, the crowd went crazy for Johnny Cash and chanted for another song, which Annie gave them even as Billy tried to cut them off. They cheered louder for Annie than for the headliner. Then there was a whirlwind of people asking for autographs, wanting selfies with them, and a woman even had Luke sign her chest with a Sharpie. He had never thought anyone would want his autograph, much less on their body. "Let's take a pic for your feed." Kat made them stand with Billy and his assistant. Luke wrapped his arm protectively around Annie. The guy was a complete jerk who didn't deserve someone like her. "There's a big party over at Travis Simpson's place, if you guys wanted to pop in." Kat looked at her phone. "Sure," Annie answered, before Luke could suggest going home. He wanted to be alone with her, kiss her again, play some more music, get up and do it all over again. He didn't need to go to parties among strangers. And do, what, hang out and drink beer? "Why don't we go back to the house?" he asked, hoping she'd change her mind. But it was Kat who answered. "It would be good for you two to show your face. There are a lot of people you should meet." Networking was what she called it. It was exactly like he'd imagined. People hanging out, being loud, drinking. A scene that, whether in Nashville or Prairie Valley, just wasn't his thing. They worked their way through the crowd with Kat, being introduced to country music agents, songwriters, and singers. "How long have you been playing?" someone asked him, a guy in promotions of some kind. I've been playing forever, but just started with Annie about a couple months ago. By the time Luke finished answering, the guy's attention was already on another person, Annie. The whole room buzzed around her, and she shone like the star she was born to be. People were drawn to her like moths to a bright light, her energy and smile mesmerizing them as much as she mesmerized him. And it didn't stop, all night. Wherever Annie was, so was the crowd, asking questions, vying for her attention. Networking. Maybe it was the kiss, or the fact he hadn't been able to talk to her alone, but he didn't enjoy the night at all. By the time she agreed to leave, Kat was long gone. "Should we play a song?" she asked, walking by the piano in the living room. He shook his head, looking at the strangers. "I'm a bit tired. I'd like to go home." "You should play something," a woman said from the couch, where she was cuddled up against a man who had been looking at Annie all night. Annie shook her head, her cheeks pink from the alcohol. "Yeah, we should probably get some sleep." They walked out together, and she stumbled a bit as they headed to the car Kat had ordered for them. What a night. He closed the car door for her and got in on the other side. She leaned close to him. "You were amazing tonight." Her eyes gazed into his, but they were bloodshot from the alcohol. He could see she was going to kiss him. He wasn't sure if it was the booze that made her want him or not, but he never took advantage of a lady who'd been drinking. "Let's get you home to bed." He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into his shoulder. He kept her there until they got back to the house, letting her rest. As soon as they hit the highway, she fell asleep on his chest, and he prayed he'd be able to protect her like that forever. She remembered the kiss. She dreamt about it. She thought about it as her eyes opened to the sunlight streaming in her bedroom window. She could hear Luke moving around downstairs. Did she smell bacon? The night couldn't have gone better. They'd played that crowd better than she ever had over the last 5 years. The energy followed them to the party up the hill. So many people wanted to talk about her music. What were they recording in the studio? Who was her producer? When would she perform next? The attention made her head spin more than the drinks Kat kept handing her. Sweet martinis and glasses of rosé. So much rosé. Luke had been quiet, but the looks he gave her all night told her he felt the same way she did. She wondered if she should have gone home after their brief set, like Luke wanted, but parties like that didn't happen too often in Prairie Valley. If she had gone home, sure, they would have been able to play some more, but the connections she'd made that night would further her career. Her social media was blowing up. There were pictures of her and Luke backstage with Billy at the Blue Guitar, her and Luke with Travis Simpson outside by the pool with country legend Tucker Rokes. Luke looked happy in the pictures, didn't he? She pulled on her robe, checking the time and herself in the mirror before going downstairs. 2 hours before the car service would pick them up. Then another day in the studio, followed by a night out, then maybe another party. "Good morning," he said, as she walked into the kitchen. "It smells fabulous in here." She walked over to the plate of bacon sitting on the table. He came from the counter with a mug of coffee, light, just like she liked it. "You should eat." He pulled out a chair. He rubbed the back of his neck, then sat down in front of the food. "Should we say grace?" "Please." He settled back in his chair, quiet. She had rather hoped he would take the prayer on that morning, so she could get some idea of what he was thinking. After that kiss, she knew if they had gone home last night, she might have given in to more than just kissing. Her mind spun, and her heart swelled like a dam about to burst. If she had been alone with him, she wouldn't have had the restraint. Even now, sitting in the breakfast nook, all she wanted to do was kiss him. "Dear Lord, thank you for your blessings this morning. Let us be grateful for the food before us and the day ahead. We will share your love and grace. Amen. She felt suddenly stiff and unsure. He had smiled at her, but his attention was on his plate, his fork playing with his eggs. She could cut the tension in the room with her butter knife. What did you think of the party last night? He shrugged. Not really my scene. Oh. Her excitement faded when he kept his focus on the food. Did you like meeting everyone? He shrugged again. It was neat. She nodded, taking in the information. Luke had always been quiet, even if willing to go along with any of her harebrained plans, but this was a party with famous country singers and big-time players. Not just anyone was invited to party at Travis Simpson's house. Plus, it was part of the game. The more people she met and charmed, the more people would be willing to work with her, share her work. Success was literally in who she knew, and she needed to know everyone. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it. She should have figured a guy who worked alone on a farm might not be into that kind of partying. I just was kind of hoping we'd have some time alone. He looked up, his thick eyelashes shadowing his eyes. She had the urge to touch his chin and pull him in slowly to reach her lips. I had a real good time before we played. Her cheeks blushed, and she wished she was bold enough to jump into his lap and kiss him again. We should play tonight by the pool, he said, raising an eyebrow. That sounds perfect. Her heart skipped a beat, and she could feel perspiration prickling her neck. Hello? Kat called from the front door. I bring coffee. We're in the kitchen. Annie got out of her seat to greet the assistant, who after the past few days seemed pretty cool. Since they arrived in Nashville, Kat has catered to their every need with Southern charm. She did all the grunt work, random errands, and met the plethora of demands. Annie was beginning to enjoy her company. She had gone to Dartmouth, had a business degree, and played classical cello. She was also young and gorgeous, always rocking the latest fashion. Today was no different. Kat's elaborately curled hair fell down her back over her leather jacket. So I have our schedule for the next couple of days. She handed them a piece of paper and set the coffee on the table. Today and tomorrow, we'll be in the studio, and then we're going to tape a video. We're doing a video already? Things had changed in the music industry, especially the pace at which everything moved, faster than she could wrap her head around. When? Where? We're doing a video? Luke's voice was hardly audible. Did you make bacon? Kat asked Annie. No, Luke did. Kat grabbed a piece, chipper and bright-eyed. Annie looked down at her aged robe and worn slippers. Kat's skin-tight jeans and low-cut shirt suddenly looked much more feminine. We should head to the studio after breakfast. I still need to get ready. Annie looked at her phone. No new messages or changes of schedule. I thought we had over an hour before we had to go. I'm here to help with your style a bit. Kat went to the front hall and brought back 2 bags. We like your country look, but everybody needs a little advice, she said diplomatically. Kat pulled a couple of dresses from the first bag, floral designs, silk and lace, sundresses for Saturday afternoons. Then she pulled out the cutest heeled boots. I love Donna Willow's stuff. Kat handed over a teal floral print that matched Annie's eyes. You'll look gorgeous in it, won't she, Luke? He nodded, picking up his empty plate and coffee mug. She always looks beautiful. Annie held the dress up to her torso, swinging it around her. We need to take you 2 dancing, Kat clapped. There's a great place with line dancing downtown. We should all go sometime. Yes, Annie hugged the new dress. We should. Luke set his plate in the sink, turning on the water, but didn't say anything. I could set up a show for you 2, Kat typed on her phone. Luke? Annie looked over at him. trying to gauge his reaction. "Do you like line dancing?" "Yeah, sounds fun." But something about the way he left the room, quiet and distant, made Annie worry there was something she was missing. 4 missed calls, but Phil didn't leave any voicemails. It meant that his dad knew about him being in Nashville, and also that he was mad because leaving a voicemail wasn't enough to express his anger. This time, Luke deserved it. His father should know about his son's whereabouts. He shouldn't have left town without a word. "So, you're alive," his father said as he answered the phone. Luke stood outside the studio in a small garden area by the parking lot. The place was a concrete cinder block. No personality, no nature, no inspiration for music. He hadn't written a song or really enjoyed playing since he left the farm. The studio was stressful. Annie was the only one who kept her cool. Between Rusty's tension, Sid's constant big brother act, and all the others constantly buzzing around, he was never just alone, playing music with Annie. He couldn't tolerate the fakeness, the flattery, and the feigned appreciation. Signing a record deal meant signing your life away. The longer he was away from real things, real community, real friends, the more he missed home. But then he'd look up and see Annie, playing around with a song, talking to the engineers, and he'd just think about kissing her. He just had to get through all of this. "Hey, Dad," he said into the phone. "Sorry I didn't tell you my plans." "No, I love hearing about my son from everyone else." The sarcasm oozed out of the phone. He was more than just upset. "I'm sorry." He was, but even though he knew he was a grown man, the teenager in him bridled at his father's tone. "You know, I tried my best," Phil said. "It's not easy to understand why God hurt us like he did, taking a mother away from her son. But I tried to be a good father." "Tried to be a good father?" "You were never there. I lived at Michael's house." At first he'd slept there only on the weekends, but he spent more and more time there until he rarely went home. Phil only made him stay home Saturday nights, and then he'd lurk in his room while Phil watched television in the family room. They'd show up to Sunday service together, like a family, but there had been no family life since his mother died. They were just related. Nothing was said for a long time, until Phil finally broke the silence. "So, how's Nashville?" "Good." He didn't feel the need to go into specifics. "I heard you're part of Annie's record deal." "I'm playing guitar for her." Deep inside, he wished he could just be honest. Tell him what was going on, have that counsel with his dad, but he just couldn't allow himself to open up. "How long are you going to be there?" Phil asked. "What about the farm?" "Everything is being taken care of. I should be back within a month." But he wasn't exactly sure. Scheduling continued to overflow, with more events, more appearances, even 2 nights opening for the #1 earner of the year. As more things kept getting tacked onto the deal, Luke began to wonder what he'd signed up for. He thought they were recording a record, not making videos or going on tour. He loved playing music, but not here, not with them, not like this. "I'll call you more often," he said, to appease his father and get him off the phone. "I'd like that," Phil said. "I should go." Luke almost hung up, but Phil said, "Luke, good luck." "Thanks." Never had he wished more to have Mary's advice. She could read him like a book and would tell him what he needed to do. Her advice had gotten him through hard times with farming, and Phil, and Faith. "You should take her line dancing," Kat said to him later that morning. "Just the 2 of you. Dinner, dancing, and dessert in the park by the river." He looked over at Annie sitting with the engineer, playing back a track. Her hair fell around her face, the creases between her eyes just visible. She put everything into her music, everything. He could leave Nashville in a heartbeat, leave the music scene and the money behind, but he enjoyed seeing her in her element, completely immersed in her music. How could someone like him compete with everyone else who wanted Annie Boudreau? He was just a country boy who wanted to farm, have a family, and rock on the porch. There was no doubt in his mind that Annie would become country music's next sweetheart. The album was going to be big. Would she even want him around then? "Where is this place?" he asked Kat. He had planned the night out. First, dinner at a French bistro, then line dancing. Then Kat had told him about a food truck near the river that sold desserts. But by the time they finished in the studio, it was close to 10 at night. "Are you hungry? You want something to eat?" he asked, hoping she'd say yes, but her droopy eyes and yawn told him what he didn't want to hear. "I'm exhausted." He nodded, putting his guitar back in its case. He rested his weight on it. "I was hoping maybe we could have dinner tomorrow night, hit that bar Kat was talking about after." She smiled, giving him a sly eye. "Why, Luke Nelson, are you asking me out on a date?" "I'm hoping to, if we ever have any time together." He wished he had been more formal about it. "That sounds real nice." She kissed him on the cheek. "I can't wait." "How about something sweet?" he asked, not wanting to go home just yet. "Kat told me about this truck that sells late-night desserts." "I'd love that." She grabbed her jacket, walking backwards to face him. "You were talking to Kat about late-night desserts?" "I had a whole thing planned for tonight," he confessed, "but we had to finish the track." Her forehead wrinkled. "I'm so sorry." He shook his head. "I should have told you about it. It's just that you were so into working it all out." They had recorded dozens of versions of the same song, dubbing over and over again, which meant he sat around most of the time. "I wish you had." She stopped, allowing him to catch up to her. She put her hands on his arms, holding on to him. She sprung up on tiptoe, closing her eyes. He swept his arms around her, lifted her up, and kissed her as she tightened her arms around his neck. He relaxed his grip, pulling away to catch his breath. He felt dizzy. "We should hit that dessert place before it closes," she said. Instead of answering, he took her face in his hands and kissed her again. Chapter 12. Annie knew the rental house was massive, but that night, after the dessert truck, it felt no larger than her apartment above the barn. Luke felt too close as he slept down the hall, just a short jaunt from her own bed. So she stayed awake, thinking about him, wanting to kiss him again, wanting to stop time. The night had been perfect, so why couldn't she just let go and let things be perfect? Instead, she stared at the ceiling, going over every possible problem. And there were so many. Maybe Luke really only wanted to help her. He was just lonely. He was nostalgic for the old days. He was confusing his love for the music with feelings for her as a person. He was just a really nice guy who was in over his head. By morning, she had pounded out another song, waiting for the sun before she got up and went downstairs to brew some coffee. When she put the pot under the tap, she heard his footsteps creak down the stairs. "Good morning," she said, wishing she had a little bit of Kat in her as she tightened the belt of her robe. "Morning." He stepped right up to her, sleepy eyes and all, and kissed her. "Let's skip the studio today." "What?" She laughed at the idea, like kids skipping school. "We can't." "We haven't taken a break since we arrived. Come on, no one wants to go in today anyways. It was you who suggested it. Let's go somewhere, check out the Smoky Mountains or downtown Nashville, and go on our date." He pulled her into his arms, kissing her again. She really didn't need to think about it. "Okay, but let's go riding." "You want to go riding?" "Kat told me about this place in Franklin." She wrapped her arms around his waist, looking up at him with her chin on his chest. "I promised I'd teach you how to ride." He rested his head on hers. "Let's do it." The last and biggest problem: she was in love. She pushed the helmet into his stomach. "You should wear this, just in case." Begrudgingly, Luke took it from her hand. He could only imagine how stupid he'd look with it strapped to his head. "You think cowboys ride with helmets?" "You're a townie, not a cowboy." Annie smiled, patting him on the back. "And even cowboys fall off." He knew she was referring to Ryan Gunderson, the cowboy of all cowboys, who fell from a wild bronc and almost got killed in the process. But she was treating him like he'd never been on a horse before, which was his fault, of course, but still. "This is a girl's helmet." He stopped complaining as soon as he saw the horse being brought out from the barn. A gray and white beauty walked alongside the woman who'd booked them in. "This here is Daisy," she said, as she walked him up to the edge of the ring. "She's a good girl who will take direction. You said you're all set on instruction?" Annie looked at Luke's helmet as if second-guessing him. "We're good." Her forehead wrinkled. "I'm going to walk him through everything. When you're ready to ride the trails, I have another horse available." She looked at Annie a moment longer, her face twisting as if she was trying to remember something. Then she pointed her finger. "Hey, are you that singer?" Annie's face immediately lit up. "Yes, hi. I just loved that single. What was it?" The woman snapped her fingers together, trying to jog her memory. "Girl, something, right?" "Girl, broken." "That's it." She pointed. "I'm surprised you didn't have another one after that." "I sure tried," Annie said, the light fading. Something about the woman's expression made Luke say, "You might want to grab a picture before she leaves because her new album is going to be big." "Luke," she said, in a low, warning voice. "You're making a new album?" The woman looked suddenly interested. "It's great, too," he added. "Stop it, Luke." Annie rolled her eyes. "Yes, we're making an album." "You two are cute." The woman seemed amused. "Would you mind if I took a picture?" "No problem." Her arm slipped around Luke's waist. She cuddled into his arm and he could feel her warmth against him. "My first famous picture, and I'm wearing a helmet. You look like a hot horse-riding country boy." He let out a chuckle as she teased him, but shook his head. "It's funny." She squinted. "What's funny?" He walked over to the horse, hiked his left foot up into the stirrup, and mounted the horse like he'd been riding his whole life. "I'm more of a country boy than the girl who grew up on a farm." "Nah. She shook her head, thinking about it. "Yeah," he laughed. "You may sing country, but you are a city girl through and through." He settled himself in the saddle and clicked to Daisy to move out at a walk around the ring, then moved her up to a trot. "You already know how to ride," she accused. "I was trying to find a way to hang out with you." He patted the horse's neck. "But I do want a horse." "I guess you can grab that other horse," she said to the woman. She laughed, shaking her head. "I can't believe you fed me a line." He almost confessed his love right then and there. But he was right in what he'd said. They were opposites. She was Nashville, the city lights, the nightlife, the people, the music. She loved Prairie Valley, but he didn't know if she could live the way he wanted to. And he was no city boy. He craved this. Being outside, away from the chaos of the city, the crowds, the noise, the traffic, the coldness. But the idea of going back to the prairie alone seemed worse than staying in the city with Annie. He couldn't imagine going back without her. They rode in silence at first, as he followed Annie up the trail that led through the woods. The shade from the canopy was a welcome refuge from the humid spring day. Then she said, "I wouldn't be able to do all of this without you." She stopped her horse, waiting for him to catch up, until they were face to face. Reaching out to grip his saddle, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. I'm falling for you, Luke Nelson. He had already fallen, he thought, as he kissed her again. Suddenly, the idea of going back to the farm without her was more than troubling. It was intolerable. Let's get married. Let's just do it, Luke said, grabbing her hands. Her mouth hung open and she lost her center, almost falling off her horse. He took her arm, helping her steady herself. I love you. He looked deep into her eyes. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. I love you too. She squeezed his hands, a smile growing on her face. I do love you. Let's just do it. This impulsive Luke was someone she hadn't seen before, and it excited her. You really want to get married? He loved her? He wanted to get married? Would she play music with him forever? Would they make a family? Yes. He looked hard into her eyes. Yes, I want to marry you. She laughed, unable to believe what was happening. This is crazy. But inside, she felt as if her dreams were coming true. I'm crazy about you. He took her hands and held them against his chest. I don't want to spend another day without you. Married, she whispered. He kissed her, slowly looking into her eyes. Annie Boudreau, will you be my wife? Her eyes left his, distracted by something floating past him. She reached out, catching a feather. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Yes. Chapter 13. They stayed up all night, talking, kissing, and watching the fire under the stars. When they finally went to bed, he brought her to her bedroom door and kissed her goodnight. I'm going to make you so happy, he said, holding her in his arms. Her face rested against his chest. She believed him. The craziness of the day had worn into a magical wish come true. She inhaled his scent as she stayed in his arms for a few more moments. He kissed the top of her head as he let go. I'll see you in the morning. She stood in the doorway, watching as he went into his room, pinching herself to make sure the whole thing wasn't a dream. She lay awake in bed, thoughts spilling into each other. Wedding dresses and lyrics and life on the road, making babies. Babies. She played with the braided grass ring he'd twisted together after they stopped at an overlook with the horses. Babies. She had always wanted a big family. Did Luke want children? Did he want to keep the farm? Would he even want to go on the road? Anxious thoughts flooded her dreams, and she jumped out of sleep. I want children, she said, as soon as she walked into the kitchen. You can have as many babies as you like. She reached out to him, wanting to be in his arms, and he took her in, kissing her before her body molded into his. And a dog, not a cat. I like cats. They keep mice out of the barns. But definitely a dog, she said, burying her face in his chest, loving that moment more than anything in her life. I love you. He held her closer. I love you. Her thumb twisted the grass ring. She still couldn't believe this was her life. That this moment was real. She had finally found her happiness. When she called Rosie, she hadn't expected her response to be as sour as it was. What are you thinking? Rosie said. Excuse me? She immediately wished she hadn't told her. I didn't realize I called Georgie. I thought I was talking to Rosie. But your career is about to kick off, and he's got a farm back in Prairie Valley. Wow, tell me how you really feel. She huffed quietly into the phone. She didn't want anyone else at the studio to hear, even Luke. They hadn't talked about the timing, but she had said she wanted to tell her family in person. But then she just couldn't wait to tell somebody. I thought you'd be happy for me. I am happy for you if this is what you really want. Rosie sighed heavily into the receiver. It's just, you fall hard, and you fall even harder when they break your heart. I'm worried about you. This is different. Luke was different. They were different because they were so right for each other. There was a feather. A what? Rosie said. A feather. The moment she saw the feather floating in the air around Luke, she knew it was a sign. Daddy was there. You agreed to marry him because of a feather. You sound as if you don't think he's in love with me. You know, I expected more from you. I expected that you'd support me, no matter what. Annie hung up. She wasn't going to sit back and take Rosie's negativity. She had struggled with her relationship with Ryan, and Annie was there for her. No judgments. Listen to her woes after he broke her heart. She didn't tell her how to feel or belittle her. She should have just kept quiet and been happy. Hey, there you are. Luke came out to the patio with a mug of coffee in his hand. She almost started complaining, but then rested her hand on his chest, looking at the woven ring, now fraying around the edges. I love it. I love you. He kissed her, handing her the cup. Should we finish that last beat? Let's do a video tonight by the fire. She could tell the world she loved him. She didn't need approval from her family first. He sat next to her on the bench, his arm around her waist. I wanted to take you somewhere after we finish up. Where? You'll see. She looked up at him from under her eyelashes. What do you have up your sleeve? You just be patient. He didn't give in, no matter how much she persisted. They finished later than she had expected, like usual, but the work they had done was better than anything she had done in her career. Everyone worked as a team, showcasing her talent, bringing everything together like a well-oiled machine. They all knew they had something special. Luke grabbed her hand as he walked her to the rental car. He held it as he drove, only letting go to park along the street. As he opened her door, she asked one more time, Where are you taking me? It was well past 10 o'clock at night. The only places still open were bars and the dessert truck, but they were in the middle of the city, standing on an empty street. Then the lights of a jewelry store came on, and a middle-aged man with a potbelly opened the door. Good evening, Mr. Nelson. Good evening, Luke said, pulling her toward the door. You need to pick out a ring. Oh, my goodness. She stood frozen in the street. How did you do this? He shrugged. I have my ways. Did Kat help? He nodded, making her laugh. She really is something. Come inside and grab a glass of champagne, the jeweler said to her. In the middle of the room, a table was set up with candles and flowers. A black velvet display of jeweled rings sat on top. Luke, are you serious? Things suddenly became real. Her dreams were really coming true. Pick the one you want. He pulled out a chair. The man handed her a flute of sparkling champagne. She kissed Luke, then looked at the selection. There had to be a dozen of the most beautiful rings she had ever seen, but there was one that stood out, different from the rest. The yellow diamond seemed to call to her as she carefully pulled it out. I thought you'd pick that one, he said, taking it from her, then placing it on her ring finger. It's beautiful. You are not at all as I expected, Luke Nelson. She looked down at the stone. The soft, warm color captivated her. She held up her finger, letting the candlelight reflect off the precious stone. I can't wait to be Mrs. Luke Nelson. Kat noticed the ring right away when she met them at the house the next morning. Oh my, she exclaimed, jumping up and down as she hugged them. It's about time. The idea that Annie had asked him to pretend a relationship less than a month ago seemed crazy. He felt like he had been with her forever. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought they'd end up getting married for real. She looked at him as if she could read his mind and showed off her ring to Kat. He asked me the other day, "You have to tell Lindsay Rose on the air tonight." Kat pulled out her phone as she sat down in her usual spot. She had been joining them regularly for breakfast. He didn't like the idea of sharing the news via the evening commute. "We haven't even told our families yet." "You'd better do it soon, because you can't hide it with a ring like that." Kat picked up Annie's hand again, examining it. Annie looked so happy. He didn't want to squash her mood with worries, but as they left for the studio, he asked, "How do you want to tell people?" They had made their most life-altering decision on a whim, and now they were planning out the details. Maybe he should slow down for just a second before someone's feelings were hurt. "I need to talk to Mary's parents." He could sense her emotions change as he spoke Mary's name. "Of course." She took his hands. "We can wait." "I don't want to wait, Annie." He wanted her to be very clear on this. He cupped her face in his hands. "I want to marry you more than anything. I just want to respect their feelings and tell them before they hear it from someone else. We should tell our families." She blew out a breath. "I don't think Maggie and the gang want to find out through the gossip wheel either." It was decided. They'd go home for the weekend. She promised Kat and Rusty, and then Sid when he found out, that it would be a quick trip. Out on Friday night, back by Sunday. Annie convinced Georgie to pick them up at the airport, and it synced with her schedule for picking up the kids from their dads. Georgie pulled up at the arrivals gate and jumped out of the truck. "Is that a ring on your finger?" she screamed out, rushing over to her, hugging her tight. "You got engaged." Georgie laughed as she hugged Luke, then took Annie's hand to inspect the ring. "It's huge!" Annie had no idea on the price, but she knew she had never seen such a beautiful ring in her life. She looked down at it for the millionth time. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" She was happy her usually rigid sister was excited for them. Olivia jumped out of the truck once she saw what Georgie was doing. "Auntie Annie, are you getting married?" she asked, taking hold of Annie's hand. "You're going to be such a pretty bride." "You two are perfect for each other." Georgie scooted Olivia back in the truck and ran around to the driver's side as they all got in, the traffic officer shooing them along. Luke opened the front passenger door for her. "Tell me everything about it," Georgie said as they drove away. Annie told the story, glancing back at Luke in the back seat as she did. He joined in to defend his riding helmet and corrected some of her exaggerations. "I made a grass ring at first." "It was perfect," Annie said. She had saved it in the velvet box her diamond engagement ring came in. That ring meant more to her than the real thing. It somehow represented everything between them. When they pulled up to the farmhouse, everyone was waiting on the porch, even the Gunderson men, who were now a fixture at the Boudreaux farm. She knew Luke would fit right in with them. Then she saw Pastor Phil standing at the back. "Welcome back," Maggie called out over the barking dogs. "Thanks." Annie went to hug Mama, but she stopped mid-hug and grabbed her ring hand. Rosie had told them. That's why Georgie was so cool. She'd had time to process the news. She shot a look at her sister, who seemed to be trying to hide in the crowd. "So, when were you going to tell us you two got engaged?" Pastor Phil said, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Suddenly, Annie felt like a kid again, like she had when Michael first asked her to marry him, as if they were too young to know what they were doing. She stood taller and glared at Rosie, who looked away. "I asked Annie to marry me." Luke put his arm around her, tucking her against him. The kids went wild, happy, not reading the mood of the adults. Maggie smiled, but Phil looked angry as he stared at Luke. She felt Luke stiffen up beside her and looked at his face. She had never seen him so angry. She realized she didn't really know much about his and Phil's relationship. "And you were going to tell us when?" Phil tried to stare Luke down, but he gave it right back, then shrugged. "I figure you'd find out at church." Annie wondered if she should stay or leave them alone. Thankfully, Maggie stepped in. "Let's go inside and celebrate by having some pie." She ushered the kids in with her as Rosie reached out for Annie. "I'm sorry," Rosie said, but Annie pulled away from her. "I didn't mean for this to happen." "I thought I could trust you." Annie shook her head, looking over at Luke, praying things would be okay. "I didn't tell them," Rosie said. "Mary's parents called him." Chapter 14. "What was she like?" Annie asked, holding the framed photograph in her hands. She had gone to Luke's farm after pie to escape the questions and comments from everyone. She held the frame up to the light. Strange to think this was Luke's life. Her Luke. The man she'd agreed to marry in Nashville seemed very different in Prairie Valley. He smiled, and she was glad he seemed okay with her holding the picture. She hadn't liked her sisters touching the photograph of Michael. She'd taken it down and put it away, so no one could comment about his smile, or how handsome he had been, or what a shame it was, how young he'd been. She was great, kind, quiet. He winked. "Kind of like me." She laughed a nervous laugh, unable to lose the weird feeling stirring in her stomach. "How'd you meet?" She didn't know why she was poking into his past, but something inside her needed to know this Luke, too. "We met in college, freshman year, dated and got engaged before graduation." He walked over to Annie, picking up another photo of him and Mary at their wedding. "You got married in a different church." She didn't recognize the altar. "Her childhood church, in Rochester." He let out a huff. Phil wasn't happy about that either. Phil was another topic she wanted to bring up. What was going on between father and son? But she didn't feel right to just come out and ask about him after questioning him about his wife. Then she thought about how she'd died. Cancer. After seeing Daddy go through treatments and surgeries and more treatments, she'd often thought about how lucky Michael had been to die suddenly. He hadn't had to suffer through a lingering illness. It must have been so hard to see her go through all that. She didn't want to make him talk about it, but she also wanted him to know that she understood, at least a little. "I couldn't handle it myself, with my dad." Luke walked back to the side table and set the photograph back in its place. He sat down on the couch and patted the spot next to him. She snuggled up close to him, his arm wrapped around her, and it felt right, like two halves of a locket clasping back together. "When people would tell me to take care of myself, I used to get so mad, especially at Phil." He brushed his hand over her hair as she rested her head on his chest. "They'd tell me to get some rest. I hated that." Those had been the exact words she had said to her mama when Daddy had been in the hospital and she wouldn't leave his side. "How could I rest and take time off from my wife? She never got a break from getting sick. She couldn't sleep because of the pain, or couldn't wake up because of the drugs." He paused. "I didn't want to rest." She nodded, letting him talk. He exhaled a long breath. "I didn't want her to ever be alone." She knew Luke worried about her. He didn't want to leave her in Nashville because he thought she needed him. She didn't want to be alone. She had said as much. He took on the role of protector before her eyes, and she didn't even realize it. Did he really love her? Or was it just displaced loyalty? She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. "I'd better head home before my family has a fit." "Stay just a little longer," he said, as he tugged her into his chest. She tucked her hand under her head and played with the buttons on his flannel shirt. "What about your dad?" she said after a while. "Don't you think you should talk to him?" Luke stiffened up, taking in a breath, then slowly breathing it out before he answered. "I think I'm good." She popped up from his chest to look at him. "Why?" He played with the cording on the couch's armrest. "I just don't want to talk to him about you." The comment felt like a slap. Ouch. She stood up, unable to process what he'd said. He stood up with her, taking her hands. "He's going to make this about something else, and I don't want to hear it." What was this something else? And why, if they were going to be married, did she feel as though she couldn't ask? "You don't think he'll come around? Does your dad not like me?" "He probably loves you, undoubtedly more than me." "That's not true. He's obviously upset because he does love you." "Phil and I are nothing like your family. We don't eat dinner together, we never have. We don't celebrate holidays. I stopped going to church because I had a bone to pick with God, and my father, the pastor, is worried about how it looks, not that his son lost his faith." "Luke, we can take it easy," she whispered, worried he'd agree. He wrapped her arms around his waist. "How can I take it easy when all I want is to be with you?" He pressed his forehead against hers, looking deep into her eyes. "Do you really think I'm where you belong?" He tilted her chin toward him and kissed her. "You're exactly where I belong. You're everything I need." He looked over at the photograph he had shown her. "The old me belongs in the past." Luke walked through the house, picking up Mary's things. Not all of them. Some he left alone, like a painting she had bought at an art fair. Of course, he'd keep the piano, but the bulk of the items he put in boxes. Some of it was earmarked for her parents and sister. The rest would go to the women's shelter. With each item came another memory. Things he hadn't thought about for years, as if his touch on the item loosened the memory like a genie from a bottle. By the end of night, as the early dawn light woke up the earth outside, he was sitting on his bed, looking at a set of Mary's journals. She had wrapped them together with yarn. A letter was tucked under the bow on top, with his name on it. He hadn't read it. Something about doing that was just too final. It would be his very last moment with her. "I wish you were able to meet Annie." His voice cracked as he pulled the envelope out, tracing the letters with his finger, turning it in his hands. "I think you two would really like each other." He sighed. Sticking his finger in the flap, he tore it open, then pulled out the paper folded perfectly inside. "My dearest Luke, I love you. And no matter where I am, I will always love you. My love is in the early morning dew and the flowers blooming. My love is in the blue skies and the wind blowing. My love is in the bird song and twinkling starlight. My love will surround you." He folded the paper up, not wanting to read anymore. Instead, he looked out the window as rays of light cut across the room. A bird sang out a high tune. He put the letter back inside its envelope and placed it in the top drawer of his nightstand. He'd give the journals to her parents. Those he'd promised not to read. As he watched the sun rise, he took in a deep breath and tried to let everything go as he released it. "You don't think we're rushing, do you?" Annie asked, sitting on a bench in the barn as Luke worked on the tractor's engine. Her voice came out unsure, but she couldn't hide her fears with him. She didn't like the idea that Phil was upset with Luke. She knew her family would be there for her, even if they did like to stick their nose in her business. But Luke hadn't mentioned Phil again. It felt different somehow. "I love you, Annie. I want to be with you. Your family and Phil will get over it." He lifted her chin to see her face. "I'm not worried about them." She nodded, but worry gnawed at her all through the night and into the next day. "We should go to church together." "If you want to go, I'll go, but do you really want half of Prairie Valley getting involved in our business?" He kissed her on the forehead. "Because it won't be the sermon getting their attention today." She didn't want to get on the plane to Nashville when the time came. Everything felt safe and peaceful on the farm, as if nothing could hurt them, but they couldn't stay if they were going to make her dream into a reality. As she packed her bags to head to the airport, she was about to ask him to stay one more night when he spoke. "Let's elope." She dropped her suitcase on the ground. "What?" "Let's just do it," he said. "Let's get married right now." "Like, right now?" She didn't believe he was being serious. "Yes, like, right now." He grinned. "I'm crazy about you." She giggled, covering her mouth, then flung up her hands. "I'm crazy about you." "Be my wife, be my other half, my family." "Yes." She called Kat and told them they'd be a day late. One day, and they'd be back from Vegas. Chapter 15. Luke had never been so far away from home as when they landed in Las Vegas. He certainly wasn't in Minnesota anymore, that was for sure. The airport was strangely quiet, even though there were slot machines ringing out around them as they headed toward the exit. He was in a rush. He wanted nothing more than to make Annie his wife. He'd seen Mary's life slip away from her while she was still in her 30s. No one knew when the end was coming, and he wasn't going to waste another second. He was happy with Annie, and nothing was going to change his feelings for her. A driver waited for them at the airport's exit, Annie's name written on a piece of cardboard. Kat had set everything up. Hotel on the Strip, an appointment at the Wedding Bells Chapel. They went straight there, not even stopping for flowers. They stood in front of an Elvis impersonator justice of the peace as he read them their vows, and they kissed each other for the first time as husband and wife. "We're married." He leaned over, clinking his champagne glass against hers in the back seat of the limo. She laughed. "We're married." "Would you mind saying a prayer?" she said. He nodded, taking her hands into his. She didn't know his relationship with God, but she trusted him to understand hers. He leaned over again, unable to control himself, kissing his wife, Annie Boudreau Nelson. "Dear Lord," he began, parroting the words he'd heard Phil speak in the sanctuary. But then he thought of a song he had written for her the other night. "Give this love tenderness and understanding. Give this love patience and guidance. Give this love moments of miracles and strength in evil times. But most of all, give me her love until my last breath. Amen." "Amen." When they reached the hotel suite, he lifted her in his arms, stepping over the threshold and carrying his wife inside, shutting the door with a backward kick of his boot. Nothing felt real to Annie the next day. She floated through the morning, having breakfast with Luke, leaving Las Vegas, and flying back to Nashville. Everything felt like a dream. Kat greeted them at the studio, hugging them in congratulations. "I can't believe you eloped," Kat exclaimed, clapping her hands. "We have to throw a party." Rusty teased them in good humor but said, "That's great, you two. You're really good for one another." She wanted to go back to Prairie Valley, to tell her family the greatest news of her life. "You okay?" he asked that night, as she stared out of the window at the rain. "Oh, yeah." She dropped onto couch, and he handed her a glass of wine. She sat close to him, pulling her notebook onto her knees, but just staring at the lyrics. "I'm just thinking we should talk to them." He strummed a couple chords. "If that's what you want." But she could tell by his tone that he didn't feel the same. "I just would hate for them to really feel hurt." She would call Mama tonight. "Maggie can tell Phil if she wants, but I feel no need to call him." His face hardened. She didn't really know Pastor Phil, other than from church, even though Luke lived next door to Michael, and they were always together. Wherever Luke was, Michael would follow, and vice versa. As a kid, Luke had always seemed quiet and solitary. He'd sit up front with the old-timers as Phil led the sermon. He never talked during Sunday school or hung out after service for cookies and juice. "Where would you go after church when we were kids?" she asked curiously. "I'd walk home, wait for Michael to come home." The answer didn't surprise, but her heart hurt, even so. "Do you talk to his parents anymore?" She hadn't seen Judy and Jim in years. He nodded. "They call me and invite me down to Florida, but—" He shook his head. "I don't talk to them enough." Sitting there next to him, she could feel his pain. She had thought she'd lost everything when Michael had died, but it seemed that Luke really had. "Come FaceTime my family with me. They're going to freak out on you." He was probably right, but she wanted him to be part of it, to be part of the family. Good, bad, and ugly, the Boudreaux stuck together. "They'll be happy for us." He moved closer to her, putting his hand on her thigh and kissing her. "Please." "Fine." She untangled from him and opened her phone. "Annie!" Mama stood in her bedroom, which meant she was alone. "Mama!" She suddenly couldn't wait to tell her. "We got married." Suddenly, Mama's face fell, along with the phone. The screen went black. "Hold on!" she heard Mama calling out. "I dropped my phone." A muffled rustling sound. Then the camera came back with Mama smiling into the screen. "You did what?" "We got married in Vegas." "You're kidding me?" Mama laughed, rubbing her forehead. "You two got married?" "Are you mad?" she asked in a small voice. "Annie, it's your life. How could I be mad?" She shook her head, still laughing in surprise. "Welcome to the family, Luke. Vegas. You got married in Vegas?" Annie looked over at Luke, who smiled into the phone. "I wish I could have been there." Relieved tears came out of nowhere. She could handle her sisters if she had Mama on her side. "Luke, have you told your father?" Luke shook his head. "Not yet." Mama nodded, seeming to understand. "Well, we need to plan a reception when you guys get back to Prairie Valley." Annie hadn't really thought about it, but she realized she would not be returning to live on her family farm. She would be living in Mary and Luke's home. "When are you going to tell your sisters?" Mama asked. "When I feel up for a fight." Annie didn't plan on it anytime soon. "Well, I sure didn't expect this kind of news while folding the laundry." She chuckled again. "I'm going to make her really happy, Mrs. Boudreaux." Mama smiled into the phone. "Luke, I have no doubt that you will." Funny how he had to go through hell to experience this kind of happiness. Days flew by as they played in the studio all day and in front of the fire at night. Annie posted videos, just goofing off at this point, but always showing their best. Sometimes they'd sing their own songs, while other times they covered old classics. His favorites were love songs or anything Kenny Rogers, but it really didn't matter. At night, he'd hold her in his arms, wishing they could stay like that forever and never have to let go. At the studio, it took all of his self-control not to keep Annie in his arms. All business, Annie would shoo him off when someone came around, but he could tell she didn't really mind his attention. "Tonight's going to be a big show," Sid said as he paced the conference room. "Your set is short, so you want to be completely polished." "I think we're ready," Annie said confidently. Sid didn't rattle her. For Luke, it wasn't Sid that made him nervous. It was playing with the rest of the guys in the studio. They were all great musicians and professionals, unlike Farmer Luke, who was still very unsure on stage. He had played in church, among people he knew, but not in front of crowds of country music fans expecting to see a show. His manner of playing with Annie was loose and raw. On stage, it sounded stiff and forced to him. He hated being in front of so many people. Annie was completely different. She took the stage by the horns. She could carry the crowd through a song like a storyteller with little children. "Tonight's going to be great," Rusty said. The daily check-in was underway. Annie's manager, Ari, rubbed his hands together. "Maddie Marin's team want you to open for them on tour." "Are you serious?" Annie's mouth dropped open as she let out a gasp of excitement. "We'll set you and the band up with a bus, then we'll hit 22 cities over about 7 weeks," Ari continued. "The plan's already set. Then you'll be able to hit the news shows." Luke tried hard to not show his disappointment. He was happy for Annie. All her hard work had been paying off. Being part of her dream was definitely a ride, but he'd had enough of the music life. The weekend at the farm was the regeneration he'd needed. He didn't want to live on a bus with his new wife and the rest of the band. He wanted to be in his own home, in his own bed. "When's this happening?" he asked. 2 weeks. 2 weeks! Annie looked scared and excited, grabbing his hand and squeezing it. "I can't believe it! Can you believe this?" He squeezed her hand back, happy enough for her to let go of his own feelings about going on tour. His heart started pounding at the sound of it all. But he'd do it for her. She watched from the window as Luke barbecued in the backyard. The rental home felt more like a real home as time passed. She often pinched herself to see if she was dreaming. When she returned to Prairie Valley after she lost her gig at the Blue Guitar, she had been at her lowest. Her dreams dead. Now, her life was better than any dream she had ever imagined. "Hey," he said as he came through the doorway. He held the plate of ribs in one hand and her phone in the other. "You left this outside." She took it, noticing the missed calls. "It's blowing up." She looked at the names. "It's my sisters." Had Mama told them? She played the message, expecting Rosie's shrieking voice, but instead it was subdued. "Annie, call us as soon as you get this. It's about Luke's dad, Pastor Phil. He's had a heart attack." She looked over at him, her heart dropping. "Hey, what is it?" he said, noticing her expression. "What's wrong?" "It's your dad." "What about him?" Luke stood frozen. "He's had a heart attack." She put Rosie's message on speaker. Luke didn't move, just stared at the phone. "I need to go home." "Yes, of course." She brought up an airline's website on her phone. "I'll get us tickets." He put the plate of barbecue on the table. "I need to grab my things." She called her sister back. "Rosie, do you know how he's doing?" "Mama tried calling the hospital, but they won't talk to anyone but family." She wondered why no one had called Luke. Surely there were plenty of people in Prairie Valley who knew his number. Luke flew to his phone. "Do you know what hospital he was taken to?" "Rosie, he's at Lakeview." "We'll leave as soon as we can," Annie said into the phone. "We can pick you up at the airport," Rosie offered. "Mama's headed to the hospital until you get there." "Okay." Annie wished she could do more than hang on the phone and watch Luke calling the hospital, but she felt helpless. Anxiety pumped her blood as he filled the suitcase. "He's in surgery." He covered the phone with his hand. "They're going to have to perform a triple bypass." Annie felt the pressure rising, but she tried to remain calm. "My family's going to the hospital. Give the nurse their contact info and give permission to talk to them, so they can keep in contact with you." "Will they do that?" She shrugged. "It's worth a shot." He stopped her as she dropped the rest of her clothes into the suitcase, taking her into his arms. "You should stay." "I'm not staying. Are you crazy?" She wouldn't hear otherwise. "I'm coming with you." Annie, you have to finish this album in order to do the tour. You will run out of time. You need to stay. No, I'm going with you. The album can wait. She called the studio right away. It seemed like only moments later, from downstairs, she heard Kat rush through the door. Sid sent me over. She hugged Luke. How's your dad? He's in surgery, Luke said, zipping up his suitcase. Tell Annie she needs to stay here. Well, I mean, is your dad okay? She seemed unsure how to answer. No! She couldn't even believe he'd pull this. He's having a triple bypass. Luke shot a look at Annie. You need to stay. I don't care about the album. She reached for his hand. I want to be there for you. He squeezed her hand back, but dropped it to grab his suitcase. She swung open a dresser drawer. Annie, stop. He put his hands on her arm. You can't come. I'm coming. She grabbed some of her personal items. You're not going to be alone. Kat pulled out her phone. I can talk to Sid. Maybe between shows we can record, push it a week or so, but Annie, he's not going to be happy if it's longer than that. Then he can shove it. Annie didn't really care what Sid thought, or about the album. She wanted to help Luke. She wanted to be there for her husband, and if that meant her album fell apart, well, she'd just have to start again. Chapter 16. After 2 layovers, they finally arrived in Minneapolis the next morning. Rosie pulled up as soon as they stepped out of the exit. How's he doing? Luke asked. He's okay. He's still in critical condition, but they said the operation went great, and it looks like he's responding well. Do you know what happened? The image of his father, alone, thinking he was going to die, slashed at his heart. How could he have been such an ungrateful son? All the snide remarks, all the refusing to do anything that would please Phil, all the jerk things he had done to his father came rushing back as he sat in the car, listening to Annie and her sister. Things going well with the record? Rosie asked. Things are going better than we expected. Annie looked back at him from the front seat. Everything is coming together just great. That's good. The conversation didn't go any deeper than that. Or if it did, he didn't pay any attention. He looked out at the sun rising over the flat plains, wishing he had done so many things differently. When Rosie pulled up to the hospital, he gave her a hug as she prepared to leave. Thank you for everything. We're praying for you guys. She rubbed his back. I'll drop your stuff off at the farm and come back with Annie's car. I'd hate for you to have to keep driving. She shook her head, hugging Annie next. It's no problem. Olivia decided it was finally time for her license. She's been wanting to practice. That meant even more people helping him, and he didn't deserve it. Annie held on to her sister and said, Thank you, then waved goodbye. Let's go find out if we can see him. She took the lead again, to his relief. When life spun out, he'd freeze, waiting for the next catastrophe, but Annie took charge. She could get through anything, any kind of situation, handle any kind of person. Even when big record executives put pressure on her, she just took it as a challenge. Okay. She went straight to the woman sitting behind the front desk, who sent them to a nursing station, where a nurse escorted them to Phil's room. The smell made him feel as though he'd find Mary behind one of those doors, not his dad. But there was Phil. Asleep, tubes and machines hooked up to him, monitors with colored lines scrawling across the screens, and sadly, he knew them all. Annie hung back, waiting in the hallway. You should go ahead without me. He hesitated. I'll stay here for now. He almost argued. He wanted her by his side, but he couldn't read the situation as well as he wanted to. Things were happening so fast, and he didn't have time to even process it all. He opened the door, and Phil's eyes opened. He forced a small smile, but then closed his eyes again without saying a word. Hey, Dad? You're back? His dad's voice was gravelly. Can you sip water? Luke looked for a cup of ice chips, his hospital routine coming back. Next to the bed, on a wheeled tray, sat a white styrofoam cup with a straw through the lid. Want some? Yes, please. The air in the hospital was always dry. Luke often forgot to drink when he stayed there and got pounding headaches from not staying hydrated. He forgot a lot of things when he stayed at the hospital, like eating and sleeping and showering. He didn't want to leave the room, leave her side, even if someone from her family was there. He didn't want to leave her, ever. Yet he itched to get out of Phil's room. Phil tried to put the drink down, but gave up and let Luke take it. What happened? Luke asked. When did you go to the hospital? Phil closed his eyes. I wasn't feeling very good all day. I thought I had eaten something bad. But then I also started having a hard time breathing. My chest felt like it was caught in a vice. Luckily, Mrs. Porter called the ambulance, and they came right away. Luke nodded, thankful his father's secretary had still been there. Phil closed his eyes again and slipped into sleep. I'm going to talk to the nurses with Annie. He wanted Phil to hear her name, make her presence known before she came in, but Phil was out. He left the room to find Annie leaning against the wall, checking her phone. She popped up as he walked out. How's he doing? She asked. He shrugged. I'd like to talk to his doctor, but I think he's okay. She embraced him, nestling into his body. Her petite frame made him suddenly feel bigger, stronger. He let go, whipping his E before the tear fell. I don't know what I would do without you, Annie. She hugged him tighter, holding on to him. We'll get through this together. He's lucky to be alive, the doctor explained, in an area with a few chairs for family members. But he's going to have a long recovery. Annie held Luke's hand, hoping long recovery meant full recovery. What were the long-term effects of suffering a massive heart attack? He'll need to have 24-hour care for the next few weeks at least, and rehabilitation to return to normalcy. She watched as Luke listened to the doctor. She wished she could read his mind, see what he was thinking. He had been so quiet since leaving Nashville, she didn't know what was going on in his head. If she was doing or saying the right things. Worry crept in, and she started second-guessing everything from the past couple months. Did he regret things? Did he regret not telling Phil? Not making up after their last fight? Did he regret leaving town to go to Nashville? Did he regret marrying her? Her phone rang over and over, and over and over she silenced it. First it was Kat, then it was Rusty, then Ari, even Tony the sound guy, and now Sid. They were freaking out too. Since your father lives alone, you'll need to hire a full-time nurse, or many people stay at a residential rehabilitation center. You mean nursing home? Luke rubbed his day-old beard. When is he being released? We'll need to keep him until his oxygen and vitals look good, which I suspect would be about a week, maybe less. Luke dropped Annie's hand, leaned his elbows on his knees, and looked at the floor. Do you have someone that helps take care of all this? Annie asked. The doctor nodded. Our visiting nurse will come with all the information, and you and your husband can decide what's the best approach for your father's recovery. The doctor left soon after, promising to return the following morning. They sat in silence until Luke said, I can't send him to a nursing home. Of course not. She thought about Phil's recovery and what it would entail. How did you recover when your chest had been sawed open? Then he clarified what he was trying to say. I can't go back to Nashville. The revelation of it took her breath away. Oh, right. I'll talk to Sid. They'll figure things out. Everything will be fine. You worry about your dad? Annie, you don't need me. Luke took her hand. Go back without me. Why are you trying to get rid of me all the time? She tried to sound like she was joking, but there was a hint of truth in her words. The worry was building up. I'm staying here with you, my husband. He took in a breath, looking out but past her. I just don't want to keep you from finding your dream. Things happen. They will understand. She rubbed his arm. I'm going to grab some coffee. Want some? He shook his head. No, Annie. I want you to go back. I don't want you to miss this opportunity. I'd never forgive myself. I'm not leaving. She took his hand back into hers. It's going to be fine. He nodded, but she could tell he wasn't so sure. As soon as she left the inpatient unit, she pulled out her phone and dialed Kat. Hey, how's Luke's dad? Okay, they think he's out of the woods for now. That's great. Yeah. She twisted a strand of hair, nervous. How's Sid? Oh, you know him. Time is money. But I wouldn't worry. When you coming back? I'm not sure what's happening right now. She didn't know why she wasn't telling the whole truth. Oh. There was a longer than normal pause on Kat's end. Will you have to stay long? Kat's voice had gone a pitch higher. I'm not sure. Annie, you should probably have an idea of how long when you call Sid. She nodded as if Kat could see her. Okay, I will. Then she heard Sid's muffled voice. Is that Annie? Hold on, Annie. It's Sid. He wants to talk. Annie's heart dropped as the phone muffled. Annie, I'm sorry to hear about Luke's dad. She was pretty sure he was only sorry that they weren't in the studio. Do you know when you're returning? There was no empathy in his voice. I was just saying to Kat that we don't really have a timeline yet. Ah. He mumbled something she couldn't hear from her end. You understand we need you to come back if you want to make the tour? I think we'll need to hold off for the time being. Hold off? I don't think so. Annie, this is a machine in motion, and we can't just stop in the middle of production. Luke's dad almost died of a heart attack. He's not going to be able to leave him. But you need to come back. She stayed silent. Sid huffed into the phone, annoyed. You can't just hold on to the studio as long as you want. There's someone else coming in after you. She thought of the hours she'd put in. But I can't do it without Luke. We'll get you another guitarist until he returns. What? We can't just put someone else in Luke's spot? Annie, you don't have a choice. Luke could tell something was bothering Annie, but he didn't have the courage to ask her about it. Their impulsivity was coming back to haunt them. Did she regret marrying him, now that he was a burden? How could he ask her to stay in Prairie Valley and give up everything she worked so hard for? But how could he leave his father in a nursing home? He was Phil's son, an only living relative. What was he supposed to do? He didn't believe her when she said that the studio was fine with everything. Sid wasn't cool about his time being misused for any reason. He knew she was just shielding him from reality. I should go to my dad's and grab a few things for him. He took his keys out of his pocket. I'll come with you. She got up, grabbing her purse, but hesitated. Or I could stay with your dad. He looked at his father. The machines buzzed quietly in the background as he slept. You should go home and see your family. She winced. Luke, I'm here for you. You are my family. I need to grab his stuff real quick. I'll just go. She looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped herself. What? He asked, his agitation coming out in his voice. Why are you trying to push me away? She asked. Her eyes were full of hurt. Because I know you're lying about the studio. He hadn't expected to be so blunt. He was angry at himself, not Annie. I'm not lying about anything. Her expression changed. She looked at him differently, and he didn't like it. Annie, do you think I don't know well enough that Sid is freaking out by now? She shrugged. So what? She reached out and took his arm. Luke, I don't care about the studio. Sid can take all his hot air and blow it you know where. All I care about is you. You'll ruin your career if you stay here with me. There it was. The truth. I'm not leaving. He blew out, long and hard. Annie, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. You need to go back to Nashville. Chapter 17. Annie sat in the swivel chair next to Rusty, listening to a track. The beats were wrong. Everything about the chorus was driving her crazy, but Rusty kept telling her she was nuts. The song's fine. It's not fine. I just wish Luke was here. He'd know. It had been 2 days since she left Minnesota, and already things were so different. Luke being gone was like driving without brakes. She hadn't realized how many times he'd advised her about the beat, or the lyrics, or the rhythm. Luke had an ear for when something was just the slightest bit off, whereas Annie hit go and went too fast to slow down. Well, I think you should thank your lucky stars you found a replacement as soon as you did. She had called in a favor. Trey McGill had played with her at the blue guitar long ago and always kept in touch. When she heard he was around town again, she called him up and he'd agreed. But it didn't change things. Luke was in Prairie Valley. His father was still in the hospital. Annie had to continue on as though everything was the same. The minute Sid said she had to come back, she felt trapped. Then, when Luke sent her away, she didn't know what to think. When he told her to leave, she drove back to her family farm, ignoring Rusty and Kat's phone calls, and sat in the car for almost an hour before going inside the house. When she did go inside, she felt like she had after Michael died. The world continued on as normal, even though it seemed everything important in her life was ending. The house phone rang throughout the night. Women from the church calling about the pastor, or neighbors who'd heard about Phil's heart attack, or Rusty and Kat texting in all capitals. No one seemed to suspect a thing, and she didn't tell anyone about her and Luke's fight. She didn't look at Mama either, and when everyone cleared out of the kitchen after dinner, leaving the two of them alone, Mama said, "How are you doing, Annie?" She grabbed the edge of the table, steadying herself, trying to dam her feelings. "I don't know what he's thinking." Tears wobbled on the edge of her lids, but she wiped them away before they fell. She looked around for a tissue, but Mama pulled one out of her pocket. "He told me to go back to Nashville. He thinks he's doing the right thing, I'm sure." Mama let out a sigh, put her arm around Annie's shoulder, and squeezed. "He's upset about his dad. It must bring up feelings about losing Mary. He doesn't want me to stick around." She knew he probably thought pushing her back to Nashville was the right thing, but she couldn't help but wonder if he'd have pushed Mary away. She thought about asking if Mama had ever gone through this with Daddy, but she already knew the answer. "You know, if you didn't have this album to finish, he wouldn't want you to go." She dropped into a chair, annoyed at herself for pouting. What Mama said was right, but she was mad. Mad at life. Why couldn't she have her cake and eat it too? She cried harder. "He won't open up. He won't listen. He is trying to make me happy, but at what cost?" Mama sat down next to her, placing her hands on top of Annie's. "Maybe you should go back to the hospital and talk." I tried. I asked him, straight out. "And what did he say?" "He wanted me to go." Getting married like they had was crazy, but in her mind, a perfect crazy. She took him out of his shell, and he grounded her. She encouraged his talent, and he stood by her as she lived out her dream. She chased the rush, and he showed her the simple things. She loved him, and she knew he loved her too. But married. Did he want to stay married? When she was in Nashville, and he was staying in Prairie Valley? She drove to the hospital before she left the next morning, texting Luke her flight information. She waited for a sign of regret, or for him to beg her to stay, or even an apology for being so short and abrupt. But when he greeted her, he felt cold and distant. He met her in the hall and said all the right things. "I want you to finish the album." I want you to be able to tour. Do you think you'll be able to come back to Nashville? He shrugged. I don't know, Annie. He kissed her goodbye, short and quick, and it felt chillingly final. And now here she was in the studio, trying to figure out what was wrong with her song, but without the one person who would know how to help her. I want to do it over, she said to Rusty. Let's call it a night. He rubbed his face. My kids got baseball practice and my wife is ready to kill me if I don't make it. I'll see you tomorrow morning. She spun her phone in her hand as everyone else from the sound engineer to the band left, leaving her alone. Her thumb pressed the home button, the screen brightening the dark studio. She dialed his number before she chickened out. Hey, he answered. His voice was scratchy. Hey. She didn't know where to begin. How's your dad? They're hoping to release him tomorrow. He grunted as if he was stretching. But he has to stay off oxygen for a full 24 hours. He's at 16 right now. Is he alert? Yeah, he's more with it since they lowered the drugs. They both stopped talking, creating a silence as great as the distance between them. I miss you. I miss you too. But he offered no more. If you want me to come back, I'll come back at any time. She knew it was fruitless. He wouldn't take her up on it. He didn't say anything at first, giving her hope he'd changed his mind. No, I'm good. She didn't know how to argue. He'd just tell it was about her, not him. But she had a very strong feeling he was holding something back. She just didn't know what, and Luke wasn't willing to share it with her. And what did that say about their marriage? Luke stood inside his den, which now held a hospital bed, walker, commode, and all the other necessary nursing equipment. It looked just like it did when Mary went into hospice. He felt the room spinning like a tilt-a-whirl, and he fell to his knees, pressing his elbows into the mattress. Please give me the strength to do the right thing for the people I love. He dropped his forehead on his praying hands, holding in his breath. He was losing the best thing he had. He could feel it, and it was his fault. How could he hold her back in Prairie Valley? How could he ask her to lose everything? He wasn't a perfect son by any stretch of the imagination, but he couldn't send his father to the nursing home. But he had to do right by Annie, too. He needed to let her go, let her chase her dreams. Not be held back by a guy whose life was stuck in the prairie mud. He wondered about his contract, and if Sid would take his cutback. He couldn't afford private nurses without it. Not to mention that his farm was in a bit of trouble after not taking care of it for a month. His crops had suffered more than he could have imagined. When Sid phoned that morning, he'd thought at first that it was a condolence call. All morning, people from the church had been calling to let him know he was in their thoughts and prayers. But Sid got right to the point. Look, man, you need to tell her to come back to Nashville or her career will be over. I know your dad's in a rough spot, but she's the star and we can't move this project forward without her. Do you understand what I'm saying? That it would be Luke's fault if her career ended. Luke had no other choice than to push her away. Because if she knew how much he loved her, wanted her to stay with him, be there with him, and how badly he wanted to be with her, he knew she'd stay. Her dream would end. How long will his recovery take? Luke asked the doctor the next morning. Each day it was the same answer. It could be a few weeks, maybe a few months. The doctor seemed to understand Luke's underlying question. He won't be able to live alone for some time. He needs to be careful with his diet and exercise and avoid stress. I don't need to stay at your place, his father grumbled from his wheelchair. I'll just have a nurse come to the house. You can't afford to have nurses helping you. They had discussed it multiple times. His salary as a minister was meager, and he had almost no savings. Then I can go to the nursing home. "Do you not want to stay at my house?" he asked Phil, almost hoping the stubborn old man would make his decision easy. "I don't want to ruin your project with Annie." It was the first time he'd mentioned Annie or recognized Luke's sacrifice. "She's going to be fine without me." It was he who was falling apart. She had told him they had already hired a replacement, a semi-famous one at that. Trey McGill had an album on the charts, and he was now going to play Luke's song with Annie. At that moment, he so badly wanted to go back to Nashville, send his dad away to the nursing home, especially with his less-than-gracious attitude. But his mother flashed into his head. Before she died, she'd made him promise not to let Phil eat junk food and to make sure he took his vitamins. She was just being silly. He was a kid after all, but he knew there was an underlying thread of seriousness. He'd promised her he would take care of Phil, but he had broken his promise, and his father had almost died. He had to do this. The meeting about the tour had gone well. Everyone seemed to be on the same page about the performances and the schedule. Ari talked a mile a minute about what each day would look like, where they'd stop, who she'd talk to, where and when they would take breaks. "When do we hit Minneapolis?" she had asked Kat. "In about 3 weeks," Kat typed into her phone. "We'll start looking for another guitarist for the tour and extend Trey's contract if Luke isn't returning." "When do you think Luke might come back?" Ari asked for the 100th time. "You can't really hire someone for a tour if it's only temporary." Annie nodded, but Luke hadn't been able to give her a straight answer. Not that she expected him to give her an exact date, but Sid didn't understand or didn't care. Either way, she needed to make a decision. Let's just hire Trey. She wanted to add "for now," because if Luke came back, he'd displace Trey, contract or no contract. But she didn't have the fight in her that night. She hadn't slept in days, living at the studio, just spinning her wheels. "Hey, do you want to go out for a drink?" Kat asked after the meeting. "Get your mind off the album and Luke and complain about what a jerk Sid is?" Yes. Gratitude filled Annie. Kat had turned out to be her greatest ally. "I really don't want to go home alone again." The house felt even emptier at night, too quiet. The only sound was the ticking of clocks, reminding her how time was slipping away. "We'll go to one of my favorite spots." Kat grabbed her purse, holding up her keys. "I'll drive." Annie hadn't realized how badly she wanted to talk to someone until after her first margarita. "He told me to go." She played with the straw, holding back her tears. Kat's forehead wrinkled as her hand went dramatically to her heart. "That's so romantic." "What?" "He's so in love with you that he had to let you go." The tears broke free. "But I don't want him to let me go." Kat rubbed her back with one hand and raised her other to the waitress, holding up her empty glass. "Another 2 of these." Annie twisted Luke's ring on her finger. "I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to write and sing without him. I want to go home to him, to help him." Kat looked bewildered. "Annie, you know I love you, but Sid will ruin you if you walk out on this project. He has no tolerance for people who lose him money, and you'd really screw him over if you left now in the middle of things." "I can't do this without Luke." She had come to realize that her music changed with Luke. He brought something out of her she couldn't find on her own. "I know you love him, but your career is riding on these next few months. You need to do this for you." Kat shook her head, as though there was no other choice. "If Luke loves you, he'll understand." The waitress came back with their drinks. Annie grabbed the straw, swirling it around in her glass like the emotions in her mind. "I'm afraid I'm making the wrong choice." The alcohol made her doubts seem bigger, heavier, weighing her down as her life seemed to blow up in her face. Again. Was this some kind of cruel joke? Once again, the person she loved was taken away from her. The thought made the alcohol taste sweeter and her bitterness thicker. She took a long sip, giving up. Sometimes I just feel like I'm not supposed to be happy. Chapter 18. When the day nurse arrived, Luke took off for the fields to inspect the damage to his neglected crops. The spring had been dry that year, with a record-breaking drought in the last few weeks. His data from years past and the farmer's almanac made him lose his bet, and practically his entire crop. He'd have to either reseed, hoping for a warm, wet summer, or cut his losses. If he knew he'd have money coming in from his work on the album, he'd worry less. But the fact was, to pay a nurse to take care of Phil was expensive. But if he didn't have a nurse, he wouldn't be able to work the farm. And Phil's recovery had been much slower than expected. With his extra weight and his previous bad health, Luke was surprised he'd survived. "I want to go to church this weekend," Phil said, from the recliner in the living room. "You shouldn't leave the house. What if you got sick?" Phil shook his head. "I don't care. I want to go back." "I'll call Maggie." Annie had come to mind first, but of course, she was gone. "I want you to take me." Luke laughed, shaking his head that his father actually thought it might be a possibility. "No. I think it would be nice to go and be part of the congregation, with my son beside me." Phil's demeanor had changed over the past weeks. He often got emotional, unable to rein himself in. "I won't go." On this, he would hold firm. "You practically spent your whole life there." "I don't have good memories from inside those walls, and it only reminds me of what I've lost. I didn't just lose my mother, but my father, too." "Well, I lost my son," Phil snapped back at him. "And now I'm stuck here, and you resent me for it." "I don't resent you," he lied. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Phil was out of breath already. "You could marry Annie in the church, start again with your community." "We're already married." He didn't want to stress Phil's heart, but he wasn't going to dance around the facts anymore. "You got married?" His face went white. "You got married without telling me?" "It was spur of the moment. It was just Annie and me." "Yep. You mean Maggie missed her daughter's wedding as well?" It was that same voice he'd heard through his whole adolescence, dripping with disappointment. That's a classic Phil response. "What is?" Phil acted as though he had no idea what he was doing, but he was still using guilt as a weapon. Luke bit his bottom lip, trying to hold back the words, but they slipped out. "I'm probably going to lose everything because of you, so a little gratitude would go a long way here." "Are you saying I'm ruining your life?" His ignorance made Luke grind his teeth. "No, I'm the one who broke her heart." Phil stopped talking and looked away. Luke had to walk out, leave the house, go out to the barn. He couldn't stay in there and hear anymore. He slammed the front door so hard the wind chimes jangled together. Annie's name flashed across his screen. His heart warmed the moment he saw the letters. "Hey, you." "Hey," she drawled it out like they did in Nashville. "I really miss you." He walked off the porch toward his fields, his heart slowing, looking out at the afternoon sky. "I really miss you too." "How's it going today?" He looked back at the farmhouse and immediately felt bad. He had taken his anger out on Phil, and he was being unfair about it. He was a jerk. What kind of son argues about bringing his father to church? "It's good." He wondered what she was wearing. She always looked so pretty, even when she wasn't trying. He wondered if her hair was up or down, braided somewhere, falling in her face. He wished he could smell the vanilla on her soft skin and wake up with her in his arms. "How about you?" We're finishing everything up." Her voice went an octave higher with excitement. "We start the tour next Friday." "Already?" "I was thinking about coming home Thursday night." "This Thursday night?" He wondered how'd that go. Phil sleeping in the guest room, his new bride in a bed he shared with his first wife. "Yeah." "I can't wait to see you." Annie rushed up to Luke when she saw him standing in the airport with a bouquet of flowers. He looked good but tired, dark bags under his eyes, and he yawned the whole way back to Prairie Valley. He brought her to his farm, where Phil sat in the recliner. "I'll take your stuff upstairs." "Great, thanks." She had thought about living with Luke in Prairie Valley ever since he'd told her to leave. She bent over and hugged Phil in the chair. "You're looking so much better." She exaggerated, but Phil smiled all the same. "I'm feeling better too, working hard to get back on my own 2 feet." "Well, you went through a lot." She couldn't imagine how frightened he must have been. "I'm sorry you can't stay long," he said. Annie nodded, noticing Luke coming down the stairs, and smiled out at him. "I'm just glad to be here." "I heard congratulations are in order." Phil didn't sound happy. "Dad!" Luke snapped. Phil shrugged. "I'm just congratulating my new daughter-in-law." Annie could have cut the tension building between father and son with a knife. She didn't know how to answer, since she was positive he wasn't celebrating the news, so she stayed quiet. "I invited your family to dinner," Luke said. He stepped in between her and his father. "That's nice of you." She reached out for his hand. Something hung in the air, heavy between them. She wondered what was really going on between Luke and his dad. How much of the tension was really about the elopement? Having her family there might help lighten the mood. They certainly wouldn't have to worry about any awkward silences. Luke guided her to the kitchen, where he poured a glass of white wine and set it down on the island. "Sit while I prep." He cut up some brie, pushing the plate in front of her. "Tell me about the album." "I thought cowboys didn't get fancy with their cheese." She picked up a piece and took a bite. "Don't you need a horse to be a cowboy?" The right side of his mouth finally perked up. There it was, his smile, the one that made her stomach flip. She pulled out her phone. "I brought some tracks to listen to." "Great." But the smile faded. He went back to chopping vegetables. She almost wished she hadn't brought it up. "You know, this is the one we started working on just before you left." One morning at breakfast, he'd hummed out the tune as she wrote. Annie opened her screen and hit play. Her voice came out, low and slow, just like they'd practiced. She watched him as the music played, not able to tell what he was thinking. "So?" she asked when the track finished. "You sound great." His voice was flat. "I just wish you could have been there," she said. "Well, I didn't really have a choice." The words sounded harsh. She could feel something changing between them, or maybe it had been happening since she arrived and she hadn't noticed. But Lukey was no longer the guy who loved listening to her music. "Are you okay?" she asked. He looked at her, his eyes saying it all. He wasn't okay, and when he said he was fine, Annie's heart sank. Luke could tell he had hurt Annie's feelings with the way he was acting. He didn't want to be jealous of the guy who'd played his guitar solo, but he couldn't help it. Annie had already hired another guitarist for the tour. He was easily replaceable. He wanted nothing more than to tell her the truth, that he was miserable without her, that he could barely make it through the day without her, that he was falling apart, knowing she was moving on without him. But his pain came out as anger. Every time things were good in his life, God ripped the rug out from underneath him. How many times would he lose someone he loved? By the time her family arrived, she seemed relieved not to have to be alone with him anymore. She ran to them as they got out of their trucks. Luke had invited the whole group, including the Gundersons, Hannah, and her baby. He pulled 2 tables together on the back deck, lining them with plastic tablecloths, then brought out the food. Phil moved slowly to his seat with Maggie helping him along. When dinner was served, he sat down next to Annie, and her vanilla scent wafted toward him. Her blonde curls cascaded around one shoulder. She dressed like a country girl, in flannel shirt and worn jeans, but somehow still looked classy. Through the whole dinner, she was boisterous and loud. The whole clan yelled over each other, talking about their days, telling stories. By the end of the night, he had started to relax and enjoy himself, and forgot about how angry he was at life. Life felt good just then. Really good, as Annie looked at him with that twinkle in her eyes, the one that proved she loved him. "So, I guess we're family now," Phil said to Maggie. "Have you guys started talking about dates?" Rosie asked them, and Luke realized she had no idea they were already married. Annie hadn't told her family yet? It was one thing for him not to tell Phil. They never talked, but Annie always talked to her family. They were close. Why would she not tell her family, unless she didn't want them to know? He turned to face her. "Annie?" She looked out at Rosie, sitting up a bit taller. "We eloped to Vegas." Rosie and Georgie both gaped at her. The Gunderson men seemed just as surprised. "That's so cool!" Olivia exclaimed. "Did you get married in the white wedding chapel?" "You guys eloped?" "We should throw a reception." Maggie smiled, but her forehead creased. "We could have it at the church." "Luke wouldn't go," Phil said sarcastically. Suddenly, the room erupted into side conversations. Only Luke stayed quiet. Maggie talked to Phil about venues. Annie's niece kept asking questions about Vegas. Rosie shook her head as the details emerged and kept announcing her disbelief. "I can't believe you guys got married." When everyone left and Phil sat in his recliner in the living room and Annie stayed behind with him in the kitchen. "Luke, are you mad?" she asked, picking up a few plates from the counter. "No," he lied. "Why would I be mad?" "You seem upset." He turned on the faucet, running his hands under the water as if it could cool him down. She put down a pile of dirty plates. "Tell me what's bothering you." He hit the faucet harder than he intended. "I'm fine. Let's just drop it." He had planned a fire for after Phil headed to his room. He'd set it up behind the barn for the best views of the night sky. He had hoped to play with her again, sit down and work out some songs, or write something new. But she didn't need him. Annie was fine without him. She grabbed his arm. "Luke, tell me what's wrong." "I'm just tired," he said. "Let's just call it a night." And when he saw the look in Annie's eyes, he knew it was over. Chapter 19. Annie lay awake all night, and she was pretty sure Luke did too, but neither acknowledged the other. She got up silently before the first rooster crowed and took a shower, washing the night off. When she returned to the bedroom, Luke had already left the room. She packed her things and took her bag downstairs, leaving it by the front door. "I called my sister and asked her to bring me to the airport," she said. Georgie had responded right away. "So you won't have to worry about your dad." "Okay." He didn't look surprised, just stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Want some coffee?" "Sure." She wanted to touch him, wrap her arms around him, have him take her into his embrace, but she was afraid. "I'm sorry about last night." She knew he had been hurt. His face showed it, but she also didn't know what his anger was all about. "There's no need to be sorry." He continued to pretend that nothing was wrong when everything was wrong. His silence couldn't be mistaken. "Luke, do you have doubts?" She just came out with it. "Do you?" He threw back. "No." She didn't hesitate. He pulled his hands out of his pockets. You don't need me in your life anymore. What are you talking about? You only wanted this relationship to get your record deal. Now that you have another guitarist, you don't really need me. She felt like he had slapped her across the face. Is that what you think this all was? She was horrified. I love you. You found my replacement in T-1. His voice was steady. You didn't even talk to me about it. She hadn't thought about it from his perspective. She could see what he was saying, but he was wrong. I didn't have a say in the matter. He wasn't there at the studio. She was. You were the one who wanted me to go back, remember? How could he turn this around on her? The show must go on. Sarcasm seeped out in his words. It hit a nerve. Look, I didn't want this either, you know? Did you not tell your family about us, in case we didn't work out? He slammed his coffee mug down. No. She stepped back. How could you think that? Because you didn't tell them. You didn't tell Phil. Did he not see the irony? Annie, it's different, and you know it. You tell your family everything except about the most important relationship in your life. If this was a mistake for you, feel free to stop pretending. What are you talking about? She couldn't believe how much had changed since she left him in Prairie Valley. She heard Georgie pulling up outside. I better get going. Yeah, you'd better. He walked out of the kitchen and up the stairs, not even saying goodbye. Luke watched her leave from the bedroom window. She walked out of the house and didn't even look back. He wondered if that would be the last time he'd see Annie. He certainly deserved to be dumped after his antics in the kitchen. His doubt, anxiety, and worry had come to a head when he heard Annie on the phone asking Georgie to pick her up, and he just couldn't hold it in any longer. Had she changed her mind about things after being back in Prairie Valley? Was she worried she'd be stuck on a farm with an old pastor and a country farmer? Had he blown it by getting upset the night before? Had he blown it a long time ago by not going back to Nashville with her? He was pretty sure if he hadn't ruined their relationship last night, he'd done it that morning. When he came back downstairs, Phil had made his way to the kitchen on his own. You want breakfast? He asked, not really wanting to deal with it. No, I'll just have some toast. Suit yourself. Luke was about to leave when Phil said, You know, marriage is hard. Ugh. He didn't need a patented Pastor Phil talk right now. Thanks, but I'm good. It's the hardest relationship because you have to be selfless. He gritted his teeth. I'll keep that in mind. Everything he was doing was selfless, yet there his father was, supposedly an expert. You think by letting her go you're doing the right thing, but raising her up, forgiving yourself and her, is being selfless. He left for the barn before Phil finished his sentence. He'd had enough, and he wasn't going to stand there and let the most selfish man in the world tell him what he already knew. So he spent the day out in the fields, letting the day nurse take care of his father, then paid her overtime to feed him dinner. When he was done for the day, he left the farm. He had no idea where he was going until he parked outside Lumberjack's. He needed a drink. Alone. Away from Phil, away from the house, and its memories, and Annie. He took a seat at the bar, not paying attention to the other patrons. The bartender got him a drink, and he let the heat from the bourbon help ease his anger. Luke's biggest problem wasn't the circumstances, but himself. Why did he want to sabotage his relationship so badly? Getting mad at Annie was not okay. He knew it. He was pushing her away, telling her to go to Nashville, yet upset when she didn't stay. He couldn't help himself. He couldn't stop the anger from rising inside, making him say and do things he immediately regretted. He had been completely out of line, giving her a hard time about the things he'd caused. He was the one who told her to go back to Nashville. He was the one who couldn't get over his own ego. So they found a new guitarist, a good one, a professional. Shouldn't she have the best? Wasn't this whole thing about giving Annie everything she wanted? He threw back the drink and ordered a second one as the glass hit the wood. "How's the pastor?" Tucker, the bartender, asked. "Fine." He didn't know Tucker too well, but he, like so many in Prairie Valley, thought they knew all about him. "Good man, your father." "Humph." He huffed, swallowing down the second drink, pointing the empty glass at Tucker. "For a preacher's son, you sure know how to take 'em back." Luke grumbled something inappropriate as Tucker went on. "You know, it's funny how similar my job is to your dad's. I don't just serve alcohol, I listen to folks, hear their stories, let them air things out without someone judging them." The alcohol started to warm him and loosen his tongue. "Then you're not like my dad." He laughed at his own joke, but Tucker didn't seem to find the humor in it. He slid the empty glass across the bar. "How about another?" Tucker threw a dish towel over his shoulder and poured. "You have someone to drive you home?" He just laughed. "Didn't you go off to Nashville or something like that?" Tucker didn't seem deterred by his insolence. He paused before taking another drink. "I came back to take care of my dad. The two of you were really good. Rosie showed off her sister's videos all the time. Didn't you, Ro?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Rosie swing open the door to the kitchen with a tray of clean glasses. "Luke? Rosie? What are you doing here?" they both asked, which made her smile and him scowl. "I'm still working part-time." She wiped her hands on her jeans. "I'm saving up for the wedding." Once Rosie married into the Gunderson family, he had a feeling she wouldn't be working at a dive bar in downtown Prairie Valley. The Gunderson name was engraved on most of the buildings in town. But he respected her independence, just like her sister. Unlike a Gunderson, he did not bring a full bank account to the marriage. If anything, Annie was the one who brought the cash. Each new season, Luke held his breath, hoping he'd make it another year without losing the farm. The payment from the recording would have set him up for a long time, for life, if he lived as frugally as he did now. He held the glass in his hands, spinning it around. The drinks suddenly hit him. "How's it going?" Rosie emptied out the tray of glasses next to him. He shrugged, not sure if his breakdown should include Annie's sister. "I should probably go." "No, stay." Rosie took a glass, filled it with ice and water, and slid it to him across the bar. She glanced at Tucker. "Did you hear the news that Luke's my brother-in-law?" He clapped his hands in congratulation. "So you're the lucky one who hooked Annie." "You could say that." But he got up. "Sit." Rosie shook her head. "I haven't ever been able to talk to you without the whole family around." He didn't want to stay and talk to her. He wanted to forget about Annie for just a moment, so he didn't have to feel so bad about everything. He wondered how much she had told her sisters after she left. Did Rosie know more about his marriage than he did? "I messed up." He slurred a bit. "I let her go back to Nashville, and I messed up." "Sit," she pointed to the stool. "You guys will be okay." He realized she hadn't talked to Rosie about anything. He should call for a ride and go home. "I think I should go home." He tried to focus on his watch. "She's never been happier," Rosie said. He froze. She didn't leave happy. "Arguments happen in relationships." She leaned against the bar. "You make her happy." He shook his head. "I don't seem to make her anything. Things are not what she expected." "How long will your dad's recovery be?" He shook his head. "At least 6 to 8 more weeks. The truth is, this isn't about my dad. Everyone is right. We rushed into marriage. We weren't thinking long term. We have totally different lives." Rosie tilted her head at him. "Who says we were all right?" "What?" I mean, yes, you rushed in, and no, maybe you weren't thinking long-term, but Rosie pointed her finger at him. You guys seem to really love each other. He could feel himself choke up. Rosie's acknowledgement turned his anger to pain. He took a deep breath. I think you should probably talk to your sister. He got up, throwing cash on the bar. Let me take you home, Luke, she said. Tucker, you won't mind, will ya? Tucker shook his head. Nah, go for it. But Luke shook his head. I'll walk. Thanks. He didn't even wait for his change, just took off. He was leaving, but he wasn't going back to the farm. For the next few days, Annie dove into work, wrapping up the final production on the album. We have 23 tour dates. Sid pointed at the projection on the screen, a large calendar set up with concert dates, times, places. Interviews set up with radio and television shows, along with charity events and signings at different venues. We're going to do a pop-up concert in Austin. Everything was becoming real. Things she had only dreamt about were coming to fruition. She should have been happy. But all she could think about was Luke. She should have been more understanding, like Georgie had said on the way to the airport, after she confessed everything. He's probably struggling with the idea that you're living out your dream, and he's stuck in Prairie Valley on the sidelines. He told me to go. I would have stayed if he let me. Annie, come on. Georgie's forehead creased. You know he couldn't ask you to stay behind and lose your career. He's going to let you go, and it probably hurts. When she reached the airport, she texted him, but he didn't respond, not even the next day or the next. Now she sat in a meeting with no texts for days, talking about her tour when all she could think about was how she'd lost the best thing she ever had. When Luke's name wasn't mentioned at the meeting, she didn't remind Sid he would be coming back as soon as his dad recovered. Instead, she flipped through the pages, sometimes listening, while wishing she could go back to Prairie Valley and do everything over again. She'd tell her family about the marriage right away. She'd tell Luke how much he meant to her. She'd make Sid wait for him. They could have easily put the record on hold. She'd decline the tour, stay with him while his father recovered. She'd do whatever she could to be with Luke. Why did she leave? When Sid's droning finally ended, she got up from the table. Trey stopped her in the hallway. Doesn't Sid sound like the guy from Princess Bride? Prince Humperdinck? Annie laughed for the first time in days. He just goes on and on, sitting on his high horse. He has a way of sneaking in his accomplishments. Let's just play music, he said, shaking his head. I was thinking you could come by my place tonight and we can practice some more. She did want to have more time to practice. She needed all the practice she could get, but she was exhausted. You hardly need the practice. I think I'll head home. This album is going to be amazing, he said, and even though he was laying it on thick, it was what she needed to hear. I'm so glad we were able to work things out for the tour. Yeah, it worked out great. His eyes remained on hers. She suddenly felt uncomfortable with the way he looked at her and turned to leave. I'll see you tomorrow then. Chapter 20. Annie had rehearsed day and night for the tour. The studio even hired a choreographer to put together a playlist and routine. All she wanted to do was play music, not sit in meeting after meeting, practicing for the stage, rehearsing her behavior in front of the crowd. You want to sell the country girl next door vibe? Tony pointed to a dress that looked like it might fit around her arm. Kat's going to help you with your hair and makeup. Would it have been like this if Luke were here? Something told her they would put more trust in their performance than hers. For so many years, she had dreamt of this very moment and had never imagined sharing her spotlight with someone else. Yet now, without Luke, she was consumed by loneliness. At the end of the day, with the last run-through finished, Sid invited everyone to his Nashville mansion to celebrate. "Annie," he said, holding up a glass of champagne, "this album is going to the top." The men and women who had helped along the way all stood with their glasses raised and cheered. She took a sip, then another. The album was done. The tour started in days. Her first single would drop tomorrow. Sid turned on the music, the first cut of her album. She wished Luke could be there, listening to the finished product. Champagne was passed around, and she picked up flute after flute and gulped them down. "Hey," Trey said, appearing next to her. "The album sounds great." "Thank you." Trey was the kind of musician she had always fallen for. The guy who knew his good looks and talent got him whatever he wanted. He liked the challenge of chasing a woman who wasn't available. She tossed back another drink. By the end of the night, her head was spinning, and so was the room. "Why don't I take you home?" Kat hooked her arm around Annie. "I think that's a good idea." Annie hiccuped. "I feel a little drunk." "Maybe it's those 5 or 6 glasses of champagne." 4. She held up her fingers, looking at them to make sure she held up the right number, giggling at the fact she could barely remember how many fingers she had. Then she started to cry. "Are you okay?" Kat asked. "Of course, I'm okay. I just finished an album with one of the biggest country music producers. I'm going on tour with Maddie Moran, and I have a following." She sobbed between words. "He doesn't love me anymore." She threw herself into Kat's arms. Luke didn't go back to the farm when he left Lumberjacks. It didn't feel like his home anymore. He went to Phil's house. He still had a key. The only sound inside was the humming refrigerator. The smell was unfamiliar, stale. He didn't turn on any of the lights until he went into his old bedroom. Phil had taken down all the posters and trophies and medals after he left for college, but kept everything, all put away in the closet, just like his mother's things after she died. He pulled out a box of photos and albums, leafing through to find the one he remembered from high school. He sorted through the random photographs stuffed inside. Pictures of him at prom with Abby Cooper, pitching at a tournament senior year, and lots of photos from graduation. But not the one photo he was looking for. He set the box aside and went to his desk, digging through the drawers. He'd given up on rummaging through the bottom drawer and stood up again when he saw it right in front of him, on top of his desk. Phil must have found it first. It was of Annie, Michael, and him. He picked it up, looking at the back. Phil's handwriting on the back, with the date. Had Phil been looking through the photos? Maybe he wanted to show Annie, or the Boudreaux. He stared at the 3 of them, all smiles in their cap and gowns. Annie stood in the middle, her long blonde hair hanging down over her shoulders. She had her arms around both of them, standing on her tippy toes. He could remember the moment so clearly. This was the picture he'd looked at most after Michael died. Phil had got the call in the middle of the night. Luke had already gone to bed. He was awakened by the overhead light glaring into his eyes and Phil shaking his shoulder, his face ashen. "There's been accident." "Do you have to go?" This was par for the course with Phil. Death was part of the pastor gig. He often spent time with people during the worst moments of their lives. "It's Michael." Phil's face was expressionless. "What?" Luke sat up, rubbing his eyes, not sure if he'd heard right. "Is he okay?" Phil shook his head. "He didn't make it." Luke jumped out of bed, not believing the news. He noticed his father wore his suit. "I have to go to the Montgomerys now." Luke stood there in his boxers, the light blaring in his eyes, his ears ringing from the shock and pain strangling his throat. "I'll come." Phil shook his head. "Mrs. Montgomery isn't handling it very well. I think you should stay here." The tears built up in his eyes as Phil didn't move from the side of the bed. "Will you be okay alone?" Once again, Phil was choosing to be a pastor over being a father. He wanted to scream, throw things around his room, slam his bed against the wall. How could God take another person away from him? How could he take his mother and his best friend, too? He didn't stay at home once Phil left, but rode his bike to the Boudreaux farm. All the lights were on. Maggie answered the door, taking him into her arms and hugging him. "I'm so sorry to hear about Michael." In the other room, he could hear Annie sobbing hysterically. "I think she'd like to see you right about now." Maggie led him to the living room. The moment Annie saw him, she ran to him, wrapping her arms around him and crying into his chest. He held her, needing the embrace more than anything in the world. He left the farm when Annie was put to bed, although he was sure she wasn't going to sleep. When he returned to the house, Phil still wasn't there. No messages on voicemail. He'd sat on his bed and stared at that picture for hours, just like he did now, 20 years later, again alone in the house. He had come full circle in loss and grief. He picked up the phone and dialed Annie's number. She would most likely be awake. He'd talk to her, something he didn't really know how to do. Talk, share his feelings, open up. He'd do it for her. "Hello?" a woman's voice said over the phone. "Hello?" he said into the receiver. Who'd be answering Annie's calls? "Hi, Luke." He heard the southern drawl and realized who it was. "Hey, Kat, where's Annie?" "I just put her to bed." He could hear a man's voice in the background. "We went out and she had a little too much to drink." "You went out?" He regretted the call immediately. "We celebrated finishing the album." His heart dropped. It was done. He had missed out. "Do you want me to wake her up?" Kat asked. She giggled, but it wasn't directed at him, but another low male voice. "No," he practically growled out. "Let her sleep." He threw the phone across the room. Surprisingly, it didn't break, but did leave a small indentation in the wall. Annie had finished her album. She had gone out and celebrated, and he didn't even know about it. What kind of husband was he? He asked himself that same question over and over all night, even as he walked through the cemetery with the photo. He went directly to Michael's grave. A dried bouquet of flowers sat on the gravesite. He suspected Annie had left them. He set the photograph against the headstone. "Hey, man," he said to Michael's engraved name. "I sure wish I had a friend right about now." His eyes burned with regret. "I don't even know how things went so wrong. Everything fell apart before I knew it was broken." A breeze flipped the picture over onto the ground. He picked it up, placing it back against the cold granite, looking at the three of them. "I'm a fool, right?" His eyes stung, and he wiped them with the sleeve of his shirt. "Why can't I just tell her how I feel?" He rubbed the back of his neck, hard, pressing his thumb into the knots. Why had he let her leave? Why can't I just let Phil suffer in his own misery? Why did he have this obligation to a man who'd left him alone so many times? He looked up to the sky, and for the first time in a long time, he prayed. "Welcome back, Annie Boudreaux and Company," Nashville's hottest country rock radio host sang into the microphone. "Thank you. It's good to be here," Annie said back. Trey sat by her side with a guitar on his lap. "So, you two are married?" Annie colored at his slip-up. "No, this is my guitarist, Trey. My husband is back home, taking care of his dad." "Oh, so it's just Annie Boudreaux and no company." "Well, I have Trey to keep me company for now." The host didn't seem to care either way. "You have a new album coming out today, titled Second Chances. How would you describe this album?" Annie hadn't really expected to actually talk music, so she took a second to answer, then said, "My husband and I wrote this album when we first started our relationship. We have both been married before, we have both experienced profound loss, and it's about having a second chance at life." She wondered if Luke had read her text that morning. She sent the link to the album. She wished he were listening right now, hearing what she was saying. "Well, I've already downloaded the album, and the song you're about to perform is definitely on my playlist, and you all should go and download it right now because I know you're going to love it. Ladies and gentlemen, playing Golden Rose is Annie Boudreau and Company." After hitting a few more stations, Annie went back to clean out the rental. She packed everything up, going through all the drawers and cabinets, and wiped everything down. She was leaving in the morning, the rental no longer theirs. The idea of losing the house seemed unbearable for some reason. It was the place where they'd created their music, where they fell in love, where they lived as husband and wife, and where they'd been happy. Waking up to him every morning, spending their days together, playing at night, she didn't want to say goodbye to this place. She would have no memories of him. He'd left little behind. When they headed to Prairie Valley, he must have known he wasn't coming back. There was a toothbrush, a t-shirt, but nothing else. She picked up her phone and opened her photos, looking through the pictures of her and Luke. She dialed his number, but it went straight to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. What would she say? "I'm a jerk? I should be more sensitive? I can't do this without you?" Just as she walked back upstairs, her phone rang in her pocket. She whipped it out, and her heart fell when she saw it was Rosie calling her. "Hey," she said, "your album is amazing." Rosie squealed into the phone. "Thanks." The compliment normally would have made Annie's day. "I was thinking about flying out to your opening show in Charlotte and hanging out afterwards." A sliver of joy broke through her sadness. "That sounds like a great idea." "Have you talked to Luke?" Rosie paused as if she had something more to say. Annie waited for the imminent lecture. "You should ask him to come too." "He can't," she said flatly. "He has to take care of his dad." "Right," Rosie said. "Annie?" Here it was. "Yeah?" "I didn't mean to make things hard on you and Luke." Annie choked up, and she could barely get the words out. "It's fine, Ro." "No, I'm really sorry." Rosie sounded sincere. "I hope I didn't ruin anything." "I know you were trying to protect me." Annie could see her side of things now. "I'd do the same for you, but this has nothing to do with you." "Call him and ask him to come," Rosie urged. "I'll ask." But Annie wasn't so sure. She thought about calling him again before going to bed, but when the morning came and the house felt cold, she decided not to call him at all. She needed to move on, like she was from this house. That's what her brain kept telling her. Move on, let go. It was her heart that wouldn't listen. Chapter 21. The day had been draining, from the moment she got up to the moment she finally got back to the hotel. Tomorrow would be her first show, and though she had played her songs for months on end now, she was nervous. So nervous that she felt sick to her stomach all day, unable to eat. She couldn't stop thinking about what might go wrong. When she'd made her first album, the studio had sent her to open for a few shows. Then she did a summer circuit performing at state fairs and other community events. The venues were small enough that she could hear the people talking in their seats. Those kinds of events were hard. People didn't come for her, they came for the cheese curds, and a musical performance was an added bonus. This tour was different from the start. For one thing, she didn't have to drive herself around the country. They gave the band a tour bus, complete with bunks. They'd hit 23 cities in 7 weeks. Thousands of people would be in the stands. This was it. This was what she had always dreamed about. She opened the home screen on her phone. The photograph of her and Luke riding together taunted her. She lay on the hotel bed, wishing more than anything she could figure out what to do, what the right thing was. So she called the one person she knew who might be able to help. Mama. Well, hello, Sugar Plum. Annie nearly teared up at hearing her pet name. But before she could say anything, Mama said, "We just had Luke over for dinner." Her heart fell to the floor of her stomach. Annie couldn't believe it, absolutely couldn't believe it. Luke went to the farm for dinner? Yeah, Rosie invited him. Mama sounded surprised at Annie's surprise. Rosie invited Luke to dinner? She repeated. Why does that shock you so much? Mama. She almost couldn't get the words out. How could Luke not call her for days but show up for dinner with her family? When has Rosie ever invited Luke over for dinner? Well, when has he been her brother-in-law? Mama snapped right back. I should have invited him earlier. He's doing a great job with Phil. When did Rosie invite him? She stared at the ceiling, trying to calm her pounding heart. He was the one who'd told her to go. He was the one who pushed her away. He was the one who wasn't returning her calls. But he had dinner with her family? She saw him at work and invited him over. Mama paused. He didn't tell you? Well, neither did Rosie. She was irritated with her baby sister, who'd once again put her nose where it didn't belong. What's going on, Annie? Mama knew her better than anyone. Annie had started singing in church to be with her mom during practice. She'd learned to cook by being next to her all day, helping around the house. Mama, I don't know what to do. He's so mad. I know he's going through a lot, but I don't know how to let it go without letting him go. Mama's silence made her regret asking for advice because she might have to face a hard truth. Mama always gave it straight. Well, maybe you do need to let go. Let go of your expectations of what a marriage is supposed to be. I would think communication is a pretty basic expectation of marriage. She didn't understand. He's not calling me back. He won't talk to me. He just pretends everything's okay, and I can't keep pretending. Mama paused for a moment. Marriage isn't about being with the right person, Annie. It's about being the right person. Annie's retort jumbled in her head, and her frustrations made her tear up. What am I supposed to do? Leave the tour? Go back to Prairie Valley? No one expects you to quit singing, Mama said. But if you love him, then you have to decide if touring is more important. Tears fell down her face. She didn't have to find out. He told me to leave, Mama. Did she not understand what that meant? Because Annie was pretty sure she knew. A knock on her door stole her attention and allowed her to avoid saying something she'd probably regret. Cat's at my door, Mama. I have to go. Annie, make sure you're chasing what you really want. Luke rode the tractor out in the field at sunrise, spreading fertilizer for the growing seedlings. Luckily, with a little TLC, he was able to regenerate part of his crop. Enough to break even, that was, if he could make it through August's usual drought. A cloud of dust caught his attention as a pickup rumbled down the road. He slowed to a stop. Maggie had her driver's window all the way down, her gray hair blowing around her head. What was she doing at the farm? Leaving the tractor where it was, he walked through the field as his curiosity grew. Hey, Maggie, he said, you here to see my dad? You, actually. She smiled, handing him a casserole dish. I hope I'm not bothering you. You shouldn't have. He peeked under the lid. Tuna hot dish. With chips on top? Minnesota tradition. Can't have it without. He waited for her to speak, but when she didn't, he adjusted the brim of his baseball cap. The summer sun, along with the humidity, made standing around outside uncomfortable. Would you like to come in? Maggie patted him on the arm. I was hoping you'd invite me. She walked ahead of him to the house. "Phil, it's so good to see you." She leaned over and hugged him. Slowly, Phil got the words out. "Good to see you too." When Luke entered, he swiped off his hat, put the casserole in the fridge, and hung back in the kitchen as she visited with his dad. She sat next to him, taking his hand in hers. "You must have been so frightened." For some reason, the statement took him by surprise. It was raw and honest. His father's eyes watered, and he nodded. "Thank the Lord you're here with us." Maggie squeezed Phil's hand, and he began to cry. Maybe it was the near-death experience, maybe it was the medication, maybe it was just life's changes, but his father had never showed emotion like this before his illness. Maggie didn't appear at all uncomfortable, but Luke was. She embraced it, holding his hand and sitting through it with him. Luke admired her patience and saw a friendship he hadn't paid much attention to before. Luke entered the room and handed a box of tissues to his dad. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" he asked, after his father had gathered himself. "That sounds great. Let me help you." Maggie got up from her seat and headed to the kitchen. "You've got quite a beautiful home." "Thank you." He gestured to the table. "Please sit. I'll take care of the coffee." She nodded, pulling out a chair and taking a seat. "I was hoping you were free tonight." He didn't have to think long. "I am. Something came up, and unfortunately I can't make Annie's show tonight." She pulled out a piece of paper with an airline logo on top, sliding it to the middle of the table. "And I transferred the ticket to your name." "That's really nice, Maggie." He looked over the ticket. It was a flight to Charlotte for that afternoon. "But I can't leave." Gently, he slid the paper back to her. "I have to take care of my dad." "We can handle it." Maggie slapped the paper, stopping it from coming closer. "You should get a break, too. It would make Annie's day to see you." He wondered if she had run this by Annie. "Does Annie want me to come?" He wasn't so sure. "I thought maybe this could be a surprise." He turned to the coffee machine, wondering if this was the right thing to do. What if he got there, and she didn't want to see him? He wouldn't blame her, not after the way he'd acted when she left for Nashville, like a jealous boyfriend, certainly not a supportive husband. And to have her family take care of Phil? She moved to face him in her chair. "We're family. It's what we're here for." Something changed inside him, as if a switch had flipped, and as with everything regarding Annie, he acted hastily. "I'll go get ready." Annie had her sound check that morning. When they arrived at the music hall, her stomach twisted like she was on the corkscrew at Valley Fair, and she was grateful she made it through practice without getting sick. She just made it on the bus before she hit the bathroom. "Are you going to make it tonight?" Kat asked her, worry painted on her face. "I'm just nervous." Annie leaned against the smallest sink ever built and threw some cold water on her face. She wasn't going to let her nerves get the best of her. "I'll be fine." But Kat didn't look so sure. For the rest of the day, she watched over Annie like a mother hen. "Your face is green," she said at lunch. Annie pushed the salad away. "I'm just not hungry." She lay down, exhausted, when they got back to the hotel. "I'm going to take a nap before the show." She hardly remembered hitting the pillow before waking up to a deep voice calling her name. "Annie?" She rolled over, opening her eyes, expecting to see Kat, but she heard the low voice again. "Annie?" She swung all the way around to see Luke sitting on her bed. "Hey, Annie." She jumped up out of bed and wrapped her arms around his neck, never more thankful to see someone in all her life. "You came." She buried her head against his chest and squeezed him against her, not ever wanting to let go. "I can't believe you came." his arms wrapped around her. "I'm glad I'm here." She held on to him as if she were dreaming. Luke was there in her hotel room. She couldn't believe it. "When did you get here?" She looked at the clock. "Just an hour ago." He made a face. "You feeling okay?" They sat down on the bed, her exhaustion completely gone. "Yes, I'm feeling fine." She hugged him again. "This is such a nice surprise." "I'm really glad." He held on to her, and a long moment passed before he spoke. "Annie, I'm sorry." She inhaled his musky scent. "I'm sorry too." "I'm so happy for you. This is amazing, and I'm sorry I let my feelings get in the way of your dreams." "Will you play?" She couldn't imagine going on without him being there. "I haven't practiced." He shook his head. "Plus, Sid would have a fit, knowing we didn't follow the routine." She leaned over and kissed him, holding her palm against his cheek. "I am so glad you came." Chapter 22. "Luke!" Kat held out her arms as she came into Annie's room, where they were getting ready for the show. "Tell me you're playing tonight." "Nah, I'm just here to support Annie." "You need to come on the road." Kat gave Annie a wink. "You two have the real chemistry." She couldn't argue with that, but Annie's excitement turned back to nerves as soon as they arrived at the venue, and she was afraid she was going to get sick by the time she was supposed to be on stage. "I can't do this." She shook her head, staring out at the crowd. "They don't even know who I am. I think I'm going to throw up on the stage." He looked around for a bucket, finding a small trash can by the stage exit. "I'll keep this with me, and you give me a nod if you need someone to take over. I can take the guitar and go on out." "Come with me." She grabbed his hands. "Then I can run out and you carry on." He didn't answer at first. "I haven't played in a while." Luke's natural ability didn't need any fine-tuning. "Please, Luke." He nodded, letting out a long breath. "All right, I'll do it." Annie's nausea immediately eased. "I'll have someone grab another acoustic." Luke's face turned ashen. "I'll need a water," he said to Kat. "This is going to be great," Kat laughed out, clapping her hands. Trey walked in with a guitar that cost more than Luke's entire harvest would fetch. "I'm Trey." He reached out his hand. "You must be the guy from back home." "Luke," Annie said. "Trey is the guitarist who's filling in." "Hey, man." Luke reached out his hand, but something was happening between the two men. "Break a leg," Trey grunted as he walked out on the dark stage. Annie turned to him. "So, Trey introduces me, and I start with Stole My Heart." She pointed at the playlist. "Okay, I'll just be there in the background," he said. "Be by my side, at least." Her nausea was back. "Okay." The band stood on stage as the lights came on. Trey walked up to the mic and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you tonight the next big name in country music, Miss Annie Boudreau and Company." Annie walked out, waving her arm in the air, smiling out at the audience. She was back in her element. She didn't actually need him after that first step, but he kept his promise, standing next to her at the mic. "Good evening, Charlotte." She strummed out the song's opening few chords, then spoke into the microphone. "I hope you don't mind if I play a few love songs for you tonight." All the seats were full, the faces staring back at them, cheering. "We're going to start with a little love song my husband Luke wrote for me." And they began to play together. The night had been incredible, one of the best of his life. They skipped the after-party and headed back to the hotel alone. A million people tried calling, texting, knocking on her hotel door, but the two of them spent the night together, ignoring the rest of the world. He was sure life couldn't get any better when the sun rose outside the window, and she slept in the crook of his arm. He had held her all night, watching over her and promising never to let go again. He studied her high cheekbones and soft pink lips. Her chest rose up and down in a rhythm that followed his heartbeat. This was it. This was what he had prayed for at Michael's grave, to open up his heart to the possibility of love. And here he was, with Annie in his arms. He loved her. She loved him. After last night, he was sure of it. He had no idea what the future had in store, but just then, he was the happiest he had ever been. And just like a bubble popping, a knock on the door jarred her awake, and the moment ended. "Annie, your flight's in 20. "Oh, no." Annie flew up out of bed, jumping out of his arms. "What time is it?" She scored the nightstand for her phone. "Oh, shoot!" The clock read just after 5. He felt a pinch of something in his stomach as she frantically got dressed. She threw her suitcase on the bed and tossed in the clothes she'd worn last night. "I have to fly to New York this morning." She ran to the bathroom as the knocking continued. "Will you get the door for Kat?" "Good morning," Kat called out, squeezing past Luke into the room. "I have coffee." "I love you," Annie said, from behind the bathroom door. He heard the shower turn on. Kat set the coffee on the small table in the corner of the room. "Did you hear she's going to be on the morning show?" He shook his head, about to close the door when Trey appeared at the door. "Oh, hey, you're still here." He pointed at Luke and walked in, as if he didn't need permission to come into Annie's hotel room, where his wife was showering in the bathroom. "Did you get any coffee for me?" Kat fluttered her eyelashes at the guitarist as he sat down in a chair. "Annie's getting ready. I'll tell her you all stopped by." Something about the way Trey made himself at home made Luke uneasy. "We're here to talk about this morning, since Kat's headed back to Nashville." "You're not going on tour?" "No, the studio staff don't go on tour." Kat shook her head. "I just came to support Annie." He hadn't thought about Annie alone with the band, especially with long-haired, tattooed rock country star Trey. "They'll be flying to New York for the late morning news show, then hit New England on the tour bus." Luke didn't want to look like he had no idea about his wife's itinerary in front of Trey. He'd dealt with guys like him before, guys who didn't mind taking what didn't belong to them. "Then they move across to Pittsburgh, then Cleveland and Chicago," Kat continued. The bathroom door opened, and Annie was about to walk out in her bathrobe when he pulled her back in, shutting the door behind them. "Trey's in the room." He pointed at the bathroom door. "Oh, he is?" She tightened her robe, then looked up at Luke. "You okay?" He nodded, but he wasn't okay. He didn't like the idea of leaving her alone with Trey. Not that he didn't trust her. He trusted Annie with all his heart. He didn't trust Trey. "I don't want to leave you," he said. "I'll come back as soon as we have a break in the schedule," she promised. But the fact she didn't know the date told him there was no break in sight. He cupped her chin in his hands. "I love you, Annie. I'll be waiting for you as long as you need me to." He'd wait for her forever, if that's what it took to have her in his arms again. Annie's stomach was unsettled. The whole flight had been pretty miserable. "Did you drink a lot last night?" Trey asked. She shook her head, then sipped her water. "No, I think I'm just nervous about today." Every time a wave of nausea came over her, a wave of relief came with it. She and Luke were good. Last night had been great. Things couldn't get any better. Then why was she nervous? Maybe she was coming down with something. It wouldn't be a surprise, since she had been working all day and night. The stress and anxiety could have messed with her immune system. She certainly hadn't been eating well or exercising enough. Once the flight landed, she began to feel a little bit better. The driver worked for the show and told them about some of the other guests he had driven. George Clooney, Britney Spears, I even drove Laura Bush. The closer they got to the city, the more overwhelmed Annie felt. This was big. She had never been on television like this, where America was watching. What was she going to say? Would she act like a fool in front of the camera? Would she sing okay? Trey was busy on his phone and didn't seem at all nervous. But this wasn't riding on his name. If she didn't go on there and make America love her, like Sid always said, she could blow everything. She wished more than ever that Luke could be there with her. They were sent to the green room, where 2 makeup artists styled them before they went on the air. Sandra will ask you about the album, tour dates, about how you two met. An assistant walked them onto the set. Annie wasn't sure if she heard the assistant right. How we met. She swung her finger at Trey. Yeah, how you made your videos and got married. But he's not my husband. Annie didn't feel good about this. The assistant looked confused, flipping the pages on her clipboard. Who are you? I'm Trey, her guitarist. Where's your husband? The assistant now sounded annoyed. He's taking care of his... They're going on in 2. Mic them up, a man called out from behind the camera. The assistant pushed them onto the floor, ushering them to a couch. Sandra, the morning show host, was talking to another assistant. 2 men attached their microphones. Across the room, she could see her guitar set up for the song she would perform after the commercial. And 5, 4, 3. The director pointed at Sandra, and everything went quiet. The lights burned into Annie's eyes as she sat looking at the camera. Today, our guest is Annie Boudreau, a country music singer who is rising in the charts. Sandra completely ignored Trey. She's here to talk to us about her new album, titled Second Chances, and to share with us the stories behind the songs. Annie Boudreau, welcome to the Late Morning Show. Thank you for having me. She forced a smile, but her lips were dry and her tongue stuck to the top of her mouth. Tell us about your new album. My new album is about moving forward and letting go. It's about falling in love and finding hope. You became an overnight success after you posted videos of these songs with your husband. She wanted to interrupt to correct her. Nothing about Annie's career had been overnight. Is it true that you and your husband ran off to Vegas to get married by an Elvis impersonator? Yes, we did. On screen was a picture of her and Luke standing in front of Elvis, a picture she had sent to Kat after they eloped. Her stomach turned at the thought of their private moment displayed in front of America. She had just told her family, and now the whole world knew her business. Where is your husband today? She looked out at the camera, wondering if Luke was watching. He's back home. We had a family emergency, and he needs to be there right now. Sandra's face softened. That must be really hard, being on the road away from each other. We make it work. How do you do that? Sandra asked. How do you make it work, so far away from each other? We just do. She flushed, not sure what more to say. Well, we just loved seeing you play together in those videos. Sandra returned to her bubbly self, turning to the camera. After the commercial break, Annie is going to play us a song. And cut! Sandra's eyes slanted as she turned to face Annie. People want to know all about you, which means you need to elaborate on your answers. Give me the details you'd tell Great Aunt Sue in Missouri. You're here to sell the image, then the music. Chapter 23. Annie lay in her bunk as the tour bus rolled toward Boston. She couldn't wait for the tour to be over, and she hadn't even really begun. When Sid called, she hadn't expected good news, especially after her performance with Sandra. But he was elated. Kat posted a video last night of your performance with Luke. Your single is blowing up. She sat up in bed, opening her screen to the music charts. There, in the #1 spot, was her and Luke's song. Oh my God! She couldn't believe it. After years of sacrifice and hard work, she'd made it to #1. Her name next to Luke's meant even more, and she couldn't wait to call him. I can't believe it. Look, Annie. Sid's voice became serious. Luke needs to get back on the road. He can't. She didn't know why Sid was going back to this again. He knew Luke needed to stay with his father. You barely had any boost in sales after your interviews this morning, which is not good. You need to get him to come back. Sid, I wish I could, but... Sid didn't wait for her to finish her answer. He signed a contract, and he's part of the deal. He needs to hold up his end of the bargain. Otherwise, I'm not spending all this money on just you. Her breath froze in her lungs. You need to do whatever it takes to get him to come back. Sid hung up. She lay back down, staring at the bottom of the bunk above her. She was sure everyone on the bus had heard her phone call. The vehicle didn't allow for too much privacy. They'd probably heard what a disaster her morning interviews were, too. How no one even looked at Trey once they saw that he wasn't the guy in her videos. She wanted to call Luke, wanted to tell him about his first #1 single, but how could she celebrate when everything was about to fall apart? She hadn't really talked to Luke about Phil's recovery, but her short visit to Prairie Valley showed how far he had to go. She could never ask Luke to leave his father, not to mention the glaring fact that this wasn't Luke's dream. Luke wanted a simple life. Living in Nashville, recording the album, following her around to parties, was not that life. Traveling on a bus, city after city, performing in front of nameless strangers, wasn't that life. Going on television shows, revealing their most private information to the world, certainly wasn't that life. She'd have to make it work. She'd have to figure something out without having Luke give up everything for her. Luke sat on his side of the bed and opened the nightstand drawer. He pulled out Mary's letter, turning it in his hands. He had decided to finish reading it on the flight back to Minneapolis. He needed to end that chapter of his life, and he also wanted to respect Annie by letting go of Mary. He pulled the pages out, still crisp and clean like the day she wrote on them. She had used her favorite kind of pen, a felt tip, her handwriting soft and curvy, beautiful, just like her. My dearest Luke, I love you. And no matter where I am, I will always love you. My love is in the early morning dew and the flowers blooming. My love is in the blue skies and the wind blowing. My love is in the birdsong and twinkling starlight. My love will surround you. I want you to live again. I want you to rebuild relationships again. I want you to have a full life with family and friends. I want you to fall in love again. I want you to have little blessings. I want you to find God's comfort again. And I want you to play music again. Even though our time together was short, I feel blessed knowing I got to spend it with you. I will be leaving this life knowing I lived it the best way I could, with the people I loved around me. I ask you to do the same. You can't move forward without letting go of the past. Find comfort in knowing I left this world loving my life with you. So, the next time you feel the wind blowing or the skies opening up to their blue color, remember my love for you. I will always love you, Lucas Philip Nelson. Forever and always, Mary. He reread the letter maybe a dozen times. When he was finally done, he carefully folded it back up, put it back in the envelope, and closed it. Then he took out Mary's Bible and put the letter inside. From the closet, he pulled out the wooden chest he'd had made after she passed away, a box to keep her things he couldn't let go of. He opened the lid, laying the Bible amongst pictures, yearbooks, and other mementos, things that reminded him of them as a couple, her life as a teenager, and at college. He carried it out to the back field, grabbing a shovel along the way. He started digging under the oak tree, Mary's favorite spot on the property. When the hole was big enough, he placed the box inside, covering it up with earth, He decided to mark it with the potted rose bush she had planted when they first got married. A yellow rose, she'd said, was as pretty as the summer sun. When the rose bush was in place, he headed inside, checking his phone on the way in. He had missed a call from Annie, and she hadn't left a message. When he called her back, it went straight to voicemail. He checked the time. She was probably getting ready for her show. The thought of Trey crashing her hotel room made his blood boil. But if he wanted things to work, he had to let it go, and he needed help to do that. He walked into the living room. Phil sat in the recliner, watching a reality TV courtroom drama. "Hey," he said, sitting down on the couch. "How was the show?" he asked. "Great. Annie did great." "Great!" The two sat in silence. "You can't move forward without letting go of the past." "I need a new Bible," he said finally. "I was wondering if you had one I could use." Phil looked up at him, tears springing immediately to his eyes. "I have plenty." Luke nodded. "I thought maybe I could start taking you to church." Phil nodded, wiping his eyes with the heel of his hand. "That sounds great." Luke rubbed his hands on his knees, thinking of what next to say, uncomfortable with Phil's emotions. But Phil didn't hold back. He began to weep openly. Then he reached out for Luke, his arms wide. Luke didn't move at first. When was the last time they'd hugged? But he gave in and held his father. Phil felt weaker, softer, and smaller in his arms, not like the father he remembered from childhood. As they sat there embracing each other, a breeze blew in through the windows, billowing out the curtains, and Luke finally forgave his father. The three sisters hadn't spent time together alone without boyfriends, husbands, and children since Annie could remember. Maybe at her bachelorette party, before she married Ricky? Or was it before that? She couldn't wait for them to arrive in Chicago. The 8-hour drive was a long haul to complete in a single day. Mama had stayed home with the kids, but sent her love. "The kids and I are having Luke and Pastor Phil over for dinner tonight," Mama said over the phone, as Annie waited for her sisters to arrive. "I saw them both at church this morning." Annie sat with her legs crisscrossed on her hotel bed. "You did?" She hadn't talked to Luke that day. She wouldn't speak to him until much later. After Charlotte, they'd started phoning every night before bed. They'd talk for hours about nothing and everything. He'd describe his day on the farm. She'd tell him about the shows and driving all day. Sometimes they'd play a song. Sometimes he'd tell her about the stars in the sky he was looking out at from his rocking chair on the front porch. Annie missed that front porch as if it had been hers always. She missed the idea of sitting with Luke, rocking in their chairs, being together, not separated by a steel box on wheels going further and further away. She never told him about Sid asking for him to come back. She didn't want to make him have to choose between her and his father. She also didn't want him to have to leave the farm. She knew farming was as much of a dream for him as music was for her. Music was different than touring. Touring hadn't turned out to be anything like performing in Nashville. Headlining was a different experience entirely, everything from the size of the crowd to the distance covered. Annie felt like a passenger on a ride, one that might be about to spin out of control. She felt trapped. "You tell your sisters to behave themselves," Mama said. "I should get dinner ready." "Thanks, Mama, for including them." "Of course. They're family." Something hurt in her heart, thinking about not being there. Sunday dinner with everyone sounded real nice, as she sat alone in her hotel room that looked like a dozen others she'd already stayed in. But she should be happy. Wasn't this exactly what she'd always dreamed? She and Luke had made some major breakthroughs since Charlotte, and now he was even taking Phil to her house. Everything could be perfect. But she didn't know what came next. As her song stayed at #1, Sid continued to book shows, extending the tour. How about Gavin Wallen? What? She asked. It'll be a few cities in California, then up the coast to Vancouver. Sid wasn't really asking. I was thinking about taking a breather. Annie was exhausted. She hadn't stopped since the beginning of the album. You can't slow down now, not with the album doing so well. This is the time to hook the fans, make them superfans. Superfans was the new term he'd used since she hit #1. Superfans buy your music before they even hear it. Meaning, they'd buy it whether it was good or not. I want to go back home for a bit. There might not be another tour like this for you. You don't pass up playing for Gavin Wallen, especially not in your position. What's that supposed to mean? Sid had been blunt with his management style, especially with regards to Luke. Thus far, Annie had downplayed it, but what was he trying to say? Annie, do I have to spell it out for you? He sounded annoyed that she was even asking him. You're practically 40, with one hit single. This is what you have to do in order to keep the momentum. No offense, beautiful, but unless you want to go on a reality TV show without touring and showing your face, your 15 minutes are over. She looked at the tour dates when she hung up with Sid. No break at all between shows. They had her flying out to the West Coast the night of her last show with Maddie Marin. She wouldn't be able to go home to Prairie Valley until the holidays, according to the schedule. She fell back on the bed, thinking about how she would tell Luke. It made her sick to her stomach. They had made plans for when she returned to Prairie Valley. They were going to Thompson's hardware store to buy a soft, butter yellow to paint the outside of the house, a creamy white for inside. They were going to go furniture shopping in the cities for the living room and bedroom. Maybe they'd start going to church together. Maybe she'd sing in the choir while Luke played the guitar. Maybe start a family. Sid didn't have to remind her how old she was. Her biological clock was screaming in her ear, which made her think of her period. When was the last time she'd had her period? Could it be possible that she was already going through her change? Or was she... Oh, God. She got up and started pacing the room. She'd been strangely sick for the past couple of weeks, and tired. So tired. She thought about how Georgie had slept through most of her first pregnancy. Knock! Knock! Rosie's voice came through the door. Her heart pounded as she raced to swing it open. Both sisters were holding signs with her name painted on them. We're here. I think I'm pregnant. They stood there, open-mouthed but silent. What? Georgie grabbed her arms. You're pregnant? Shush! Annie looked down the hall, hoping none of the band had come out into the hall. Get in my room. No way, I'm going to go and buy a test. Annie yanked her sisters into the room. Just wait. She shut the door behind them. You think you're pregnant? Rosie put her stuff down and sat on the bed. I've been sick for weeks, but I thought it was my nerves and coffee. She had stopped drinking it because it tasted different, which she thought was because she was getting it on the road, but now everything made sense. She couldn't believe she hadn't put 2 and 2 together. We have to buy a test before the show. Georgie clapped her hands. I'm going to be an auntie. Hold on a minute. Annie held up her hand, the sickness returning as she thought about Luke. What's Luke going to think if I'm pregnant? What will Sid? Oh, God, he wants me to do a tour with Gavin Wallen. You're touring with Gavin Wallen. Rosie slapped her hands against her legs. That's amazing. Annie sat on the bed next to her, feeling the lump in her throat as she held back her tears. I just want to go home. She wrapped her arms around Rosie's neck and began to cry. Rosie rubbed Annie's back. Then come home, Annie. I can't. She let go, getting up from the bed, pacing away from them. If I leave the tour, all this hard work will be for nothing. If I break my deal with the studio, My album will tank, and nobody will want me to play for them after that. Sid will ruin me. She began to cry harder. And what if I am pregnant? Will Luke be happy? We just got married. Can I tour being pregnant? Will they want someone who's pregnant? She rubbed away her tears, then buried her face in her hands. What am I going to do? Georgie sat down and leaned into her. We're going to get through this together, like we always do. Let's start with getting a pregnancy test and then go from there. No sense in getting bees in our bonnets if we don't need to. I'll go to the store, and you and Rosie should get something to eat for all of us. Georgie grabbed her purse. Okay. Annie let Georgie take charge. She was good at it, after all. Rosie gave Annie a hug when the two were left alone. You're going to be a fantastic mom. She teared up again. She had heard of other musicians bringing their children along on tour. It wasn't unheard of, and she could probably make it work, but it wasn't at all what she'd imagined. And what about Luke? Could she even tour without him? Would he be okay with her gone? Or would he have to leave his life and obligations behind? Or would she have to leave hers? Just when she was finally figuring things out, life had to throw a wrench in the works. Or maybe a miracle. Chapter 24. The heat from the lights made her sweat as she stood on stage, looking out at a sea of faces. As she sang and played, something inside of her changed. She just didn't want to do it anymore. None of it. Like the piece of a puzzle finally slipping into place. She finally had her answer. Her happiness was not in performing in front of thousands of people who didn't know her. Music was what she wanted, not the lifestyle. She didn't want to tour endlessly, or talk on the radio about her personal life, or read from a script to the audience. That night, with her sisters beside her, she called Sid and told him about her decision. She'd finished touring with Maddie, but that was it. No flying to the West Coast to do more tours. You are old and washed up, and this is your last chance to make something out of your career. The venom spewed out in his words. You'll never work again. Thank you for everything. She would leave with dignity and grace, and her head held high. I really do appreciate it. She had learned that Sid's power was in dangling her dreams by his puppet master's strings. But what he forgot was that her career had taken off while she was the one holding the strings, and she would never let them go again. Within 5 minutes, Trey knocked on the door. You're quitting the tour? His face said it all. Her decision did not bode well for him. I'm really sorry. Are you sure you can't do it? Trey said. Annie knew it was a lot of money for him, and he deserved an answer. I think I might be pregnant. Trey's mouth dropped. You're pregnant? Look, I know Sid talked to you about it, but I didn't agree to anything. She didn't want him to lose money, but that wasn't a good enough reason to interrupt her life. Trey, you're real good, she said. You shouldn't be playing in someone else's band. He nodded, but left without another word. Georgie stood up. Should we go? Go where? To Prairie Valley. Georgie held up the pregnancy test. We can get you back for your show tomorrow. Annie covered her mouth with her hands, a little scared at the thought of what might happen next. Where was her life going from here? But she was excited too. Life was about to change. This time, she knew what she was chasing. Luke, a family, the farm, Prairie Valley. Luke tapped his pen against the paper, but the words weren't coming tonight. He closed the notebook, setting it down on the table, rocking back in his chair. The cricket's song pulsed in the night sky. The stars hovered above the tree line, glowing through the leaves. Inside the farmhouse, all the lights were on, the evening news blaring from the television, and Phil already asleep in the recliner. Once again, Luke found himself dreaming about rocking with Annie on the front porch as he waited for her call. Thinking about being with her, wishing he could hold her, and praying that nothing came between them again. Dinner with Maggie and the kids had been great. Actually, the whole night had been great, even spending time with Phil. Since he had attended church with his father, things had changed. Their relationship was still prickly, but it was better, much better. Phil's health was slowly improving. He wished he could have driven to Chicago with the sisters. She was so close, but he didn't want to ruin their family weekend. Annie had seemed so excited about the three of them being together. God, he couldn't wait for her to come back to Prairie Valley. Then they could start living their life together. His phone rang, and he immediately answered. "Hey, you." "Hey, you," she said back. He could hear traffic sounds in the background. "How was the show?" he asked. "Good. It was good." She spoke differently, as if she wasn't alone. He wondered if her sisters were close. "How's the visit?" He wondered if they had gone out with Trey. "We're actually on our way to Prairie Valley." "What?" He looked at the time. It was 12 o'clock. "You're coming home? What about the tour?" "I need to talk to you." His heart dropped. "What about?" "I'll be there by morning," she said, "and we can talk then." She let him go shortly after. He felt his heartbeat accelerating as time passed. He got up from the chair, needing to move around. His nerves jittered as he thought about what would bring her all the way home. He didn't even want to think about it. He had walked down the steps and toward the barn when his phone rang again. The number was unknown, and he hesitated to answer this late at night. But maybe Annie was using her sister's phone. "Hello?" "Luke, it's Sid." "Is everything okay with Annie?" "She's fine, but everything is not okay." Luke didn't speak. He didn't know where Sid was going, but his tone definitely showed his anger. "I was given some pretty upsetting news this evening, and I'm calling you to fix this." Sid paused, then said, "You're a pretty smart guy. Right, Luke? I think you know how bad it was to walk out on your end of our contract, how much you stand to lose by walking away from your obligations. But Annie, well, she doesn't seem to understand that she can't walk away." "What are talking about? Walk away." Now he wasn't following. "Annie wants to stop touring, which is a huge problem. She agreed to shows throughout this calendar year. She has an obligation to her contract, which is to tour, and if she doesn't fulfill the contract, I'll see to it that she never works in this business again. Now, do you understand me, Luke?" He gritted his teeth as he stood in the middle of the driveway, wishing Sid was close enough to punch. The man had always rubbed him the wrong way. Luke had kept his mouth shut because of Annie, but he wasn't going to let him threaten her. "If you want Annie to tour, then you're going to have to talk to Annie," he said. "But I certainly wouldn't talk to her the way you're talking to me right now. She doesn't tolerate this kind of behavior." He hung up, instantly ringing Annie, but then changed his mind. Was that why she was driving all the way up from Chicago? Had she left the tour? Was she coming home for good? Had she given up her dreams? He dialed her number, this time waiting for her to pick up. "What's going on?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "What's going on, Annie?" he said again. "Sid just called me." "What is he talking about, you quitting the tour?" She paused. "Look, Luke, this has nothing to do with Sid. Just be patient. We're halfway there. We just drove through the Dells." She hung up without another word, but he wasn't patient. He didn't want to wait 4 more hours before finding out what all of this was about. He looked back at the house. Could he make her happy here? Would Annie be able to settle down, live simply? He swallowed back his anxiety at whatever was making Annie barrel across the country. Whatever it was, he prayed she wasn't ending things with him, too. Annie sat in the passenger's seat as Georgie drove. Rosie leaned forward between them from the back seat. "What if you're not pregnant?" she asked. "Then I'm not pregnant." She lifted her hands. Annie didn't care either way, once she'd made up her mind not to go on tour. This feeling of wishing and wanting things to be different kept tugging at her. She didn't want Luke to be with her on tour. She just wanted to be with Luke. She wanted to sit in a rocking chair next to him on the porch. She wanted to talk about the farm or play a song. She wanted a dog at her feet, and for them to talk endlessly about everything again. She wanted to have a family. She wanted to help with Phil and have Sunday dinners with Mama and her sisters. She wanted to fall asleep every night together instead of talking through a phone. She didn't want to continue with things the way they were now. She would finish the tour with Maddie, finish up her publicity for the album, but after that, after her contract's legal obligations were fulfilled, then she would go back to Prairie Valley for good. Sid could find another, prettier, younger, and more talented country star on any corner in Nashville. She smiled. She would be okay. Whether she was on stage or in the backfield, she would always have her music. She didn't need Sid for that. By the time they drove over the Hudson Bridge, crossing the St. Croix into Minnesota, her stomach churned at the thought of telling Luke. How would he react? Would he be happy? Would he be upset? Did he even want children? "It's going to be okay." Georgie squeezed her hand. "Luke's a great guy and he loves you. I don't know how he's going to take the idea of me being pregnant." Rosie patted her. "So you guys like to rush through milestones. It doesn't mean he won't be happy. He'll probably be surprised, but he was part of all this too." As Annie started to recognize more and more of the scenery, her mind spun out of control. She pressed her thumb into her teeth, biting down on the nail. She focused on her breathing as she pulled into the farm's long driveway. Luke stood as soon as they came into sight of the porch, then came down the steps. Georgie pulled up beside him and he opened the door, wrapping his arms around Annie without speaking a word. She could hear him take in a deep breath. "I'm glad you're back," he said, shutting the door behind her. "Hi, Luque," Rosie said from the back. "We're going back home to grab a few hours of sleep, then we'll be back to take Annie to the airport." Luke looked at Annie. "You have to leave in a couple of hours?" She looked at her phone. It was barely past 6. "Yeah, I have to leave by 8. "I'll drive you," he said. "Great." She grabbed her bag, and Luke took it from her hands. "That would be great." She waved goodbye to her sisters, exhaustion suddenly hitting her. "Would you like some coffee?" he asked. "Phil's still asleep. We could have it out on the porch." "That sounds wonderful." She blew out a breath. "But I'd love something without caffeine." "I'll make whatever you want." He pulled her into another embrace, then walked toward the farm, his arm around her shoulders. As they walked, she thought of the pregnancy test inside her bag and how she wanted to know before she left and have a little time to discuss things. But she hesitated. She wished there would be more time for Luke to digest things. "Luke," she said, as he was about to open the door, "let's sit down first, before going inside." His brow furrowed, but he gestured toward the empty rocking chairs and let her sit first. "You want to tell me what made you drive 8 hours for a 2-hour visit?" She smiled, then grabbed his hands, looking at them inside hers. Then she looked up into his eyes and said, "I think I might be pregnant." He didn't move at first, or say anything for what felt like forever. "I want this baby and I want to raise it with you. Here, on this farm with your dad and my mom down the road and my nosy sisters bothering us. I want to hear little feet pitter-pattering on the wooden floors and have dirt stains from grubby little hands. I want to rock in this chair next to you for the rest of my life, watching the sunset or singing a song. I want to be part of your life forever, but I don't want you to feel as though you're obligated." He got out of the chair and knelt on the floor in front of her. He held her chin in his hands and kissed her. He started laughing as he wrapped his arms around her. "You okay?" she asked, not sure what he was laughing at. "I thought you were going to tell me something else." He held her tighter. Wow, I thought." He laughed again, shaking his head, kissed her, then laughed again. "You think you're pregnant?" He hollered out a woo-hoo. "Luke, your dad." He kissed her again. "I don't care, I might be a daddy." She reached inside her bag for the test. "I wanted to find out with you." He laughed, kissing her again. "Let's get you inside." And that's when she knew her dreams had all come true. Chapter 25. Annie could only stare at her ankles as she kicked off her shoes and sat down on the living room couch. Shopping had been a bad idea. "You should wash the floors or clean tonight." Georgie had given her every old wives' tale there was about encouraging labor. "He's not coming out." Annie lifted both feet onto Mama's coffee table. "Rosie will be married before this little dude decides to make his entrance. The wedding's in a month. I think he's going to come before then." "He obviously likes to be fashionably late." She rubbed her bowling ball of a stomach and moaned. She was past her due date by 2 weeks, and no signs of labor. Her doctors told her nature takes its own time, but today had been especially uncomfortable, and she was done with nature's timetable. "I just want to be induced now. Who would have thought this spring would be as hot as it is?" "It's hardly 50 degrees. Mama looked out the window. Annie fanned herself. "It's hot to me." "Do you think you could tell us the name now?" Olivia asked. "I don't want to hear any opinions." She held up her hands. "You'll have to wait and find out." But she knew that naming him Jonathan, after her father, would be fine by everyone. She wanted to announce his name when he was born, because she wanted to see Mama and Phil's faces when they announced Jonathan Phillip. "I need a nap." With spring came planting. Luke spent all day out in the fields, while Annie puttered around the house. With IKEA's help, she redecorated, while Phil gave his opinions. The first thing she did was move Mary's piano into the living room, right in the middle of the back wall, next to the windows and fireplace. It was the centerpiece of the whole house. The walls got a fresh coat of paint. She kept the pictures of Mary on the walls, but added their family and friends to them. Pictures of her with her daddy, Mama, and her sisters. Family barbecues, Olivia and Jesse's prom photo, and Charlie's first communion. Luke had her put up the notes from their first song on the mantel. She made a sign showing the date the house was built and put it above the door. Over 100 years of families had lived in that house, and she felt blessed she would be part of its legacy. She worked in the garden, something that hadn't been done since Luke's grandparents' time. Most of the bushes and plants were overgrown, but Annie brought an artistry to the project. Herbs were planted in a small raised bed behind the kitchen. Perennials sprouted in garden beds. She walked around studying the changes each day. Mama came over to tell her what to keep and what to pull. Mostly pull, as it turned out. But she was also digging up, splitting, and planting. Then came Milton, the lab mix someone had dropped off at the farm one day, without any tags, food, or water. He fit right in at the farm. Rosie surprised Luke with a rescued quarter horse. Daisy looked just like the horse he'd ridden in Nashville. Sid stayed true to his word and never called Annie again. But he wasn't right about her career ending. Annie played more, videoed her and Luke singing lullabies to their unborn baby, singing in church or swinging on the porch swing. Her YouTube channel had millions of views, and her albums stayed on the charts. She wasn't breaking the bank, but she was earning and making music. Each day, she did exactly what she had always dreamt about, playing the piano, writing music, and singing to the baby. Luke swore he could hear her even out in the fields, but she wasn't so sure he really could over the tractor. She spent a lot of mornings with Mama and baby Emma. Rosie, or Luke, or both, would join them for lunch. Most nights, it was just her and Luke and Phil for dinner, but Sundays were always at Mama's. The table was so full that they had to bring in a couple of card tables for extra seating. Phil moved back into his own home about a month after Annie came back. She missed having him around, and he started making his way over for dinner more often, with Annie's open-door policy. "You're always welcome. I make enough for leftovers, so there's always plenty." She was more comfortable about Phil coming for dinner than Luke was, but things continued to get better between father and son. "Your dad's trying," she'd tell him when Phil would say something that would irritate Luke. "I know," he would always say back. Annie couldn't believe how fast the time went by. It was just shy of a year from when she and Luke started singing together. Her whole life had changed after coming back to Prairie Valley, and now her life was about to change again, forever. Her lower belly tightened into a hard fist, and she could feel the Braxton Hicks coming on, but this time they took her breath away. "Oh." She sat up, clutching the arm of the couch. She held her breath, which that Lamaze instructor had told her not to do. But she couldn't breathe if she wanted to. The pain stole her air. That was a big one. Mama's eyes widened. "Do you think you're really in labor?" Another cramp, this time harder, sharper, made her ball up her fists as she gritted her teeth. "I think you need to call Luke." Olivia clapped, and Rosie jumped out of her chair. "We should drive you to the hospital." "I'll wait for Luke," she groaned out as the contraction continued. "He'll be here shortly." "In my experience," Mama said, lifting Annie to her feet, "it's best not to wait." She led her past the kitchen table, picking up the car keys on the way. "Let's get you to Luke." They piled into Georgie's truck. When they reached the intersection of 4th and Madison, Luke sped past them, heading toward the farmhouse. "That's Luke," Annie called out, pointing. Another contraction coiled through her body. "Ah!" Rosie picked up her phone and yelled out, "She's with us! We just passed you!" Luke was what seemed like only inches behind them as they pulled into the hospital parking lot. "What do you want us to do?" they asked. "Someone has to take care of the animals." Luke ran up to the door and opened it. His arms reached out for her as she got out. Another contraction spiked through her entire body, and she squeezed his hand with everything she had. Luke didn't complain, even though his eyes practically popped out of their sockets. He grabbed the first wheelchair he saw and released her hand. But instead of grasping the chair arms, she swung her arm back and clutched his hand again. "Oh, do you have a grip?" he said through clenched teeth, pushing her into the lobby. "I love you," she said, tearing up like she had so many times during this pregnancy. He stopped and gave her his other hand. "I love you too." As Luke scrubbed up, he wondered what his mom would have thought if she had been there. He knew she would have loved to be a grandparent. He hummed a hymn that reminded him of her as he tied up the back of his scrubs. He was ready. He was going to be someone's daddy, and he couldn't wait. "Arr!" Annie screamed out. "Are you Dad?" the doctor asked. He nodded. "Yes." "It looks like the baby's heart rate is increasing, which isn't always a problem, but as a precaution, we'd like to go in and take the baby out." "What do you mean?" "We would like to do an emergency cesarean." His knees went weak, and his body felt heavy. Oh, God. Is Annie going to be okay? "This is just a precaution. Usually when this happens, the baby just needs extra support through the birthing process." But the doctor's reassurance didn't do the trick. The look in Annie's eyes said it all. She was worried. He needed to be the strong one. "Luke, what does that all mean?" "They want to help the baby. That's all." She looked more frightened. "What if the baby is in trouble?" "That's why they're going to go in and get him." Tears fell out of the corner of her eye as another contraction came on, his hand already bruised so badly he could hardly feel it. "It's going to be okay. We're going to get through this together." She nodded, and he did the short huffs and puffs to remind her to breathe. 1, 2, 3. Her eyes rolled angrily, and he stopped with the coaching and just let her squeeze his hand. "Don't let go." She closed her eyes tight and squeezed it harder. He kissed her hand. "I'll never let go." Jonathan Phillip was born at 7:26 p.m., just as the Twins hit a home run against the Red Sox, just like Daddy would have wanted it. Mama and Phil were overjoyed by the name. Rosie and Georgie both teared up. "I think Grandpa would have liked that," Olivia said, gently taking the baby into her arms. "You know you're the older cousin now," Annie said to Charlie. Charlie thought about it for a moment. "I'm going to teach him how to use my bow and arrow." "Well," Annie watched her sister's coo as Olivia held baby Johnny close to her chest. "I'm thinking maybe we should wait a bit with the bow and arrow." Charlie shrugged. "Okay." That night, Annie didn't sleep a wink. She and Luke lay awake, watching Johnny as he slept against her chest. "He's perfect, isn't he?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Absolutely perfect. Everything was perfect. When Luke's eyes finally closed from exhaustion, Annie stayed awake. No matter how hard she tried, her eyes would not stay closed. Each time the nurses came, they'd remind her to rest. "You'll never have another night like this." But all she could do was stare at Johnny, stare at the precious miracle she and Luke had created. An absolute miracle. Before she could even grasp the idea that she was a mother to another human being, her 3 days in the hospital were over. "Do you think he's buckled in tight enough?" Luke asked, looking into the rearview mirror. Annie stuck her finger under the straps to check. "I think so." But she wasn't sure. Johnny's little body felt too loose in the car seat. Luke pulled out of the parking spot as slow as molasses, and a pedestrian walked around them twice before he finally got out of the spot. The car ride home was the longest 15 minutes she had ever lived through, as she sat in the back with the baby, as Luke grumbled about the other drivers on the road. "You'd think they'd never driven before." He shook his fist at a driver who rolled to a stop through the intersection. Once they reached the farm, her nerves finally loosened, but Luke seemed more anxious. As he took Johnny out of the car, he said, "Can you believe they let us take him home?" She laughed, slowly walking to the house, shaking her head. "Stop and sit at the stairs," he ordered, following the nurse's instructions. "I'll pick you up after I bring Johnny in the house." He went up the steps and unlocked the front door, leaving the door open with Johnny facing them in the car seat, fast asleep. She held onto the railing, balancing herself. The pain was not as overwhelming as the day before, but she was sore nonetheless. As Luke came back down, he kissed her on the lips. "How are you doing?" he asked, that concerned look on his face. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again. "Perfect." He swept her up into his arms, carried her through the front door, set her on the couch, and sat beside her. She leaned into his chest, thinking about the night ahead of them. "I want us to sing him a lullaby every night." She couldn't see Luke's face, but the way he squeezed her in his arms let her know he was smiling. "That sounds really nice." She watched Johnny as he slept in Luke's arms, and thanked God for her blessings. This has been Starting Over in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. The next book in the series, Second Chances in the Valley, focuses on Olivia as she returns to Prairie Valley after 10 years, causing old feelings for Jessie to resurface. Please don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to this channel to find out when more audiobooks and other content are added. You can also purchase all of Ellen Joy's books on Amazon.com.